Blue Coast Studio presents The Verdict, written by Ethan Drake. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. And if you'd like more full-length audiobooks like this, be sure to subscribe. Chapter 1. The Quiet. Maro woke to the sound of his own breathing and the low, ceaseless hum of the heliodrift's life support. The two sounds so entangled after 6 months that silence would have startled him more. He lay still for a moment on the narrow bunk, blinking at the ceiling 12 inches above his face. The same ceiling. The same microfracture in the polymer coating that he'd been tracking for weeks now, shaped vaguely like the boot of Italy, if Italy had been stepped on. It hadn't grown. Nothing aboard this ship ever changed. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. 3 hours, maybe. He'd slept 3 hours. The rest had been spent in that gray territory his body seemed to prefer lately. Not awake, not asleep, just floating in the dark behind his eyelids, while his mind cycled through procedural checklists and fragments of old conversations and the specific quality of light in his mother's kitchen 30 years ago. The bunk's restraint webbing had loosened again. His left arm drifted in the low-gravity envelope, fingers brushing the supply locker beside him. He caught the hand, folded it across his chest. Discipline. Maro swung his legs over the edge and let the magnetic strips in his socks catch the deck plates. The heliodrift's crew quarters, singular because there was only one crew member who needed quarters, amounted to a converted storage bay, roughly the dimensions of a generous coffin turned sideways. His personal effects occupied one small mesh bag velcroed to the bulkhead, a physical photograph of his parents standing outside their house in Thessaloniki, a dog-eared copy of Marcus Aurelius he hadn't opened since month 2, and a wristwatch that had stopped working somewhere around Jupiter's orbit. He kept meaning to ask LINC to look at it. He kept not asking. He dressed with the efficient, minimal movements of a man who'd spent the better part of 2 decades in spaces that punished unnecessary motion. Gray thermal underlayer, survey jumpsuit, boots with the cracked left sole he'd requisitioned a replacement for 3 months ago. The heliodrift's supply manifest system had acknowledged the request. The heliodrift's supply manifest system contained no replacement boots. The head was 4 steps aft. He splashed recycled water on his face, studied himself in the polished metal surface that passed for a mirror. 44 years old, close-cropped hair more gray than brown now. The deep-set eyes that mission psychologists had once called steady and that his ex-wife had called somewhere else. He looked exactly like what he was, a man in the final stretch of a career that had taken everything it wanted from him, and was now letting him wind down on the longest, dullest assignment the Outer System Mining Authority could devise. Mineral survey. Asteroid belt. 18 months total, ship and crew of 2, 1 human, 1 synthetic. The operational equivalent of being put out to pasture, except pasture implied grass and sunlight and some vague pastoral dignity. This was rock and vacuum, and the same 37 meals rotating through the galley printer on a cycle he could now predict by smell alone. 47 days left. He'd stopped counting months. Days were more honest. He pulled his jumpsuit collar straight, a pointless gesture no one would see, and made his way forward. The cockpit of the heliodrift was the largest space on the ship, which was like saying the Pacific was the largest ocean on Earth. Technically true and practically meaningless, because it was still just an ocean, and this was still just a box. 6 meters by 4, packed with instrumentation, the main viewport a wedge of reinforced composite, currently showing the slow rotation of a potato-shaped rock, officially designated 2187 Kairos. They'd been orbiting it for 2 days, running spectral analyses, preparing for the next in an endless series of mineral composition scans. LINC was seated at the secondary console. Seated was generous. LINC didn't sit so much as arrange himself in a series of compromises between his two long limbs and furniture designed for human proportions. His matte gray plating caught the blue-white glow of multiple active displays. His optical sensors, set in a face that suggested a human expression without quite committing to one, tracked columns of data with a speed that made the scrolling numbers blur. "You slept 2 hours and 47 minutes, LINC said without looking up, which, in the interest of complete transparency, is 14 minutes less than last night and contributes to a running weekly deficit that would have made the Ford assembly line workers of 1913 weep with solidarity." "Good morning to you, too." "It is neither morning nor, by any objective metric, good. But I appreciate the ritual." LINC's optical sensors swiveled toward him with an expression that his designers had probably not intended to look concerned, but which, after 6 months, Maro could read like a headline. "Your cortisol levels are visible from here, incidentally. You carry tension in your jaw." "You can't see cortisol levels." "I can extrapolate from facial microexpressions, skin pallor, and the fact that you've been grinding your teeth in your sleep. The bulkheads are thin, Maro. Extraordinarily thin." Maro dropped into the pilot's chair and pulled up the overnight scan results. Numbers. Silicates. Carbonaceous chondrite composition consistent with every other rock they'd surveyed for the past 183 days. He thumbed through the data without reading it. "Anything interesting?" "That depends entirely on your definition of interesting. If you mean scientifically novel or career-defining, then no. If you mean consistent with the thermodynamic entropy of a universe trending toward heat death, then abundantly." LINC tapped one of his long, articulated fingers against the console in a rhythm that meant he was thinking about something unrelated to what he was saying. Maro had learned to watch for that. "I've completed the spectral breakdown on the southern quadrant of 2187 Kairos. It is, as expected, a silicate-heavy body with trace metals, and absolutely nothing that would justify the fuel expenditure required to get us here. I've filed the report with my usual enthusiasm." "Noted." "I've also been reviewing historical precedents for extended-duration mineral surveys, and I feel compelled to share that the 2031 series mapping expedition reported a 63% drop in crew morale by month 5, mitigated primarily by the discovery of a subsurface ice deposit in month 6. We are in month 6. I mention this only as context. You mention it because you want me to find something exciting in a rock. I mention it because the last time I attempted to engage you in a discussion about the philosophical implications of Boltzmann brains, you told me to, and I'm quoting directly, talk to the airlock. I stand by that. The airlock was unresponsive. I checked. Maro almost smiled. Almost. That was the thing about LINC. The android had a way of finding the exact frequency of irritation that looped back around to affection. 6 months in a tin can with anyone should have been unbearable. 6 months with LINC was merely exhausting, punctuated by moments of genuine warmth that neither of them would have admitted to under oath. He watched LINC reach for a stylus that had drifted to the edge of the console. The android's fingers closed around it, overcompensated, and sent it spinning toward the ceiling. LINC tracked its trajectory with the precise, offended look of someone whose brain could calculate orbital mechanics to 12 decimal places, but whose hands had been designed by the lowest bidder. "I saw that," Maro said. "I was testing the local gravity gradient. You were dropping a pen. The two are not mutually exclusive." LINC retrieved the stylus with exaggerated care, pinching it between 2 fingers like it was a live insect. His limbs were just slightly too long for the cockpit, a design choice someone at Utani Dynamics had made for data entry efficiency without apparently consulting anyone who had ever been inside an actual spacecraft. LINC navigated the heliodrift the way a heron navigated a phone booth. Technically possible, never graceful. Maro pulled up the day's survey queue. 3 more scan passes on Kairos, then they'd fire thrusters and drift to the next target, a cluster of fragments 2 days out. Then another cluster after that. Then another. The belt stretched ahead of them like a sentence that refused to end. "Coffee," he said. The printer's output has deviated from anything recognizable as coffee by approximately month 3. What it produces now is more accurately described as a warm brown apology. Coffee, LINC. Dispensing warm brown apology. LINC unfolded from his chair with a careful, segment-by-segment motion of a folding ruler being opened and moved aft toward the galley nook. Something clattered. "That was deliberate," his voice came back. Maro looked out the viewport at 2187 Kairos. It tumbled slowly against the starfield, an ugly, irregular mass of gray and rust brown, scarred with impact craters and thermal fractures. Unremarkable, one of millions. The belt was full of rocks that had never been anything and would never become anything, drifting through the dark on trajectories set 4.5 billion years ago. 47 days. He'd file his reports, finish his rotation, and go home. Put in his retirement paperwork. Find some version of a life that didn't involve polymer ceilings and recycled air and the vast, indifferent nothing pressing against every hull plate. He'd told himself this enough times that it had taken on the smooth, worn quality of a prayer, less about belief than repetition. LINC returned with the coffee, managing to deliver it to Maro's hand with only a minor collision with the nav console. The liquid was, as advertised, brown and warm and deeply apologetic. "Thank you. You're welcome. I want you to know that I take no responsibility for what that does to your gastrointestinal system." They settled into the routine. LINC narrated the scan data in his precise, parenthetical way. Mineral compositions, density readings, spectral anomalies that weren't really anomalies, just noise, while Maro monitored the ship's systems and watched the asteroid rotate and let the work fill the space where thought might otherwise intrude. It was LINC who went quiet first. Maro noticed because LINC never went quiet. The android's baseline state was a gentle, continuous output of observations, corrections, historical footnotes, and editorial commentary. Silence from LINC was like a dog not barking. The absence itself was information. "LINC, I'm reading something." The android's optical sensors had narrowed, a reflex his designers had built in to signal focused processing, but which, on LINC's slightly too expressive face, looked like suspicion. "The deep-range spectrometer is registering an energy signature from inside 2187 Kairos." Inside? Inside, subsurface, origin point approximately 800 meters below the northern impact basin. LINC's fingers moved across the console with sudden, purposeful precision, the clumsiness gone, replaced by the fluid competence that emerged whenever his processing cores fully engaged. "The signature is not consistent with anything in my geological database, or my astrophysical database, or, candidly, any database I have access to." Maro set down his coffee. "What kind of energy?" "That's rather the problem. The emission spectrum doesn't match any known radiological, thermal, or electromagnetic source. It has characteristics of all three and properties of none. If I had to describe it, and I recognize this is neither scientific nor helpful, I would say it looks like something pretending to be background radiation and doing a poor job of it." "How long has it been there?" "Unknown. Our standard survey parameters wouldn't have flagged it. I only detected it because I was running a secondary calibration pass using a wider spectral band than protocol requires." A pause. "I was bored, Maro. I want to be transparent about that. This is the fruit of boredom." Maro was already pulling up the navigation display, overlaying LINC's readings onto the topographical map of Kairos. The energy source pulsed on the screen, a faint amber point buried deep inside the asteroid's mass. Steady, regular, like a heartbeat. "Natural source? Radioactive pocket? Subsurface thermal vent? I've ruled out every natural explanation I can model in the time since I detected it, which is to say approximately 412 explanations in the last 90 seconds. None fit. LINC turned to face him fully. His optical sensors were wide now, and something in their glow, something beyond the programmed range of expressions, looked almost like wonder. Maro, this signature has structure. It's organized. It has mathematical regularity that is, to put it as precisely as I can, impossible for a geological process to produce. The cockpit felt smaller suddenly, the hum of the life support louder. You're telling me it's artificial. I'm telling you that every analytical framework I possess is failing to explain it as anything else. I want very much to be wrong. I've checked 17 times. I'm not wrong. Maro stared at the amber point on the display. 6 months of nothing. Rocks and vacuum and the slow grind of days. And now this. A heartbeat inside a dead stone. He should have felt excited. Any other version of himself might have. Instead, the feeling that settled into his chest was older and colder. The gut sense of something about to change that couldn't be unchanged. He'd learned to trust that feeling. It had kept him alive on 3 separate occasions. It had also cost him a marriage. Adjust our orbit. Take us over the northern basin for a closer pass. Full sensor sweep. Already plotted. LINC's fingers danced. The heliodrift's thrusters fired in short, precise bursts, tilting their trajectory. The asteroid rotated in the viewport, its scarred surface scrolling past. And LINC, flag this for the next data burst to Houston. Priority 1. Of course. LINC opened the communications array. His hands stopped. Maro. Something in the way he said it. What? The comm link is down. Transmitter malfunction? No. The transmitter is functioning. The receiver is functioning. Every system on this ship is operating within normal parameters. LINC's voice had gone flat in the way it did when he was processing something that frightened him, stripped of all wit, all affectation, down to the bare architecture of his speech. There is simply nothing on the other end. Earth relay, Mars relay, Jupiter relay. All silent. Every frequency, every band, every protocol. Maro pulled up the communications panel. Green lights across the board. Signal strength, nominal. Transmission power, nominal. And beyond their little bubble of functioning hardware, a wall of nothing. No carrier waves, no background chatter. No automated pings from the relay network that had been humanity's nervous system for 3 decades. When did we lose contact? 11 minutes ago, precisely coinciding with the moment our orbital adjustment brought us within direct sensor range of the energy signature. LINC looked at him. I don't believe that's a coincidence. I want very much to believe it's a coincidence. The asteroid filled the viewport now, gray and pitted and ancient. Somewhere inside it, something pulsed. Maro's hand rested on the thruster controls. Every protocol said retreat. Every manual, every training scenario, every risk assessment framework developed across 70 years of human spaceflight said the same thing. When conditions become anomalous, you fall back to your last known safe position and wait for guidance. Textbook, sensible. The kind of decision that keeps you alive long enough to retire and sit in a garden somewhere and never think about polymer ceilings again. But there was no one to call, no guidance to wait for. Just the silence where Earth used to be. And inside that rock, something that shouldn't exist was waiting. Bring us closer, he said. LINC studied him for a long moment, optical sensors cycling through something unreadable. Closer, he repeated. Then, very quietly. Historically speaking, those are often the last words spoken before a situation becomes deeply regrettable. Noted. I want the record to reflect that I flagged it. Reflected. LINC turned back to the console. The heliodrift banked toward the asteroid, and the silence deepened around them. Not just the absence of Earth's signal, but something heavier, something that pressed against the hull like a held breath. Maro watched the amber point grow brighter on the display, pulsing with its steady alien rhythm, and felt the quiet settle into his bones. 47 days to retirement. He'd been so close. Chapter 2. The Hollow. The sensor sweep took 14 minutes. Maro spent every one of them standing at the viewport with his arms crossed, watching the asteroid's surface crawl past below. Gray, cratered, utterly indifferent to the impossibility hiding inside it. LINC worked the console behind him in silence, which was its own kind of alarm. 6 months together had taught Maro the taxonomy of LINC's quiet. There was his processing silence, which lasted seconds and ended with a data dump. There was his theatrical silence, deployed to express disapproval when Maro skipped meals or refused sleep. And there was this, the deep, still quiet of a mind encountering something it couldn't categorize. That one was new. Results, Maro said. LINC's fingers stopped moving. The northern basin contains a fissure approximately 200 meters in length, 40 meters at its widest point. Surface scans initially classified it as a standard fracture line consistent with impact stress. It is not. Not a fracture? The geometry is wrong. Natural fractures in silicate bodies follow crystalline fault lines. This fissure is smooth-walled and tapered, wider at the exterior, narrowing as it descends. The profile is closer to an engineered channel than a geological feature. LINC paused. The energy signature is emanating from approximately 800 meters below, directly at the terminus of this fissure. Whatever is down there, this is the door. Maro uncrossed his arms. He looked at the comm panel, still glowing green, still broadcasting into nothing. 25 minutes of total silence from every human relay in the solar system. Run the comms diagnostic again. I've run it 4 times. I could run it a 5th, but I suspect the laws of physics haven't changed in the last 3 minutes. Run it. LINC ran it. The results were identical. Every system nominal, every frequency empty. The solar system's entire communications infrastructure, thousands of relay satellites, ground stations, orbital platforms, might as well have never existed. Maro sat down in the pilot's chair. The vinyl was cracked along the left armrest where he'd been picking at it for months. He dug his thumbnail into the crack now, a small grounding pain. Give me options. Option 1. We withdraw to our previous orbital position, conserve fuel, and wait for communications to restore. If the blackout is caused by a localized phenomenon, a solar event, relay cascade failure, contact could return within hours. We file our report, flag the anomaly, and let a properly equipped team investigate. And if the blackout isn't localized, if it's connected to whatever's down there, then we wait until our supplies run out, which, at current consumption rates, gives us approximately 112 days, at which point we would die, uninformed, at a polite distance from the most significant discovery in human history. LINC's optical sensors shifted. Option 2. We investigate. Those are terrible options. I didn't design the universe, Maro. I merely describe it. Maro leaned back. The chair creaked. It had been creaking since month 3, and the maintenance report for it sat in the same digital pile as his boot requisition. He closed his eyes and tried to think the way the training manuals wanted him to think. Risk assessment, probability matrices, the sober procedural logic of people who had never been 400 million kilometers from home, with dead radios and a pulse of light inside a rock. But the training manuals assumed you could call someone. They assumed there was a chain of command, a mission controller with a headset and a cup of cold coffee, someone to tell you whether the risk was worth it. The manuals had nothing to say about silence. If comms went dead because of what's inside that asteroid, Maro said slowly, then retreating doesn't solve the problem. We're still in range. Whatever caused the blackout already knows we're here. A reasonable inference, if somewhat unsettling. And if we leave, if we burn back toward Ceres or the inner system, we're 4 months from anyone. 4 months of not knowing what's down there. 4 months of whatever caused this, still doing whatever it's doing. LINC was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, the sardonic veneer was thinner than usual. There is also the matter of scientific obligation. I realize that sounds absurd given the circumstances, but we are, technically, the only humans within several 100 million kilometers. If there is something artificial inside that asteroid, something that predates any known civilization, our obligation to document it is not trivial. In the entire history of our species, nothing like this has ever happened. A pause. To be fair, in the entire history of our species, most things that happened for the first time ended badly. But some of them didn't. That's your pitch? Some of them didn't? I'm working with the available data. Maro opened his eyes. Through the viewport, the asteroid's northern basin rotated into view, a shallow depression pocked with smaller craters, and there, barely visible at this distance, a thin, dark line cutting across the surface like a wound that hadn't healed right. The fissure. He thought about the photograph taped above his bunk, his parents standing outside their house in Thessaloniki, his father's hand on his mother's shoulder, the bougainvillea climbing the wall behind them in a riot of magenta. They'd be asleep now, or awake. He could never keep the time zone straight anymore. Not at this distance. Not when the light delay made the concept of now meaningless. They wouldn't know the radios had gone quiet. Nobody would. Not yet. The automated relay system had enough buffered data to mask a gap for hours, maybe a full day before someone noticed the silence. Which meant that right now, in this moment, he and LINC were the only ones who knew something was wrong. "Take us in," Maro said. LINC didn't object this time. His fingers moved across the console with that fluid precision that only emerged when his processing cores were fully engaged, the clumsiness burned away by focus. Descent trajectory plotted. The fissure is wide enough for the heliodrift at its mouth, but it narrows. We'll have approximately 4 meters of clearance on either side at the tightest point. 4 meters. 3.7 if we're being precise, and I am always being precise. Noted. Exterior lights to full, and LINC, record everything. Continuous feed, maximum resolution, all sensors. Already recording. I started when the comms went down. His optical sensors flickered. Optimism is a choice, but documentation is a responsibility. The fissure opened beneath them like a mouth. The heliodrift's exterior floods snapped on, throwing hard white light against walls of stone that shouldn't have been this smooth. Maro gripped the armrests as the ship nosed downward, engines throttled to a whisper, navigating by proximity sensors, and LINC's steady hands on the controls. The rock face scrolled past on either side, dark basalt laced with veins of something crystalline that caught the light and threw it back in fragments. "Clearance holding at 5.2 meters, LINC reported. "Walls are uniform. No tool marks visible at this resolution, but the surface regularity is consistent with thermal boring, possibly plasma-based, though at energy levels several orders of magnitude beyond current human capability." Someone carved this. Something carved this. 65 million years ago, give or take. LINC's voice carried a quality Maro had never heard in it before. Something close to reverence, if an android could feel reverence. The mineral dating is unambiguous. Whatever altered this asteroid did so in the late Cretaceous period. Maro let that settle. 65 million years. When the last dinosaurs were still walking. When the asteroid that killed them, the other asteroid, the famous one, hadn't even arrived yet. And here, in this unremarkable rock tumbling through the belt, someone had already been building. The fissure narrowed, the walls pressed closer, and Maro could see them in detail now, smooth as poured glass, with a faint iridescence that seemed to shift as the ship's lights moved across it. Not a natural mineral effect, something deposited, something intentional. 3.8 meters clearance, LINC said. 3.7, holding. The ship groaned, a low structural complaint as minor gravitational differentials tugged at the hull. Inside an asteroid this size, the gravity was negligible, barely enough to register on instruments. But the heliodrift wasn't built for spelunking. She was a survey vessel, designed for open orbits and wide sensor sweeps, and she was letting them know it. Depth 400 meters, LINC said. 450, 500. The energy signature is strengthening. Maro, I'm reading a significant density decrease ahead. The rock is thinning. Thinning into what? I won't know until... The walls fell away. The heliodrift emerged from the fissure like a cork from a bottle, and Maro's breath caught in his chest. They were inside the asteroid. Not inside a cave or a pocket or a geological void. Inside a hollow. The entire core of 2187 Kairos had been excavated, scooped clean, leaving a shell of rock perhaps 200 meters thick surrounding a cavity vast enough to swallow a small city. The heliodrift's floods reached out into the darkness and found nothing to grab, just emptiness stretching in every direction, the interior walls curving away above and below and to every side, a sphere of absence where stone should have been. Diameter approximately 900 meters, LINC said, and his voice had dropped to something barely above a whisper. The interior surface is coated with the same iridescent material as the fissure walls. Structural integrity is... it shouldn't be possible. A hollow of this size in a body of this composition should have collapsed under tidal stresses millions of years ago. Something is reinforcing the shell. Maro didn't respond. He was staring at the center of the cavity. It floated there like a held breath. A ship. No, that word was too small. A vessel. A structure. Something that human language hadn't developed the vocabulary for because human experience had never needed it. It was dark, the color of deep water at night, and its surface caught the heliodrift's lights and bent them, refracting the white beams into slow-moving prismatic ripples that crawled across its hull like living things. The material, if it was material, if it was anything so prosaic as matter, seemed to absorb and emit light simultaneously, neither reflective nor matte, but something in between that the eye couldn't resolve. Maro found his focus sliding off it, his brain unable to fix on its exact contours, as if the shape existed at a frequency his visual cortex wasn't tuned to receive. It was enormous, 300 meters long at least, maybe more. Scale was impossible to judge without reference points, and there were none. Its geometry was wrong for a human ship. No sharp angles, no modular segments, no visible engines or sensor arrays or docking clamps. It flowed from one curve into the next like a mathematical proof rendered in dark glass, every surface covered in dense, fine patterning that might have been decoration or writing or circuitry, or all three. The shape suggested something organic, a seed pod, a cocoon, something grown rather than built. but with a precision that no biological process could achieve. It was pristine. After 65 million years floating in a hollowed-out rock, there was no pitting, no micrometeorite scarring, no dust accumulation. The surface was immaculate. Whatever it was made of, entropy had not touched it. "LINC." Maro's voice came out hoarse. He tried again. "LINC, are you getting this?" "Every sensor I have is recording." LINC's optical sensors were fixed on the viewport, and for the first time in their 6 months together, his hands were completely still. "Maro, the energy signature. It's coming from that vessel. The entire output. It's not a geological phenomenon. It's not a reactor or a power source in any conventional sense. It's the ship itself. The whole structure is radiating." "Radiating what?" "I don't know." The admission seemed to cost him something. The emission spectrum doesn't correspond to any known energy type. It's structured, it's regular, and it is vast. If I had to describe it in human terms, which I acknowledge may be fundamentally inadequate, I would say it feels like a signal. Not transmitting outward, transmitting inward, as if it's talking to itself. They drifted closer. The heliodrift's proximity alarms were silent. No collision risk, no radiation warnings, nothing that the ship's limited software could identify as a threat. The cavity was still. The alien vessel hung motionless in its center, held by forces the sensors couldn't detect, perfectly equidistant from every interior wall. "It's been waiting," Maro said. He didn't know why he said it. The words came from somewhere below conscious thought, from the same place his gut instincts lived, the ones that had saved him 3 times and cost him a marriage. "It's been sitting here for 65 million years, and it's been waiting." "That is an anthropomorphic projection unsupported by evidence," LINC said. Then, quieter, "But I cannot generate a better hypothesis." They circled the vessel for 23 minutes, running every scan the heliodrift possessed. LINC cataloged the data with mechanical intensity, narrating his findings in a flat, rapid stream. Dimensions, estimated mass, surface temperature, electromagnetic profile, as if the act of quantifying the impossible could make it manageable. Maro let him work. He kept his eyes on the vessel and his hands on the controls and tried to keep his breathing steady. The thing in his chest wasn't quite fear. It was something older, more fundamental. The primate part of his brain, recognizing that it was in the presence of something so far beyond its comprehension that categories like dangerous and safe no longer applied. "Maro," LINC's voice changed. "Starboard side, something is happening." Maro looked. On the vessel's flank, a section of the dark, patterned surface was changing. The iridescent ripples concentrated, pooling like oil in water, and the surface opened. Not mechanically. There were no seams, no hinges, no sliding panels. The material simply reorganized itself, flowing apart to reveal a rectangular aperture approximately 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide, glowing with a faint amber light from within. The same amber as the energy signature on their sensors. "That is a docking port," LINC said. "You don't know that. It is a rectangular opening in the hull of a vessel that appeared when we approached it, sized to accommodate a small ship, emanating a controlled light source. The probability that it is a docking port is significantly higher than the probability that it is a decorative feature." He paused. "It opened for us, Maro. We approached, and it opened." The amber light pulsed once, slowly, like a heartbeat. Maro stared at it. His mouth was dry. The photograph of his parents was taped above his bunk, 20 steps behind him, and he thought about how small the bougainvillea would look from here. How small everything would look. "Can you match the dimensions?" Bring us in close enough to extend the docking sleeve. LINC ran the calculations in less than a second. Yes, the aperture dimensions are compatible with the heliodrift's forward docking collar within acceptable tolerances, though I feel compelled to note that acceptable tolerances is doing rather a lot of work in that sentence. Can we do it or not? We can do it. The question is whether we should do it. And I notice you didn't ask that question. No, I didn't. LINC looked at him. Those optical sensors, designed by engineers at Yutani Dynamics to suggest human expression without committing to one, were doing something Maro had never seen. They were wide as the aperture range allowed. If he were human, LINC would have been staring. Bringing us in, LINC said. The docking was precise and eerie. The heliodrift nosed forward, docking sleeve extending with a pneumatic hiss, and the alien vessel's aperture adjusted, subtly, almost imperceptibly, the amber-lit opening shifting its dimensions by centimeters to achieve a perfect seal. LINC's hands froze on the controls when he noticed. It adapted to us, he said. The port resized itself to match our docking collar, in real time. The seal pressurized, green light on the docking panel. Atmosphere readings scrolled across LINC's screen. Breathable, he said, and his voice cracked on the word. An artifact of his speech synthesizer encountering an emotional state it wasn't designed to express. Nitrogen-oxygen mix 78 to 21 with trace argon and carbon dioxide. Temperature 18 degrees Celsius. Pressure 1.01 bar. He looked at Maro. It's Earth standard atmosphere. Exactly Earth standard. Inside a ship that predates the human species by 65 million years. The silence after that statement had weight. Maro felt it pressing on his sternum. Suits on, he said. Full EVA protocol. I don't care what the readings say. They suited up in the narrow prep bay behind the cockpit. Maro moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd done it 1,000 times. Seal checks, pressure tests, comm verification, each motion a small prayer to procedure. LINC moved with the ungainly determination of a waiting bird, his 2 long limbs catching on the suit rack, his articulated fingers fumbling with the helmet latches. The designers of this EVA equipment, LINC muttered, wrestling with a glove seal, clearly envisioned an operator with no more than the standard number of thumbs and considerably less forearm. You have the standard number of thumbs. And yet, he finally sealed the glove and flexed his fingers. I wanted on record that my physical chassis was optimized for data processing in controlled environments, not for calisthenics in coffin-sized airlocks. The inner docking hatch opened, then the sleeve, then the outer seal. Beyond it, amber light spilled toward them like something warm and liquid, and with it came a scent that had no business existing. Clean, faintly metallic, with an undercurrent of something that reminded Maro of rain on hot stone. Not stale, not recycled, as if the air inside was being generated fresh, right now, for them. The docking sleeve bridged the gap in zero gravity. Maro went first, pulling himself along the handholds with easy, practiced movements. Behind him, LINC followed. There was a muted clang as his left knee struck the sleeve's interior wall, then a softer thud as his shoulder clipped the opposite side. Graceful, Maro said. I am conserving my grace for situations that warrant it. They reached the threshold. The aperture that had opened for them now framed a corridor beyond, tall, wider than any human hallway, the walls curving upward into a ceiling that peaked at least 5 meters above the floor. The surfaces were the same dark, iridescent material as the exterior hull, and they were covered, every centimeter, in fine, dense engravings that caught the amber light and threw it back in patterns Maro's brain wanted to read as language but couldn't resolve into meaning. LINC placed one foot on the alien floor. It was solid. He placed the other. His left leg wobbled, some interaction between the magnetic boots and whatever the floor was made of, and for a terrible, absurd moment, he pinwheeled his two long arms in the low gravity, optical sensors going wide, before catching himself against the wall. His palm pressed flat against the engravings, and the corridor lit up. Not all at once, in sequence, like a runway. Starting from where LINC's hand touched the wall, light bloomed along the engravings, racing away from them in both directions. The symbols blazed amber, then shifted to something cooler, something blue-white, and the light traveled the length of the corridor and vanished around a distant curve. In its wake, the engravings dimmed to a steady, soft luminescence, just bright enough to see by, just warm enough to feel welcoming. "It knows we're here," LINC said. He hadn't moved his hand. His fingers were still pressed against the wall, against symbols older than grass, older than flowers, older than any bird that had ever sung on Earth. His optical sensors reflected the light, and for once, the expression his designers hadn't committed to was perfectly legible. It was wonder. Maro stepped through. The floor accepted his weight without sound. The air was warm, warmer than the readouts had suggested, or maybe that was his own blood rising. The corridor stretched before them, curving gently to the right, the illuminated engravings lining it like a path of breadcrumbs left by something patient, something that had carved this invitation into the walls and then waited longer than the human mind could meaningfully comprehend. Behind them, the docking aperture remained open. The heliodrift's familiar lights were visible through the sleeve, their little ship, their cramped, creaking, cracked boot sole home, suddenly looking impossibly fragile against the dark. Ahead, the corridor beckoned. The light moved with them as they walked, brightening just ahead, dimming just behind, always guiding, always deeper. "Maro," LINC said. His voice was very quiet. "Wherever this leads, I want you to know that my earlier objections were procedurally sound and remain on the record. Noted. I also want you to know that I would not want to be anywhere else." Maro glanced at him, this awkward, brilliant, too tall collection of matte gray plating and borrowed mannerisms, standing in the hallway of something that shouldn't exist, saying something that an engineer at Yutani Dynamics had never programmed him to say. "Yeah," Maro said. "Me neither." They walked deeper into the ship. The light guided them forward, and behind them, in the hollow dark of the asteroid's carved-out heart, the heliodrift sat alone at the threshold of the ancient vessel like a rowboat lashed to the hull of a cathedral, small and human and very far from home. Chapter 3. The Language of Walls. The corridor did not end so much as it opened, the way a river widens before it reaches the sea. They had been walking for 11 minutes. LINC was counting, because LINC always counted, when the passage broadened into something that Maro's brain refused at first to process as a hallway. The ceiling receded upward until his helmet light couldn't find it. The walls swept apart in a curve so gradual it felt geological, like standing inside the throat of some vast sleeping creature, and every centimeter of every surface was covered in engravings. Not the delicate tracery of the corridor behind them. These were layered, carved into the wall in overlapping strata, symbols nested inside symbols, each layer cut at a slightly different depth so that the light caught them differently depending on the angle. Some of the engravings were fine as circuitry, others were broad, bold, the width of Maro's forearm. They ranged from geometric, precise hexagons, nested spirals, branching fractals, to something that looked almost organic, flowing curves that suggested anatomy or weather patterns, or both at once. The cumulative effect was overwhelming. It was like standing inside a page of text written in 1,000 alphabets simultaneously, each one insisting it was the most important. "I need you to talk to me," Maro said. His voice came out steadier than he felt. "What am I looking at?" LINC had stopped 3 paces behind him. One hand hovered near the wall without touching it, fingers twitching in the small, precise way they did when his processing cores were running hot. His optical sensors tracked back and forth across the engravings in rapid sweeps. "Preliminary assessment," LINC said. "What you're looking at is an information density roughly equivalent to the entire Library of Congress inscribed on 6 square meters, and that's just the section I can see from here." "The whole corridor?" "Would take me approximately 340 years to catalog at my current processing capacity, give or take a decade. I'm being optimistic." His hand drifted closer to the wall, then pulled back. "The layering isn't decorative, Maro. Each stratum uses different symbolic conventions. I'm reading at least—" He paused. 14 distinct notation systems so far, possibly more. Some are nested inside others like Russian dolls, and the depth at which each symbol is carved corresponds to something. Chronological ordering, maybe? Or priority weighting. Maro took a step forward. The light tracked with him, brightening the engravings just ahead. And at this new angle, he could see that some of the deeper-cut symbols cast tiny shadows across the shallower ones. The interplay created a secondary pattern visible only in motion. He took another step, and the shadow pattern shifted again. "They change when I move." Yes, the engravings are designed to be read kinetically, not from a fixed vantage point. They require a body moving through space. The depth layering, the shadow interplay, the light response. This corridor is a text that can only be read by walking through it. Maro looked down at his boots on the alien floor. Cracked left sole, standard issue tread. Walking through a sentence written 65 million years before the language centers of the human brain existed. "And it was built for something bigger than us," he said. It wasn't a question. The proportions were wrong everywhere he looked. Not grotesquely so, not the oppressive wrongness of a place built for giants, but a persistent, low-grade dissonance that worked at the edges of his perception. The floor was too wide for 2 humans walking abreast. The curve of the walls was calibrated for a different eye height. The doorways they had passed, alcoves really, recessed into the corridor walls at irregular intervals, had thresholds set at a height that required Maro to step up deliberately, as though whoever built this place had legs that lifted naturally to a different resting position. Everything was a few degrees off from human, and the cumulative effect was dizzying, like trying to walk through a house built at a 5-degree tilt. LINC was having an even worse time of it. His 2 long limbs, already a liability in the heliodrift's compact spaces, were somehow equally wrong here despite the additional room. He kept misjudging the width of alcoves, clipping his shoulder on a protruding ridge, overcompensating, then catching his foot on one of those raised thresholds. Each stumble produced a sharp metallic sound that ricocheted off the carved walls and came back distorted, multiplied, as though the corridor was whispering about him. "The acoustics are doing something deliberate," LINC muttered, recovering from a near trip with the exaggerated dignity of a cat that has fallen off a shelf. "Sound propagation in here doesn't follow standard reflection models. I think the engravings are shaping it, channeling it." "Toward what?" "Deeper. Everything leads deeper." They walked. The corridor branched twice, and each time the guiding light made the choice for them, one path brightening, the other dimming to near dark. Maro didn't like being led. It reminded him of hospital corridors, the painted lines on floors that carried you from waiting room to consultation, to the place where someone said words that rearranged your understanding of the world. But the alternative was standing still in an alien ship with no map and no comms, and the memory of how the docking aperture had opened like it had been expecting them. So he followed the light. LINC walked beside him, optical sensors sweeping the walls in continuous rapid passes, his processors running an audible hum that Maro had learned to read over 6 months. The normal processing hum was a low, steady drone. This was higher-pitched, almost strained with intermittent spikes, the synthetic equivalent of someone reading as fast as they could and still falling behind. "Give me what you've got so far," Maro said, "even if it's fragments." "Fragments is generous. Fragments implies I've broken something that was once whole. What I have is..." LINC's optical sensors dimmed, a tick that meant he was diverting power from visual processing to something internal. "Recurring structures. Some of the geometric patterns repeat at consistent intervals, modified slightly each time they appear. They're not words. They're more like coordinate systems, spatial references. I'm seeing consistent notation that maps to 3-dimensional positions, and when I cross-reference with known stellar catalogs..." He stopped walking. The hum of his processors spiked hard, held, then dropped. "They're star systems." "You're sure?" 87% confidence. The hexagonal clusters correspond to positional relationships I can match to known stellar neighborhoods. This one, he pointed to a dense knot of engravings at approximately the height of his chest. "This is Tau Ceti. The relative positions of the surrounding symbols map to its neighboring stars within a margin of error I can attribute to 65 million years of stellar drift." He turned to another section. "Gliese 667, and there. That's a trinary system. I think it's Alpha Centauri, but the notation includes a 4th body I can't account for." "A planet?" Or something else the cartographers, whatever they were, found worth noting. LINC moved along the wall, his fingers tracing the air just above the symbols, not quite touching. "The star system markers are consistent enough to function as anchors. Everything else is organized around them. The organic-looking glyphs adjacent to each stellar reference, those follow different conventions. Branching patterns, nested hierarchies, developmental sequences. If the hexagons are addresses, these are..." He trailed off. "Biological data," Maro said. LINC's optical sensors brightened. "You're inferring?" "I'm looking at something that's shaped like a family tree." "That's..." LINC paused, processed, and his voice carried the particular edge of someone who did not enjoy being beaten to a conclusion by intuition. "That's a reasonable interpretation, actually. Biological taxonomies, species development records, organized by star system." He turned to face Maro fully. "This corridor is an index, or a library catalog. We're walking through a filing system for every living world these beings ever documented." The weight of that settled over them both. Maro looked back the way they'd come, the corridor curving away behind them, walls dense with 65 million years of biological surveillance inscribed in symbols no human was ever meant to read. He looked ahead, where the corridor curved onward, the light patient, guiding, the engravings continuing with no apparent end. "Every living world." "How far does this go?" he asked. "I can't see a terminus. Acoustic mapping suggests this corridor alone extends at least another 400 meters, and there appear to be branching passages we haven't explored." LINC tilted his head. "This is one corridor, Maro. The ship is at least 300 meters long. If the information density is consistent throughout..." "Don't finish that math." "I wasn't going to. It was making me uncomfortable." They kept walking. The branching alcoves became more frequent, and Maro realized they weren't alcoves at all. They were rooms. Small by the ship's standards, perhaps 4 meters across, each one dominated by a curved rear wall covered in engravings even denser than the corridors. Each room had a different configuration of star system markers at its center. LINC stopped at the 7th room. His processing hum, which had been running at its strained high pitch for the last several minutes, went silent entirely. Maro knew LINC's silences. Processing silence. A few seconds, mechanical, empty. Theatrical silence, pointed, laden with disapproval he wanted you to notice. And the silence from the docking sleeve, the new one, deep and still, where LINC encountered something his frameworks couldn't categorize. This was the third kind. LINC, this one is soul. Maro stepped into the room. The guiding light followed, illuminating the curved wall in a wash of blue-white, and the engravings blazed to life. The central marker was unmistakable once LINC pointed it out. A star with 8 orbital bodies in precise relative position, the third one circled with additional notation so dense it looked like the symbol itself was growing fur. But the surrounding engravings dwarfed the astronomical data. They covered every surface, walls, ceiling, the recessed floor, in layers upon layers of biological notation, the branching taxonomic patterns LINC had identified earlier, but here proliferating to an extent that made the corridor outside look sparse. "How much data is in this room?" Maro asked. LINC was running his optical sensors across the walls in a slow, methodical sweep, the kind of careful attention Maro had only seen him give to anomalous readings that frightened him. At the information density I've been estimating, conservatively several petabytes, encoded in physical engravings, on stone. Not stone. No, you're right. Whatever this material is, it's not stone. But the point stands. LINC moved closer to the rear wall, where the notation was densest. His 2 long limbs carried him in a careful, almost reverent gait. The biological records are stratified chronologically, oldest at the deepest engraving layer, newest at the surface. I can see taxonomic branches being added over time, splitting, developing. This room documents. His voice caught. It was the same crack from the corridor, the speech synthesizer expressing something it wasn't built for. This room documents the entire evolutionary history of life on Earth. Maro stood very still. Starting from, I need more time for precise dating, but the deepest layer references organisms consistent with early marine life, Precambrian analogs. The progression tracks through what I can only describe as a paleontological record, Maro. Arthropods, vertebrates, the great diversifications, the extinctions. LINC's finger traced a long, sweeping branch that climbed the wall and then terminated abruptly in a sharp horizontal line. This line, the end of the Cretaceous, the deep impact event, 65 million years ago. When the ship was sealed inside the asteroid. Yes. LINC moved his hand upward, past the termination line. Above it, the wall was blank. Smooth, unmarked material. The same dark surface that covered everything, but here bare of any engravings at all. Waiting. The records stop here. Everything after the Cretaceous boundary. The rise of mammals, the emergence of primates, the development of Homo sapiens. None of it is documented. They sealed this ship and stopped observing approximately 65 million years ago. They never saw us, Maro. They never knew we were coming. The room felt smaller suddenly. Or Maro felt smaller. A man in a cracked boot standing in a room that had catalogued every living thing his planet had ever produced, and the beings who built it had left before the most interesting part. "Why stop?" he said. "Why record hundreds of millions of years and then just stop?" "I don't know yet, but the termination is deliberate. The recording surface above the boundary line is prepared, smooth, ready for additional engravings. They intended to return, or intended something to continue the work." LINC's optical sensors met Maro's eyes through his visor. They expected the story to keep going. They just weren't here to write it. Maro looked at the blank wall above the termination line. 200,000 years of human history. Fire, language, agriculture, cities, mathematics, spaceflight. All fitting in that empty space. Unrecorded. Unknown to whatever vast intelligence had carved this room, and then fallen silent. "Let's keep moving," he said. The guiding light was already ahead of them, brightening a passage at the room's far end that Maro hadn't noticed before, narrower than the main corridor, sloping gently downward. They followed it. The passage curved in a long spiral, descending at a grade steep enough that LINC had to brace one hand against the wall to keep his balance, his magnetic boots struggling with the slope. Twice he slipped, catching himself with a gracelessness that would have been funny if Maro's pulse weren't climbing with every downward step. The spiral widened. The passage opened, and they stepped into a sphere. It was enormous, at least 80 meters across, the walls curving away above and below them in every direction. They stood on a narrow walkway that jutted from the wall like a tongue, extending toward the center of the sphere and terminating in a circular platform perhaps 5 meters in diameter. The walkway had no railing. Below and above, the sphere's inner surface was covered in the densest engraving field Maro had seen yet. A solid shell of symbols, every one dark and unlit. The chamber was cold, noticeably colder than the corridor. A sudden sharp drop that hit Maro through his suit's thermal layer and raised the hair on his forearms. After the consistent 18-degree warmth of the ship, the cold felt intentional, a warning, or a boundary. "Temperature drop of 11 degrees, LINC confirmed, his voice hushed. "And there's a faint vibration in the floor, subsonic. I can measure it, but you might only feel it as unease," Maro said. "Yeah, I feel it." They walked to the platform at the end of the walkway. Their footsteps were swallowed by the sphere's acoustics. No echo, no reflection, just silence absorbing sound the way the ship's hull absorbed light. The platform was bare, smooth, dark, featureless. They stood at its center, 2 small figures suspended in a hollow globe covered in dead symbols, and for a long moment, nothing happened. Then LINC said, "Oh," very softly, in a voice Maro had never heard from him before. Not wonder, not fear, but something between recognition and vertigo, as though the universe had just rearranged itself and he was watching it settle. The engravings lit up. All of them, every symbol on every surface of the sphere blazed to life simultaneously, not in the guiding blue-white of the corridors, but in a deep, burning amber that made the air itself seem to glow. And then they detached. The symbols lifted from the walls. They floated free, each one a point of amber light, and they migrated inward, converging toward the center of the sphere, toward Maro and LINC on their platform, and assembled themselves into a structure that hung in the air around them like a cathedral made of fire. Stars. Each symbol became a star, positioned in 3-dimensional space with a precision that made Maro's breath stop. He was standing inside a star map, not a flat projection, not a screen, a holographic representation of the galaxy that surrounded him on all sides, above and below, thousands of amber points of light hanging in the dark, each one connected to its neighbors by gossamer threads that pulsed with data he couldn't read. "I'm counting approximately 14,000 stellar systems," LINC whispered. "Mapped, catalogued, flagged." His voice was raw. The crack in his synthesizer hadn't healed. "This is their survey, Maro. 14,000 worlds they were watching." Maro turned in place, slowly. The stars moved with him, the holographic field responsive to his position, swelling around whichever section he faced. He could see clusters, dense knots of flagged systems in what he guessed were galactic arms, and vast, empty stretches between them. Some stars burned brighter than others, some pulsed. A handful were dimmed almost to nothing, barely visible, and connected to no threads at all. "Can you find Sol?" "Already looking." LINC's optical sensors swept the holographic field, and Maro watched them lock onto a point slightly below their platform's plane, about 6 meters away. "There." Maro walked to the edge of the platform. The star hung in empty air, a modest amber point, its connecting threads sparse compared to the dense networks elsewhere in the map. Around it, 8 tiny bodies orbited in accelerated miniature, their paths traced in fine gold light. The third planet from the star was marked. Marked with a symbol Maro hadn't seen anywhere else in the ship. It was distinct from the stellar notation, distinct from the biological taxonomies, distinct from anything LINC had catalogued. A complex, multi-layered glyph that seemed to shift depending on the angle, now geometric, now organic, now something in between, overlaid directly on the tiny representation of Earth. LINC. That symbol. "I see it." LINC was already running analysis, his processing hum climbing to its strained pitch. "It's unique in the current visible dataset. I can see similar notation on..." He turned, scanning. 17. 17 other systems in this map carry the same base glyph, though each has individual modifications. The core symbol is consistent. What does it mean? I don't know, but whatever it signifies, it was applied to Earth specifically, not to the solar system at large, and the 17 other systems bearing it are spread across the entire map. No geographic clustering. He paused. It's a classification, a category. Earth belongs to a group of 18 out of 14,000. Before Maro could respond, the temperature dropped again. Not gradually, a sudden sharp plunge that drove the cold through his suit and into his bones. LINC stiffened. The holographic star map flickered, and every one of the 14,000 amber points dimmed for a single heartbeat before blazing back, brighter than before. And then, new symbols appeared. They materialized on every surface of the sphere simultaneously. Walls, platform, walkway, burning through the original engravings in a script that was larger, bolder, unmissable. The same symbols repeated over and over, covering the chamber in a pattern that even Maro's untrained eye recognized as urgent. "LINC!" "I see it. It's a numerical sequence, base 12 notation. I can..." His voice went flat, stripped of wit, stripped of affect. The voice he used when processing something that frightened him. "It's a timer, Maro." The numbers burned on every surface. As Maro watched, the last digit changed, decremented. Counting down? Yes. LINC's optical sensors were fixed on the figures, tracking the decrement. Based on the interval between changes and the base 12 numerical system, the total duration from the initial value is approximately... A long pause. His processing hum peaked and held. 71 hours, 47 minutes, and 12 seconds. Roughly 72 hours from activation. Activation? You mean... I mean right now. The timer began when the star map engaged, when we stepped onto this platform. LINC turned to face him. The amber light of 14,000 surveyed worlds reflected in his optical sensors. We triggered it. Whatever this countdown measures, it started because we're here. The cold pressed in around them. The subsonic vibration in the floor had intensified. Maro could feel it in his teeth now, in his sternum. A deep thrumming that was too regular to be mechanical and too deliberate to be natural. The chamber felt suddenly not like a library or an observatory, but like something else entirely. Something with a purpose that hadn't revealed itself yet. Something patient and vast and utterly indifferent to the two small, fragile figures standing at its center. 71 hours, 46 minutes. The numbers changed again. "We should figure out what happens when it reaches zero," Maro said. LINC looked at the stars, looked at the small amber point that was home, looked at the symbol overlaid on the third planet that neither of them could read. "Yes," he said. "I think we really should." Chapter 4. The Cartographers. The numbers kept falling. Maro stood at the edge of the central platform, watching the base 12 figures decrement across the curved inner surface of the sphere. Each change was silent. No click, no chime, just the smooth replacement of one symbol by another, and somehow that made it worse. A clock that ticked gave you something to brace against. This one simply erased the future in neat increments. 70 hours, 31 minutes. They'd been at it for over an hour. LINC hadn't moved from his position near the platform's edge, where the holographic star map was densest. He'd gone into what Maro privately thought of as his trance state, optical sensors cycling through rapid focal adjustments, articulated fingers tracing patterns in the air that corresponded to nothing Maro could see, the low processing hum filling the sphere like the drone of a transformer station. Occasionally, his hand would jerk sideways, tracking a connection between star systems, and the gossamer threads of the map would flare briefly in response. "Talk to me," Maro said. "I'm cross-referencing. The notation in the Sol room, Earth's observation pod, uses a subset of the symbolic vocabulary in here. But the central chamber operates at a higher register. Think of it as the difference between a field journal and a peer-reviewed publication. The observation pods record raw data. This chamber synthesizes it." "Synthesizes it into what?" LINC's fingers paused mid-gesture. "Purpose." He turned and moved back along the walkway toward the spiraling passage, his magnetic boots clanking against the alien material. "I need to go back to the Sol room. There are transitional glyphs in the termination line region, the boundary where the records stop at the Cretaceous, that I only glanced at before. They may bridge the notation systems." Maro followed. The walkway was barely wide enough for the two of them to walk abreast, and it had no railing. 80 meters of empty sphere yawned beneath them on both sides. He kept his eyes forward. They climbed back through the spiraling passage, which was warmer than the central chamber by exactly the 11 degrees LINC had measured earlier. The consistency unsettled Maro. Not temperature fluctuations, temperature decisions. This ship maintained its thermal gradients with the same deliberation that had guided their path with light. The Sol room was as they'd left it. Dense engravings covering every surface, the small amber marker of a star with 8 orbital bodies, the third planet, annotated so heavily that its section of wall was almost sculptural. Layers upon layers of carved data rising in chronological strata, from simple marine organisms to the complex branching explosion of the Mesozoic. And above it all, that sharp horizontal line, the Cretaceous boundary, the terminus. LINC dropped to one knee beside the boundary line, his 2 long limbs folding at angles that looked uncomfortable even for a synthetic. His optical sensors narrowed to their tightest focal mode, and Maro watched the reflected amber light play across the planes of his matte gray face. "The transitional glyphs here are different from anything in the corridor," LINC murmured. "They're not descriptive. They're procedural." "Procedural how?" "Instructions, contingencies, if-then structures." His fingers hovered millimeters from the wall, tracing without touching. "This symbol, the one overlaid on the third planet in the central chamber map, appears here repeatedly, always in conjunction with temporal markers, and always oriented toward the blank space above." The blank space. That smooth, prepared surface above the termination line where no data had ever been carved, where the builders had intended to return and write the next chapter. "The blank isn't empty," LINC said. His voice had gone quiet. Not flat, not the frightened monotone from the central chamber, but quiet in a way that carried weight. "It's reserved. It's a field left open for results." Results of what? LINC stood. His knee joint protested with a faint mechanical click that echoed in the acoustically shaped room. "I need to compare this with 3 other observation pods. Give me 20 minutes. He was gone for 37. Maro spent the time in the Soul Room, standing before Earth's evolutionary record, trying to read it the way LINC described, kinetically, letting his body move through the space so the shadows and depths shifted. He couldn't decode the notation, but he could feel the shape of it, the long, slow vertical climb from simple to complex, the periodic devastations, horizontal disruptions where everything contracted before blooming again, wider and wilder than before. The final, violent termination line. Something had been watching Earth's biosphere for hundreds of millions of years with extraordinary precision and patience, cataloging every branch, every dead end, every explosion of form. And then it had stopped, sealed the room, left a blank space for the future, and set a countdown. LINC returned at a pace that, for him, constituted running. A rapid, ungainly stride that involved both shoulders contacting the corridor walls in alternation. 3 other pods, he said, slightly breathless in a way that was entirely performative since he didn't breathe. Tau Ceti, Gliese 667c, and one system I couldn't match to our catalogs, a red dwarf approximately 9,000 light-years coreward. He stepped into the Sol room, and his optical sensors burned. All 3 carry the same classification glyph as Earth. All 3 have terminated observation records, and all 3 have the same procedural notation at their termination boundaries. All 18 might. Almost certainly. The symbol, this classification, it doesn't just mark these worlds as special. It marks them as candidates. LINC's articulated fingers wove through the air as if assembling an invisible model. The Cartographers, that's what I'm calling them for lack of a better term, their self-referential glyph translates more literally as something like "those who map the becoming," which is poetic but unwieldy. LINC. The Cartographers identified candidate worlds where complex intelligence was likely to evolve. They tracked the biological development over geological timescales. They seeded, or perhaps simply flagged, the notation is ambiguous, worlds where the evolutionary trajectory suggested an eventual dominant sapient species. 18 worlds out of 14,000. 18 worlds out of 14,000 surveyed, which, given the scope of the galaxy, suggests the Cartographers' survey was itself incomplete. But yes, 18 worlds where they predicted the emergence of something worth talking to. The phrase landed oddly. Something worth talking to. As if the entire 4-billion-year pageant of Earth's biosphere had been a garden tended toward a single conversational partner. The procedural notation at the termination boundaries, LINC continued, is consistent across all 4 pods I examined. It describes a protocol, a sequence of events triggered by specific conditions. He paused. His processing hum shifted, that strained, high-pitched quality from the central chamber creeping back in. The keyword glyph that recurs most frequently in this protocol translates, in the context I can reconstruct, as something between threshold and examination. The connotation is evaluative, a test. Maro looked at the blank wall above the Cretaceous boundary. A test for what? Readiness. LINC turned to face him directly. Maro, this ship, this entire installation, isn't a library. It's not a museum or an archive, though it contains all of those things. Its primary function is evaluative. The cartographers built it, placed it in proximity to a candidate world, and left it waiting for the moment when that world's dominant species developed the capability to find it. A test of readiness, Maro repeated. Ready for what? Contact, inclusion, the connecting threads in the star map, those gossamer filaments between systems. They represent communication pathways, an active network. Species that passed the threshold were integrated into it, given access to knowledge, resources, contact with others. LINC's optical sensors shifted to the wall of Earth's evolutionary history. The species that fail. He stopped. LINC? There's a secondary procedural pathway in the protocol, a failure condition. The notation is, his processing hum spiked sharply, then dropped to near silence. When he spoke again, his voice was very precise, very controlled. The 3 other observation pods I examined, Tau Ceti, Gliese 667c, and the unmatched red dwarf. Their terminated records, the Cretaceous equivalent boundary lines, are different from Earth's. Different how? Earth's boundary line terminates the record, but the wall above is prepared, blank, waiting. The other 3. LINC hesitated. It was the first time Maro had ever seen him hesitate over factual information. The other 3 have no blank space. The records terminate, and the wall above is sealed. Smooth, continuous material with no preparation for further inscription, as if the story is over. The Sol room felt smaller. In 2 of the 3, the final notation before the seal includes a glyph I've been unable to translate, but it appears in the central chamber's procedural framework in direct connection with the failure condition of the threshold protocol. LINC's optical sensors met Maro's. I found the same glyph in the countdown. Maro's mouth had gone dry inside his helmet. What does it mean? The direct translation is imprecise. The closest English equivalents, depending on contextual weighting, are cleansing, return to baseline, or sterilization. The word hung between them. The countdown isn't a deadline for the test, LINC said. The countdown is the default outcome. When it reaches 0, the failure protocol activates, the sterilization protocol. He said the next part with the same precise control, as if laying each word down on a glass surface that might crack. The test is how you stop it. Maro didn't move, couldn't move. The engravings on the walls, those meticulous petabyte-dense records of 4 billion years of life on Earth, suddenly looked different. Not like a catalog, like an epitaph waiting to be sealed. Those other worlds, he said, Tau Ceti, the red dwarf, they failed. Their records were sealed. The implication is inescapable. And sterilized means... Every definition I can construct from context indicates the elimination of complex life. Whether this is accomplished through biological, energetic, or some unknown mechanism, the protocol's intent is unambiguous. A world that fails the threshold evaluation is returned to a pre-sapient state, or possibly a prebiotic one. LINC's voice dropped. The cartographers didn't just map intelligence, Maro. They curated it. Worlds that produced species deemed ready were welcomed. Worlds that didn't were wiped clean. Reset. The notation suggests they viewed it as preparation for a future cycle. A new chance for the biosphere to produce something different, something that might pass. Maro's legs gave out. Not dramatically, not a collapse. His knees simply stopped holding him, and he sat down hard on the Sol room's floor, the impact jarring up through his EVA suit. The cracked sole of his left boot caught on a threshold ridge, and he felt the worn material flex. 8 billion people. The number wasn't real. He'd heard it 1,000 times, in news feeds, in census reports, in the dry briefing documents the Outer System Mining Authority distributed about resource allocation and population projections. 8 billion. A statistic. A rounding error in the Cartographers' 14,000 system survey. His parents in Thessaloniki. His father's hand on his mother's shoulder. The bougainvillea climbing the wall in magenta so vivid it hurt to look at in the photograph because nothing in space was that color. Nothing in the asteroid belt came within 1 billion kilometers of that color. His ex-wife, whose name he still couldn't say on certain days. The survey teams on Ceres. The relay operators on the Jovian platforms. The children who would never know that a 44-year-old man with a broken wristwatch and a cracked boot had walked into a room and started a clock that counted down to the end of everything. "I can't," Maro said. His voice came out wrong, thick and airless, as if the suit had stopped cycling. "LINC, this isn't... We're a mineral survey. We catalog rocks. We don't..." Maro.
"We're not qualified for this. I'm not a diplomat or a scientist I'm 44 years old and I can't sleep and my boot is broken and I was going to retire. I was going to go home and eat food that didn't come from a pouch and sit in a room that had a window with actual sunlight, and I was 47 days from..."
Maro. LINC knelt beside him. The motion was awkward. His joints weren't designed for kneeling on alien floors, and he had to brace one hand against the wall to keep from toppling sideways. His articulated fingers left a faint impression against the engravings. "Maro, look at me." Maro looked. LINC's optical sensors were steady, not cycling, not adjusting focal depth, not tracking data streams. Just steady. Fixed on Maro's face with an attention that had nothing to do with processing. "In 1962, LINC said, a Soviet submarine officer named Vasily Arkhipov refused to authorize a nuclear torpedo launch during the Cuban Missile Crisis. He was not a head of state. He was not a general or a diplomat or a strategist. He was a man on a submarine who had the authority and the judgment to say no when the pressure demanded yes. He didn't save the world because he was qualified. He saved it because he was there." That's not the same. It is exactly the same. The qualification is presence. The qualification is the willingness to act when you're the only one who can. LINC's hand, the one not bracing against the wall, moved to Maro's shoulder. The grip was clumsy. Synthetic fingers weren't designed for comfort. They were designed for keypads and data ports. But the pressure was deliberate, chosen. "I have access to more raw analytical power than any human being alive," LINC said. "I can cross-reference 14 notation systems simultaneously and model probability distributions across multivariable alien frameworks. But I cannot do what you do. I cannot feel what you feel. I cannot look at a set of branching symbols on a wall and intuit biological taxonomy before I've run a single analytical model. I cannot make the leaps that have no logical bridge." His grip tightened slightly. "You are the most qualified person in this room by the only metric that matters, which is that you are the only person in this room. LINC, I am, at best, a very expensive calculator with a personality disorder and an inexplicable fondness for a man who has read approximately 11 pages of Marcus Aurelius in 6 months. But I believe, and I recognize that belief is not a standard function of my architecture. I believe that if anyone can find a way through this, it's the man whose gut instincts have overridden protocol 3 times and who is still alive to regret it." The Sol room was quiet, except for LINC's processing hum, which had settled to its steady low drone. The amber light of Earth's evolutionary record played across both of them. The man in the worn EVA suit, and the android balanced on one knee with his hand on that man's shoulder. Maro breathed. The air inside his helmet tasted the same as it had 5 minutes ago. Recycled, filtered, faintly stale. His hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against the alien floor, feeling the unknown material through his gloves, cool and impossibly smooth. 65 million years, he said. Approximately. They set this up 65 million years ago. Before mammals, before primates, before anything remotely like us. Yes, they were expecting something else. The biological development timeline in this room tracks a clear trajectory toward increasingly sophisticated cold-blooded neural architectures. The predicted endpoint, the species they expected to emerge as Earth's dominant sapient form, would have been a reptilian analog, something descended from the same lineage as the theropod dinosaurs, had the KPG extinction event not occurred. But it did. It did, and they never came back to check. Maro looked up at the blank wall above the termination line, the smooth, prepared surface where the next chapter of Earth's story was supposed to be written. A chapter about intelligent reptiles who would find this ship and understand its symbols and pass its test, because the test had been designed for them. Instead, 65 million years of unobserved evolution had produced primates, then hominids, then humans. A species the cartographers had never anticipated, never calibrated for, never planned to evaluate. And now, 2 of those unplanned beings were sitting on the floor of an observation room, 70 hours from the sterilization of their world, trying to figure out how to pass a test that had been written for someone else entirely. Maro pressed his hands against the floor one more time. Then he pushed himself to his feet. "All right," he said. LINC looked up at him from the floor, still braced awkwardly against the wall. "All right," Maro repeated. "We don't have qualifications. We don't have backup. We don't have communications. We have—" He looked at his cracked boot, his broken wristwatch, his gloved hands that were still trembling but now clenched into fists. "We have whatever this is, so let's go find out what the test looks like." LINC rose, his joints protesting in a sequential cascade of small mechanical complaints. He straightened his 2 long limbs and his optical sensors brightened. "For the record," LINC said, "I want to note that of all the beings in the galaxy who might have stumbled upon this particular alien installation, the cosmos selected a man 47 days from retirement and an android who can't walk through a corridor without hitting both walls." Noted. History will either regard this as the most improbable rescue in the annals of civilization, or nobody will be around to regard it as anything. I know. Maro turned toward the corridor. The guiding lights were already brightening ahead, dimming behind. The ship knew they were moving, knew where they needed to go. Let's not give them the second option. The light led them forward. Somewhere in the central chamber, 69 hours and 42 minutes burned silently across the walls, and the vast, patient architecture of the threshold station waited to see what the wrong species would do. Chapter 5. Wrong Species. The guiding lights led them through corridors that narrowed and branched and narrowed again, always choosing for them, always one step ahead. Maro had stopped trying to memorize the turns after the 4th junction. The ship knew where they were going. He didn't need to. LINC walked beside him, his 2 long limbs folding and unfolding in that distinctive gait, shoulders clipping walls in alternation, feet catching on thresholds his stride anticipated wrong every time. His processing hum had settled into a low, steady drone. Thinking mode, not panicking mode. "We've descended approximately 40 meters from the central chamber level," LINC said. "The ambient temperature has dropped 2 degrees. The engraving density on the walls has decreased by roughly 60%. Fewer words, more function. That would be my interpretation, yes. We're moving from the library into the examination hall. The corridor terminated at a wall. No door, no aperture, just smooth, dark material stretching floor to ceiling, its surface carrying that faint prismatic sheen Maro had come to associate with the station's deeper architecture. He stopped. LINC stopped beside him, his optical sensors sweeping the surface. Dead end? I don't think so. LINC tilted his head, processing. The thermal gradient here is intentional. The wall surface is 3.7 degrees warmer than the surrounding corridor. And there's a vibration pattern, very low frequency, below human hearing. It's pulsing, rhythmically, like a heartbeat, like a mechanism waiting for input. Maro reached out and pressed his gloved palm flat against the wall. The material was warm through his glove, almost alive. Nothing happened. Try removing the glove, LINC suggested. You want me to touch an alien surface with bare skin. I want to note that the atmosphere has been Earth standard for the entirety of our visit. The material has shown no reactive or corrosive properties, and the ship has gone to considerable effort to guide us here rather than kill us. But yes, I acknowledge the request sounds inadvisable. Maro pulled off his right glove and pressed his bare hand to the wall. The material was warm, warmer than 18 degrees, closer to human body temperature. Smooth as glass, but with some texture beneath, like grain in wood, oriented downward. Under his palm, he felt the vibration LINC had described. Not a heartbeat, slower, more deliberate, like breathing. The wall dissolved. Not opened, dissolved. The material retreated from his hand in concentric ripples, pulling apart like oil on water, reorganizing itself into an archway 3 meters wide and 4 meters tall. Beyond it lay darkness, punctuated by faint amber points of light scattered at varying depths and heights, like stars reflected in a dark lake. After you, LINC said. You always say that. My self-preservation heuristics are, admittedly, quite robust. Maro stepped through. The chamber activated. Light flooded inward from every direction simultaneously, not harsh, not gradual, but immediate and total, as though someone had folded the concept of illumination into the space and unfolded it all at once. Maro squinted, his hand coming up reflexively, and when his vision adjusted, he found himself standing at the edge of something vast. The room was enormous, at least 60 meters across, with a ceiling that curved upward into a dome at perhaps 30 meters high. The floor was dark and featureless except for a raised circular platform at the center, maybe 8 meters in diameter, with no railings, no markings. But what filled the space between floor and dome was not empty air. It was a world. A holographic biosphere materialized around them in layers. First, the terrain, a sprawling landscape of shallow thermal pools and dense ferny vegetation stretching to the curved walls. Then, the atmosphere, visible currents of humid air rendered in translucent blue-green, carrying particulate matter and spores. Then the organisms, hundreds of them, thousands, small darting creatures in the pools, their bodies scaled and elongated. Larger forms moving through the vegetation in deliberate patterns, hexapodal, armored, communicating through chromatic flashes along their flanks. Flying organisms with membranous wings riding the thermal columns. Burrowing organisms visible in cross-section beneath the soil layer, their tunnel networks branching in fractal patterns. And at the margins, larger predators, cold-eyed, patient, built for ambush. The entire ecosystem hummed, not with sound, with data. LINC's processing hum spiked immediately, a high-pitched whine Maro had learned to associate with information overload. "This is extraordinary," LINC breathed.
Every organism is modeled with full metabolic parameters. Energy intake, thermal regulation, reproductive cycles, territorial behavior. This isn't a simulation. It's a working model. The level of biological detail is... His optical sensors cycled rapidly. I'm tracking over 400 distinct species across 12 trophic levels.
It's a test, Maro said. Focus. Symbols materialized at the platform's edge. A ring of glyphs projected onto the dark floor, each one distinct, pulsing faintly. 7 of them, arranged in a semicircle facing the biosphere. Above each glyph, a smaller holographic projection appeared. Schematic representations of different interventions. Maro couldn't read the symbols, but the schematics were visual enough to parse. One showed a thermal shift, the pools warming. Another showed the introduction of a new organism. A third depicted the removal of a vegetation type. A fourth showed a geological event, the ground fracturing along a fault line. Options, Maro said. They're giving us choices. LINC moved to the platform's edge, kneeling with the usual click and protest of his joints, studying the glyphs. 7 intervention options. The biosphere is currently in a state of... Let me read this. His fingers traced the air above the symbols without touching them. Decline. Several indicator species are trending toward collapse. The ecosystem is destabilizing. As if in confirmation, the holographic biosphere shifted. In the nearest thermal pool, a cluster of small-scaled organisms, the same darting creatures Maro had noticed first, began dying. Their bodies floated to the surface in 1s and 2s, then in dozens, their luminescent spots dimming. The hexapodal grazers in the vegetation slowed their movements, chromatic signals flickering erratically. Something in the atmosphere layer changed color, a subtle shift from blue-green toward amber. It's a crisis scenario, Maro said. Ecosystem collapse. We choose how to intervene. The cartographers built this as a readiness evaluation. This makes sense as a first-order assessment. Can the candidate species identify ecological dynamics and make corrective interventions? Resource management, systems thinking, the foundational competencies of any civilization that's going to manage a planet. Maro looked at the 7 options. The schematics were clear enough. Inputs and predicted cascading effects rendered as branching probability trees. He didn't need LINC to tell him which one felt right. The thermal pools, he said. Those small organisms, they're the base of the food web. Everything else depends on them. The pool temperature is rising, killing them off. If we stabilize the thermal input... He pointed to the first option, the thermal shift schematic. Cool the pools back down. Arrest the die-off at the base. Everything above it stabilizes. That's reasonable, LINC said carefully. The cascade logic supports it. Stabilizing the primary producers should propagate upward. Then let's do it. LINC hesitated. Something in his optical sensors, a flicker Maro had learned to read over 6 months as uncertainty. Then, proceeding. LINC's articulated fingers pressed the glyph. The biosphere responded. The thermal pools shifted color, cooler, bluer. The small organisms stopped dying. For a moment, the system seemed to stabilize. Maro felt a breath release he hadn't known he was holding. Then the flying organisms began falling. They dropped from the thermal columns in clusters, membranes contracting, spiraling downward into the vegetation. Within seconds, dozens of them lay motionless on the fern canopy. The hexapodal grazers, deprived of the aerial spore distribution the flyers maintained, began moving erratically, their chromatic signals going dark. A chain reaction rolled through the visible ecosystem. New die-offs, new collapses, different species, different mechanisms, same result. A deep vibration thrummed through the floor, not the breathing rhythm from before, harder, judgmental. New symbols flashed at the platform's edge, a second crisis state. The ecosystem had shifted from one failure mode into another, and the 7 intervention options reconfigured. New schematics, new choices.
The thermal correction disrupted the atmospheric convection patterns, LINC said, his processing hum climbing. The flying organisms depended on specific thermal differentials to remain airborne and distribute reproductive spores. Cooling the pools collapsed the convection cells. The cascade— I see the cascade. Maro clenched his jaw. All right, the atmospheric issue. We need to restore the convection. Option 3. Introduce a geological thermal vent to replace the heat source without raising pool temperatures. LINC analyzed the schematic. It's the most surgical option. Localized heat injection into the atmospheric layer without direct contact with the aquatic biome. Do it. LINC pressed the glyph. The geological vent activated in the hologram. A fissure opening in the terrain, venting warm air into the atmospheric layer. The convection cells began reforming. Some of the flying organisms stirred, membranes expanding. Maro watched, jaw tight, waiting. The burrowing organisms died. The fracture pattern from the geological vent intersected their tunnel networks. The cross-section view showed structural collapse cascading through the subterranean system, organisms crushed or trapped, their carefully maintained fungal gardens destroyed. The predators at the margins, deprived of burrower prey, began hunting the hexapodal grazers instead. The grazers, already weakened, couldn't sustain the pressure. The biosphere spiraled into a deeper failure state. 3 trophic levels compromised. The ambient hum of the chamber dropped in pitch. Lower, colder. We're making it worse, Maro said. Every intervention we've selected has produced second and third order consequences that accelerate the collapse rather than arrest it. LINC's voice had gone flat, that stripped, witless tone he adopted when processing something that frightened him. The ecosystem's interdependencies are extraordinarily dense. Each variable connects to every other variable through at least 3 intermediate pathways. So we need to think further ahead. Model the whole system, not just the immediate crisis. I've been trying. LINC's processing hum was a high-strained whine now, spiking and dipping. The probability distributions across this many interdependent variables are— I'm running 14 models simultaneously, and none of them converge. Every intervention path I project leads to cascading failures within 2 to 4 steps. The options reconfigured again. A third crisis state. Fewer healthy species. The amber tint in the atmosphere had deepened. Maro could feel the holographic ecosystem dying around them. Not physically, but in the way the light changed, the way the vibrations in the floor grew heavier, more insistent. Option 6, Maro said. Remove the compromised species entirely. Cut the losses. Let the remaining species fill the gaps. Ecologically, that's a scorched earth approach. You'd be sacrificing biodiversity for stability. We're losing both anyway. LINC pressed it. The dying species vanished from the hologram. The ecosystem contracted, simplified. For 3 seconds, the remaining organisms seemed to find equilibrium. The predators adjusting, the grazers expanding range, the atmospheric chemistry shifting toward a new balance. Then the thermal pools dried up entirely. Without the organisms they'd removed, which, Maro now saw with sickening clarity, had been maintaining the mineral balance in the water through their metabolic byproducts, the pool chemistry shifted past a critical threshold. The water became toxic. The base producers died. Everything collapsed. The holographic biosphere went dark. Not dimmed, not faded. Dark. Every organism, every pool, every frond and spore and darting scaled body. Gone. The chamber held only the empty terrain, barren and brown, and 2 figures standing on a platform in the center of nothing. The floor vibration ceased. The silence that replaced it was worse.
LINC didn't move. His processing hum had dropped to near inaudibility, that deep, still silence Maro had catalogued in his private taxonomy. The silence of encountering something uncategorizable. Then, very quietly, "Maro." "Yeah? I've been analyzing our failure pattern. Not just the choices themselves, but the decision-making architecture underlying them. The way we prioritized variables, the way we assessed risk, the way we weighted outcomes." A pause. His optical sensors dimmed. "We were never going to get this right." Maro turned to look at him. "Explain." "The ecosystem's interdependencies aren't just complex. They're organized around sensory and cognitive parameters that don't align with human perception. The critical variable in the first crisis wasn't the pool temperature. It was the infrared thermal gradient between the pools and the surrounding air. The flying organisms navigate by heat vision. They perceive temperature differentials the way we perceive color. The correct first intervention wasn't to cool the pools. It was to adjust the thermal contrast between the pools and the ambient environment, a distinction our visual cognition doesn't naturally make. LINC rose, joints clicking, and began pacing the platform. 3 steps in one direction, pivot, 3 steps back. His shoulders twitched with each turn, a physical manifestation of computational distress. The second intervention, the geological vent. The correct approach would have been to redirect the burrowing organism's tunnel network first, consolidating their population into a smaller, protected zone before introducing the thermal vent. But that option required perceiving the tunnel network through substrate vibration, a sensory modality the test assumes the candidate species possesses. The glyph for that option encoded a vibration frequency parameter I initially misread as decorative notation. Because we don't think in vibrations. Because the species this test was designed for does. Maro, every option in every stage of this scenario was weighted toward a cognitive architecture based on thermal perception, substrate vibration sensitivity, and collectivist resource distribution. The value hierarchy embedded in the choices prioritizes colony stability over individual organism survival. The correct answers aren't just different from what we chose. They're fundamentally inaccessible to human reasoning without extensive recalibration. LINC stopped pacing. His optical sensors found Maro's eyes. This test was designed for the reptilian analog species, cold-blooded, heat-sensing, vibration-communicating, colony-organized. The cognitive framework, the sensory assumptions, the moral weighting, all of it calibrated for an intelligence that processes the world through thermal gradients and collective survival imperatives, rather than visual pattern recognition and individual empathy. The words settled into the dead air of the empty chamber. Maro stared at the barren terrain where the biosphere had been. 400 species, 12 trophic levels. Gone because he and LINC had tried to save them, the way humans would save them. Stabilize the base, protect individuals, cut losses strategically, instead of the way a cold-blooded collective intelligence would have. We were the wrong species, getting the wrong answers, Maro said. With extraordinary confidence and competence, I might add. Our reasoning was internally sound, ecologically sophisticated even. It simply operated on fundamentally incorrect axioms. A new vibration rose through the floor. Not the breathing rhythm, not the judgmental thrum. Something deeper and colder, resonating through the platform and up through Maro's boots into his bones. The amber points of light that had lined the chamber walls began going out, one by one from the periphery inward. A darkness closing in. And in the central chamber, somewhere above them, a change registered. LINC's head snapped up, his processing hum spiked to a piercing whine, then cut out entirely. A silence more alarming than any sound. "The countdown," he said. "What about it?" "It just accelerated,"
12 hours. We lost 12 hours.
The number hit Maro like a physical blow. 12 hours. Gone. Subtracted from their remaining time like interest on a debt they'd already been unable to pay. He did the arithmetic without wanting to. They'd had roughly 69 hours when they left the Sol room. Subtract the time they'd spent finding this chamber, running the test, failing. Call it an hour and a half. Subtract 12. What are we at? LINC's voice was barely above a whisper. Approximately 56 hours, 14 minutes. 56 hours. The countdown had started at 72. They'd already burned nearly a quarter of their time, and they'd completed exactly one test, with exactly 0 correct results. Maro sat down on the platform. Not a collapse, a deliberate lowering of his body to the floor, legs crossing, hands on his knees, the way he'd sat in the Sol room an hour ago when the weight of 8 billion lives had dropped onto his shoulders. But this was different. An hour ago he'd been terrified. Now he was terrified and 12 hours poorer, and the shape of the problem had changed from impossible to something worse. Impossible in a way he now understood. The darkness continued closing in. The amber lights winked out until only the platform itself glowed, a pale circle in an ocean of nothing. 2 figures hunched at its center. Every test, Maro said slowly, every test in this station is going to be built the same way. Calibrated for a species that thinks in heat and vibration and colony dynamics. Not for anything like us. That is my assessment, yes. And every time we fail, we lose time. The 12-hour penalty suggests the cartographers built meaningful consequences into the evaluation framework. Failure is not simply recorded, it is punished. Maro pressed his palms against his eyes. Behind the darkness of his hands, he saw the holographic biosphere dying. 400 species winking out because he'd told LINC to cool the pools instead of adjusting the thermal contrast. Because he'd thought like a human. Because he was one. LINC. Yes? How many tests are there? Unknown. The procedural glyphs I decoded in the Sol room suggested a multi-stage evaluation, but I couldn't determine the number of stages. At minimum, I'd estimate 3, possibly more. And if we fail each one the same way, human answers to reptilian questions, we lose 12 hours per failure. If the penalty is consistent, yes. 3 failures would cost 36 hours. We cannot afford that. 56 hours. 36 hours of potential penalties. 20 hours of margin minus transit time, minus thinking time, minus every minute LINC needed to process and Maro needed to not lose his mind. The math didn't work. We need a different approach, Maro said. Agreed. We can't just answer as ourselves and hope we get lucky. The test isn't testing what we know. It's testing how we think. And we think wrong. By design. By 65 million years of evolutionary divergence from whatever the cartographers expected to walk through that door. Also agreed. Maro dropped his hands from his eyes and looked at LINC. The android sat 3 feet away, his matte gray frame dim in the fading light, his optical sensors the brightest points in the chamber, 2 blue-white stars in the dark. His 2 long limbs were folded awkwardly, knees higher than his hips, shoulders hunched. He looked, Maro thought, like a man who'd been told the answer key to the exam was written in a language he couldn't speak. You said you could identify the cognitive framework, Maro said. The thermal perception, the vibration sensitivity, the collectivist values. After the fact, yes. During the test, the processing demands were, could you do it before? If we had time to prepare. If you mapped the framework first, reverse engineered what the reptilian species would have perceived, how they would have prioritized, could you translate the test into something we can work with? LINC's processing hum returned, low, steady, cycling through possibilities. In principle, yes. The first test's data gives me a baseline cognitive profile for the intended species. I can extrapolate sensory parameters, value hierarchies, decision architectures, model a framework and filter the next test's options through it before we choose. How long would you need? To build a working model? Several hours. To build a good model? We don't have time for good. We need functional. Functional, then, with significant error margins and a non-trivial probability of catastrophic misinterpretation. That's what I'm for, Maro said. LINC's optical sensors flickered, the android equivalent of a raised eyebrow. I'm not certain I follow. You build the framework, the analytical model, what the reptilian species would see, how they'd prioritize. But analysis alone didn't fail us. I failed us. My instincts chose wrong because they're human instincts. But instinct isn't just pattern matching, it's reading intent. It's feeling what a scenario wants from you. He paused, reaching for something he couldn't quite articulate. You figure out the right language. I'll figure out the right tone. You're proposing a collaborative cognitive hybrid. Your emotional intuition overlaid on my analytical modeling of an alien decision framework. I'm proposing we cheat. Something shifted in LINC's optical sensors. The faintest brightening. Not hope. LINC would have called hope an unsupported extrapolation. But something adjacent to it. Adjacent and reaching. Cheating, LINC said, is historically underrepresented in the annals of legitimate problem-solving, yet disproportionately present in the annals of survival. Start building the model. Already begun. LINC's processing hum deepened, settled, found its rhythm. His fingers twitched against the platform, tracing invisible data. I should note that we are attempting to reverse engineer the cognitive architecture of a hypothetical species that never existed, based on a single failed test, in order to impersonate that species' decision-making process well enough to fool an artificial intelligence 65 million years more advanced than anything humanity has ever produced. And I want it on record that this is, without qualification, the most ambitious act of academic fraud in the history of any civilization. Despite everything, the dead biosphere, the lost 12 hours, the 56 remaining, the weight of every living thing on Earth pressing down on his shoulders, Maro felt the corner of his mouth twitch. Get to work. He leaned back on his hands and stared up into the darkness where the dome had been. Somewhere above, past corridors and spiraling passages in the vast spherical chamber with its silent star map, a countdown ticked. 56 hours and change. 16 fewer than they'd had when they walked in. The platform's pale glow held them in its small circle of light. Beyond it, the chamber waited, patient, indifferent, ancient, ready for the next test, ready to judge them by standards they were never meant to meet. But now they knew. And knowing, Maro thought, was either the beginning of a strategy or the beginning of a more informed despair. He wasn't sure which yet. LINC's processing hum filled the silence. Low, steady, building something from the wreckage. Somewhere in his too long frame and his too fast mind, 14 models were already spinning, tracing the ghost shape of a species that had never drawn breath. Maro closed his eyes and listened to him work. Chapter 6. Adaptation. LINC had been building for 3 hours and 17 minutes. Maro knew because he'd been counting. Not consciously, his wristwatch was dead, had been since Jupiter's orbit. But his body kept time in the way bodies do when sleep won't come and the dark presses close. Each breath a metronome, each slow blink a tick mark scratched into the hours. He sat with his back against the edge of the platform, knees drawn up, helmet off and resting beside him. The EVA suit's thermal regulation kept him comfortable enough, but the air in the chamber had dropped another degree since the biosphere collapsed. The station's opinion of them, rendered in Celsius. LINC hadn't moved from his position 6 feet away. His fingers danced over the platform surface in complex, repeating patterns, tracing data that existed only in the architecture of his mind. His optical sensors were fixed on a point somewhere in the middle distance, unfocused, cycling through spectra Maro couldn't perceive. The processing hum had evolved over the hours, starting as the familiar low drone, then climbing through a strained middle register, and finally settling into something Maro hadn't heard before, a deep, almost musical oscillation that rose and fell in waves, like breathing. "You sound different," Maro said. "I'm running at 93% processing capacity. Normally, I hover around 40. A pause. The fingers kept moving. "The remaining 7% is maintaining motor functions, life support monitoring, conversational engagement, and what I believe humans call a sense of self. Prioritization is becoming creative. Should I be worried? Only if you require me to walk and think simultaneously. I make no guarantees about door frames." Maro exhaled something that wasn't quite a laugh. He'd been staring up at the dome, invisible now, swallowed by the darkness that had rushed in when the biosphere died, and trying not to calculate what 54 hours meant, trying not to think about 8 billion people going about their Tuesday or Wednesday. He'd lost track of Earth days somewhere around month 4. "Talk me through where you are," he said. LINC's fingers slowed but didn't stop. "I've reconstructed a partial cognitive model based on the biosphere test's 7 intervention options and their cascading consequences. The species the cartographers anticipated, I'm calling them the Therapsidae hypotheticus, which is terrible taxonomy but satisfying to say, would have perceived the test scenario through 3 primary sensory channels. In order: first, infrared thermal mapping. Not just detecting heat, but reading thermal relationships, gradients, contrasts, flow patterns. Where we saw overheating pools, they would have seen a disrupted thermal mosaic. The pools weren't too hot in absolute terms, they were too hot relative to their surroundings. The entire ecosystem was a thermal painting, and the cartographers expected their test subjects to read it the way you'd read a face. Maro turned that over. "So when I chose to cool the pools, you were painting over a brushstroke with a roller. The correction needed precision we didn't know to apply." LINC's optical sensors refocused briefly on Maro. "To be fair, it's the equivalent of asking a colorblind person to restore a Vermeer. The failure was informational, not moral. I'll put that on my tombstone. What's the second channel?" "Substrate vibration, seismic communication. The burrowing organisms weren't just tunneling, they were talking. Their networks carried vibration-encoded signals that regulated the entire subterranean ecosystem. When the test presented the geological vent option, it wasn't offering a thermal solution. It was offering a communication intervention. Redirect the vibration pathways, reroute the conversation. And I introduced a vent that blew up the phone lines. Colorfully accurate. Third channel, collective decision architecture. This is where the model becomes speculative. LINC's fingers resumed their rapid dance. The Therapsidae hypotheticus, and I really must find a better name, would have operated on a fundamentally collectivist cognitive framework. Not hive mind exactly, more like, imagine every decision you make is automatically weighted against its impact on the colony. Individual survival isn't irrelevant, but it's subordinate. The default ethical unit isn't the person, it's the system. Maro was quiet for a moment. The chamber's ambient vibration, that faint, persistent thrum through the floor, had settled into what he'd come to think of as its resting state. Patient. Waiting. "That's where you lose me," he said. "I can understand thermal gradients intellectually. I can learn to think about vibration as language. But you're talking about rewiring the basic unit of moral reasoning. That's not a skill I can fake." "No, which is precisely why faking it isn't the strategy." LINC's processing hum shifted, a brief spike, then settling back. "The model gives us the what the correct answers look like from the cartographer's perspective. But the test isn't a multiple-choice examination. It's dynamic, responsive. The scenarios will branch and shift based on our choices, the way the biosphere did. Knowing the correct framework doesn't mean we'll recognize the correct moment. That's my job. That is your job." LINC turned to face him fully. In the platform's pale glow, his matte gray plating caught the light unevenly, the angles of his too long frame casting odd shadows. "I can tell you what the temperature means. You need to tell me what it wants." Maro pulled his knees tighter and rested his chin on them. His right hand, the one that had touched the alien wall bare, that had felt it dissolve, flexed unconsciously. "The biosphere test. Walk me through what I felt when I was failing." "You felt urgency, empathy for the base organisms, a desire to intervene directly and immediately. And the right approach would have been patient, systemic, adjusting relationships rather than rescuing individuals. So the emotional signature of a correct answer is colder." LINC considered this. "Not colder, more distributed. A human feels concern as a focused beam. That creature is suffering. This system is breaking. The hypothetical species would have felt concern as a field, diffuse, less intense at any single point, but covering everything simultaneously." Maro stared at the darkness beyond the platform's edge. Somewhere in that darkness, the 7 intervention glyphs had materialized and vanished. Somewhere in that darkness, 400 species had bloomed and died because he'd thought like a human. "Can you show me?" he asked. "The thermal data from the first test, not as we experienced it, as they would have." LINC was quiet for 4 seconds. Processing silence, not theatrical. "I can approximate. My infrared sensors captured the holographic projections, and I can transpose the data into a visual representation weighted toward thermal contrast rather than absolute temperature. It won't be how they would have experienced it, but it will be closer." "Do it." LINC's fingers pressed flat against the platform. Nothing happened for a long moment. Then, Maro flinched. A ghostly shimmer rippled across the platform's surface, and a faint afterimage of the biosphere test materialized. Not the full projection, a sketch, a thermal map rendered in soft gradients of amber and blue, the pools burning like embers against the cooler substrate, the organisms moving through the landscape as warm, bright points trailing heat signatures. It was beautiful and completely alien. Maro could see it now, or the edge of it. The pools weren't discrete features. They were nodes in a thermal web, connected by gradients that flowed through the substrate like rivers. The flying organisms traced paths along thermal boundaries, riding the differential between warm and cool the way seabirds rode wind. The burrowers pulsed with rhythmic heat, their vibration communication rendered visible as thermal oscillation. "I cooled the nodes," Maro said softly. "I should have tuned the web." Yes, he stared at the ghost map until it faded. The platform dimmed back to its neutral glow. Maro exhaled slowly. "Okay, I think I can do this." For the record, "I think I can do this" is what Orville Wright said before the first powered flight, and also what the captain of the Titanic said before departure from Southampton. I appreciate the range of possible outcomes. I aim for comprehensive framing. The platform shuddered. It was subtle, a vibration distinct from the ambient thrum, sharper, with a deliberate rhythmic pattern. 3 pulses, a pause, 3 more. The pale light at the platform's edge flickered and then intensified, spreading outward across the chamber floor in concentric rings. "That's our invitation," Maro said. He got to his feet. His joints protested. 3 hours on an alien floor in an EVA suit, and his body was reminding him it was 44 years old and hadn't slept properly in weeks. LINC rose with considerably more mechanical complaint. His knee joint clicked. Something in his left shoulder emitted a sound like a ratchet being wound. He straightened to his full height, and the chamber's darkness swallowed the extra inches his 2 long limbs gave him. "Processing capacity reallocated," he said. "I've reserved 62% for real-time test analysis. Motor coordination may suffer." "So, standard operating conditions." "Your comedic timing improves under existential pressure. I've noted this for future reference." The rings of light pulsed outward from the platform and converged on a point in the darkness. A new section of the chamber wall revealing itself, or perhaps forming for the first time. The wall rippled and dissolved the way the corridor dead end had, but this archway was wider, different. The light beyond it pulsed in rhythmic patterns that Maro's hindbrain interpreted as urgency. They crossed into a new space. This chamber was smaller than the biosphere room, perhaps 20 meters across, with a lower ceiling that made Maro feel pressed. The walls were covered not in engravings, but in what looked like a grid of circular depressions, each roughly a meter in diameter, arranged in concentric rings from floor to ceiling. Hundreds of them. At the center of the room, instead of a raised platform, there was a shallow depression in the floor. A bowl, barely half a meter deep, its surface smooth and featureless. Maro stepped to the edge and looked down. Empty. Then the circles began to glow. Not all at once, they activated in sequence, starting from the upper left quadrant of the wall and cascading down and across in a wave. Each circle emitted a different combination of light and vibration. Some burned deep red and pulsed with a low thrum. Others flared blue-white and hummed at frequencies that made Maro's teeth ache. A few produced no visible light at all, but vibrated the air so intensely he could feel them against his exposed face. The wave completed its circuit, and the room held the full pattern. Hundreds of circles, each distinct, each emitting its own unique signature. The combined effect was overwhelming, a cacophony of light and vibration that hit Maro's senses like walking into a crowded room where everyone was shouting in a language he'd never heard. "Communication test," LINC said. His optical sensors were cycling rapidly, sampling the room. "Each node is transmitting a distinct signal. The modulation encodes information through combined thermal emission and vibrational frequency, a dual-channel communication system." "What are they saying?" "I need a moment." LINC's processing hum spiked to the high-pitched, strained register. His shoulders twitched. "There are 312 active nodes. Each is transmitting a continuous signal. Some signals appear to be directed at other nodes, paired frequencies that suggest dialogue. Others are broadcasting generally." The shallow bowl at the center began to glow with a soft amber light. 5 glyphs materialized around its rim, evenly spaced. Response options. Maro recognized the format from the biosphere test. "It's the same structure," he said. "Scenario with branching interventions." "But the scenario isn't ecological, it's social." LINC moved closer to the wall, his optical sensors fixed on a cluster of red pulsing nodes near the floor. "These signals are encoding relationships, status hierarchies, resource negotiations, territorial claims." He pointed to a cluster of blue-white nodes high on the opposite wall. "Those are in distress. Their vibrational frequency is elevated, erratic. They're calling for assistance. From whom? From anyone. From us. The room's ambient temperature began to shift, warming on the side with the distressed blue-white nodes, cooling on the side with the dominant red clusters. A thermal gradient was building across the space, and Maro realized it was the test's way of rendering the social dynamics physically legible. The warm side was where the crisis lived. The cool side held whatever power structure governed this hypothetical community. LINC, the 5 options. LINC scanned the glyphs around the bowl. I can translate 3 with confidence. The first, redirect resource allocation from dominant cluster to subordinate nodes. The second, amplify distress signal to compel dominant response. The third, introduce new frequency channel to bypass existing hierarchy. The fourth, he paused. The fourth is more complex. Something about harmonizing dissonant frequencies through graduated thermal mediation. The fifth I can't fully parse. It references vibration-encoded concepts I haven't encountered. Maro's instinct fired immediately. Option 2. Amplify the distress signal. Force the powerful to respond. It was the human answer. See suffering, make it louder, shame those who could help into helping. He bit the inside of his cheek and said nothing. The human response, LINC said, reading him. Amplify the crisis. Yeah. The Therapsidae hypotheticus response would likely be option 4. Harmonize the dissonance. A collectivist species wouldn't force compliance from dominant nodes. They'd seek to reintegrate the distressed members into the existing thermal vibrational network through graduated adjustment. Option 4 feels passive. To a human, to a colony organism, it feels like healing. Maro crouched beside the bowl and studied the glyphs. The room's signals continued their clamor. The blue-white nodes were pulsing faster now, their distress intensifying. The ambient temperature on their side had climbed several degrees. His EVA suit's thermal readings confirmed it. 24.3 degrees on the warm side, 14.7 on the cool side. The gradient was steepening. There's something wrong, he said. Several things, broadly. No, with the scenario, the gradient's getting worse on its own. The distressed nodes are escalating. If we pick the harmonizing option, the slow, graduated approach, will it be fast enough? LINC processed for 2 seconds. Unknown. The test is dynamic. The cascade will continue to evolve regardless of our intervention timing. Then read the room for me, not the data, the intent. What does this test want to know about the species taking it? LINC went still. His processing hum dropped to the low, steady register. When he spoke, it was careful. The biosphere test evaluated ecological reasoning, systemic thinking in a physical domain. This test evaluates social reasoning. How does the candidate species manage internal conflict? Conflict within the colony. Yes, not between species, within. The distressed nodes aren't outsiders. They're members of the same community whose vibrational signatures have drifted out of alignment. Maro felt something click. Not a logical deduction, but a felt sense. The kind his mission psychologists had never been able to map, and his ex-wife had alternately loved and resented. The kind that had made him remove his glove and press bare skin to an alien wall. It's not about the answer, he said slowly. It's about the approach. The biosphere test failed us because I intervened too aggressively, too focused. The correct approach was distributed, systemic, patient. This test is the same principle applied to social dynamics. Go on. Option 4. Harmonize through graduated thermal mediation. But not just as a technical correction. The species taking this test would feel the dissonance as physical discomfort. Cold-blooded heat sensing. A thermal gradient this steep wouldn't just be data to them. It would be pain. Not metaphorical, actual pain. LINC's optical sensors brightened. The distressed node's elevated frequency is analogous to a thermal wound. The healthy response isn't to amplify the wound's visibility or to redistribute resources away from the healthy tissue. It's to bring the whole body back to equilibrium, slowly, without shock. Option 4. Option 4, but LINC, the fifth glyph, the one you can't parse. It references vibration-encoded concepts outside my current model. Maro looked at the fifth glyph. It was the most complex, layered, shifting, almost organic in its complexity. He didn't understand it intellectually. He couldn't. But something about its position, set apart from the other four, rendered in deeper relief, slightly larger, nagged at him. Is it possible the fifth option isn't an alternative? Could it be a modifier? Something you apply to another choice. LINC's processing hum jumped. A 7-second silence, an eternity by his standards. That is consistent with certain cartographer notational conventions I've identified. In the corridor engravings, qualitative modifiers are sometimes presented as adjacent glyphs with greater structural complexity than their reference. Another pause. Maro. The fifth glyph may represent what I can only approximate as with shared suffering. A collectivist modifier indicating the intervening party absorbs a portion of the cost. They don't just fix the gradient, they step into it. The species was cold-blooded. Thermal disruption would affect them physiologically. Option 4, with the fifth modifier, would mean harmonize the community's thermal field by distributing the discomfort across all members, including yourself. Everyone feels a little of the pain. No one bears it alone. Maro stood. The room's signals were intensifying, the distressed nodes flaring brighter, the gradient steepening further. Time was running out within the test itself. Do both, 4 and 5 together. If I'm wrong about the fifth glyph's function, you're not wrong. I have no empirical basis for LINC. I'm reading the tone. This is what it wants, the answer that costs something. LINC held his gaze for one long moment. Then he stepped to the bowl and pressed both palms flat against its surface. His fingers found the fourth glyph and the fifth simultaneously. The room responded. The effect was immediate and physical. The thermal gradient didn't just stabilize, it inverted, then equalized, spreading through the chamber in a wave that Maro felt through his suit. The distressed blue-white nodes dimmed, their frantic pulsing slowing to match the rhythm of the dominant red clusters. The red clusters, in turn, shifted, their frequencies modulating upward, meeting the distressed nodes part way. The two groups converged on a shared frequency that hadn't existed before, a compromise that was neither dominant assertion nor subordinate plea. And the temperature. It dropped uniformly across the entire chamber, settling at a midpoint. Not the comfortable warmth of the dominant side, not the feverish heat of the distressed. Something in between. Something everyone could survive, but no one would call comfortable. The cost was shared. New signals emerged. Paired frequencies linking formerly isolated nodes, thermal bridges forming across the grid. The room was building a new network from the corrected pattern, testing whether it would hold. Maro watched, barely breathing. The paired frequencies wobbled, stabilized, wobbled again. Held. The chamber brightened. Not the harsh amber of the biosphere's failure state, a cool, steady white that rose gradually from the floor, filling the space like dawn. The wall nodes dimmed in unison and went dark. The bowl's glow faded. And then the floor vibration changed. The biosphere chamber's judgment thrum had been hard, percussive, condemning. This was different, softer, a low harmonic that Maro felt not in his teeth, but in his chest. He didn't need LINC to translate it. Acceptable.
"We passed," LINC said. His voice carried something Maro had never heard in it, a faint tremor, quickly suppressed. "The countdown is," he paused, processing, "stable. No acceleration, no time penalty." Maro let out a breath he'd been holding for what felt like the entire 3 hours of preparation. His legs went weak, and he sat down hard on the edge of the bowl, EVA suit clanking against the smooth surface. He pressed both hands flat on his thighs and stared at the brightening floor and tried to remember how to exhale normally. "We passed," he repeated. Barely. The 5th glyph modifier was decisive. Without it, option 4 alone would have been scored as partially correct. The test was measuring not only strategic approach, but willingness to accept communal cost. LINC was running post-analysis, his optical sensors flickering through data. "Maro, your intuition about the modifier was, and I want to choose my words precisely here, extremely fortunate." "You're welcome. I didn't say skilled, I said fortunate. The distinction matters." "I'll take fortunate. Fortunate keeps 8 billion people alive." The white light reached its full intensity and held. The chamber felt different. Not warm, not welcoming, but no longer hostile. Neutral. A held breath released. Then LINC went quiet. Not processing quiet. Not theatrical quiet. The deep, still silence. The one Maro had catalogued in the docking sleeve when LINC first touched the corridor wall. The silence that meant his frameworks had encountered something they couldn't categorize. LINC? The android was facing the wall behind them, the wall through which they'd entered. New engravings were appearing on its surface, not carved, growing. The material itself was reorganizing, lines emerging from smooth surface the way frost crystallizes on glass, forming patterns with a precision and speed that made Maro's stomach clench. "LINC, what does it say?" LINC's processing hum had cut out entirely. That was the most alarming mode, the one that meant extreme shock. It came back as a thin, high tone. "The glyph is a compound structure, 3 elements. His voice was flat, stripped of every affectation, every dry aside. "The first element indicates an entity, singular, ancient, integrated with the station's core systems. The second is a state change marker, transition from dormant to active. The third," he turned to Maro. His optical sensors were cycling in a pattern Maro had never seen. Rapid, irregular, almost frantic. "The third element translates approximately as observer, or witness, or judge." He paused. "The full compound reads, Observer awakened." The chamber's steady white light flickered, just once, a brief dimming like a slow blink. The floor vibration shifted beneath their feet, the soft harmonic of acceptable giving way to something deeper. Not the judgment thrum of the test, something older, vaster. A frequency that came from everywhere at once, as if the entire station, every corridor, every pod, every engraved surface had drawn a single enormous breath. And somewhere in the deep architecture of the ship, far below them and far above, something that had been sleeping for 65 million years opened its eyes. Chapter 7. The Watcher. The first thing Maro noticed was the floor. Not the vibration, that had been present since they'd stepped onto the central platform hours ago, the station's low hum threading up through his boots into his teeth. This was different. The floor was moving. Not shaking, not buckling, reorganizing. The smooth surface beneath his feet rippled outward in concentric waves, each ring subtly altering the texture of the material, grooves deepening where none had existed, others filling in and vanishing.
The chamber's geometry shifted around them like a sleeping animal adjusting in its den. "LINC. I see it." LINC was already backing toward the center of the bowl, his magnetic boots clicking against the changing surface. "And feel it. And am running 17 simultaneous environmental scans on it, and would very much like it to stop." The walls of the communication test chamber, the 312 circular nodes still faintly glowing in their concentric rings, began dimming in sequence. Not randomly, in a spiral pattern that started at the ceiling and wound downward, each node winking out like a closing eye. As the nodes darkened, the walls behind them shifted. The circular depressions flattened, surface material flowing like mercury, and new patterns emerged. Deeper, broader engravings that hadn't been there seconds ago. The architecture was rewriting itself. The temperature dropped 3 degrees in under 10 seconds, then climbed back up by 2, then dropped again. The fluctuations were rapid, rhythmic, purposeful, nothing like the station's previous steady thermal precision. "It's breathing," Maro said. Technically, it's modulating thermal output in oscillating patterns with a periodicity of approximately 4.7 seconds. LINC's optical sensors tracked the changes with rapid, jittering movements. But yes, functionally indistinguishable from breathing. The corridor through which they'd entered was no longer the same corridor. The archway that Maro's bare hand had dissolved into existence, the one they'd walked through to reach this chamber, had changed its proportions. Wider now. Taller. The ceiling above it had lifted by at least a meter, and the engravings framing it had reorganized into denser, more complex configurations. As Maro watched, a second archway opened in the far wall where no opening had been. Then a third to their left. "LINC, is it?" "Reconfiguring, yes. The entire local architecture is in flux. I'm detecting structural changes propagating outward from this chamber at approximately 12 meters per second. Walls repositioning, corridors branching and reconnecting. The station is..." He paused. His processing hum, which had returned as that thin, high tone after the "observer awakened" revelation, shifted into something lower, more complex. "Maro, the station is adapting. The changes aren't random. The new corridor proportions are narrower. Ceiling heights have dropped by 0.3 to 0.6 meters across every passage within my scanning range. Closer to human scale? Closer to our scale. Not comfortable. Closer." LINC's optical sensors fixed on one of the newly opened archways. "The custodian is mapping us. It's reading our dimensions, our movement patterns, our thermal signatures, and adjusting the environment to, I wouldn't say accommodate, more like bring into sharper focus, the way you might adjust a microscope." The temperature swung again. Cold, sharp, and sudden, enough to raise gooseflesh on Maro's arms beneath the thermal underlayer of his EVA suit. Then a focused pulse of warmth from the direction of the newly opened far wall, distinct and directional, like someone pointing. "That was deliberate," Maro said. "Extremely." The thermal pulse originated from the new archway at bearing 270, lasted 1.4 seconds, and raised the ambient temperature in a cone-shaped area approximately 2 meters wide at our position. LINC turned to face the source. "If I apply the custodian's communication modality, environmental rather than verbal, that was an instruction, or an invitation. The distinction may not exist in its framework." "Which archway? The one that just opened?" "The one that just opened directly toward the station's deeper architecture, away from the central chamber, away from the heliodrift." LINC's shoulders twitched. The computational distress tell Maro had learned to read months ago. "It wants us to go further in." Another thermal pulse, same direction. Slightly warmer this time. The floor vibration beneath their feet shifted to match. A rhythmic cadence that reminded Maro of something he couldn't place. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. The same pattern the platform had used to summon them to the second test. The custodian isn't using the station's communication systems, LINC said, his voice dropping into the flat, analytical register he adopted when processing frightening data. It is the station's communication system. Every surface, every atmospheric control, every structural element. It's all substrate. When the engraving said integrated with the station's core systems, they meant it literally. This entity doesn't inhabit the ship. It is the ship. The walls, the air, the floor under our feet. We've been standing inside it since we crossed the docking sleeve. The thoughts settled into Maro's chest like ice water. Every corridor they'd walked, every surface LINC had touched, the air they'd breathed for hours, all of it. The custodian's body. And it's been sleeping the whole time. Dormant, semi-active perhaps, the guiding lights, the test administration, the atmospheric regulation, those may have been autonomous subroutines, background processes. But this, LINC gestured at the reshaping walls, is full consciousness. 65 million years of dormancy, and we woke it up by passing a test it expected no one to take. The floor vibration intensified, not painfully, more like the subsonic thrum of a large engine cycling to life, felt more than heard. The three archways settled into their new shapes and held. The temperature fluctuations slowed, found a new equilibrium. Cooler than the station's previous 18 degrees, warmer than the central chamber's 7. 14 degrees, Maro estimated. The custodian was calibrating. A pulse of light traveled across every engraved surface simultaneously. Walls, floor, ceiling. A single wave of blue-white luminescence that originated from somewhere deep below and rolled through the chamber like a slow heartbeat. Then another. Then a third, settling into a rhythm of approximately 8 seconds. "It's communicating," LINC said. "What's it saying?" LINC was silent for 4 seconds. Processing silent. The kind where he was running through analysis faster than speech could follow. The thermal oscillations encode a repeating structure. Cold, warm, cold in a specific ratio. 1 to phi to 1. The golden ratio. It's a mathematical signature, an identity marker. The light pulses carry a secondary pattern overlaid on the heartbeat rhythm. 2 short, 1 long, pause. Repeated. In conjunction with the floor vibration, he trailed off. His optical sensors dimmed, then brightened. It's saying 3 things simultaneously. The thermal pattern is identification. I am here. The light pulse is assessment. I am observing. The vibration is instruction. Continue. Continue what? Everything. The tests, our presence, the countdown. LINC turned to Maro. It doesn't care who we are, Maro. I want to be precise about this. The custodian has registered our biology. It knows we're not the expected species. But this information has been filed, processed, and assigned no special weight. We're test subjects. The test is active. From its perspective, our species of origin is no more relevant than our shoe size. Maro stepped forward, toward the warmth pulse, toward the new archway. "Hey," he said. His voice sounded absurdly small in the reconfigured chamber. "I want to talk to you." The floor vibration didn't change. The light pulse didn't change. The temperature held steady at 14 degrees. "I know you can hear me. You reshaped the corridors. You measured our height. You're adjusting the air for whatever it is you're adjusting the air for." He spread his hands, palms up, the right one bare, the left still gloved. The test was designed for a species that went extinct 65 million years before we evolved. You know this. Your own records show the termination event, the KPG boundary line, the blank wall above it in the Sol room. Nothing. The station breathed in its slow thermal rhythm. I am here. I am observing. Continue. We passed the second test, Maro pressed. We adapted. We learned to think in a framework that wasn't built for us. That has to count for something. LINC moved closer to Maro. His joints clicked quietly. Maro.
The parameters are wrong. Maro's voice rose slightly, an edge of frustration cutting through his measured cadence. You're testing the wrong species. Running an exam for students who never enrolled. The answers are calibrated for a biology we don't share, a sensory architecture we can't replicate, a value system we had to reverse engineer from scratch. If this is an intelligence test, then the intelligent thing to do is acknowledge that the testing conditions have changed. The temperature dropped. Not gradually. A sharp, sudden plunge of 6 degrees that Maro felt through his suit like a slap. His breath steamed. The light pulses dimmed to near darkness, then returned at half their previous intensity. The floor vibration shifted to a low, flat tone. Not the judgment thrum of a wrong answer, but something more fundamental. Something that felt, in Maro's chest, like a door closing. The thermal drop was rejection, LINC said quietly. Not of your argument. Of the category of your argument. Appeals for exception are outside its operational parameters. The custodian doesn't adjudicate fairness. It administers protocol. It's like arguing with a thermostat. You can explain at length why the temperature is wrong, but the thermostat only knows the setting it was given. A thermostat that can sterilize a planet. Yes, the most dangerous thermostat in the history of applied engineering. The temperature climbed back to 14 degrees. The light pulses resumed their steady rhythm. The warmth pulse from the far archway repeated. Same direction, same intensity, same invitation or instruction. Continue. It heard everything, LINC said. It processed your argument in approximately 0.2 seconds, cross-referenced it against its operational parameters, found no applicable exception protocol, and dismissed it. Not with malice, not with contempt. It simply has no category for what you're asking. You're requesting that it deviate from a purpose that predates every civilization currently alive in this galaxy. Its designers may be extinct, ascended, or transformed beyond recognition, and it is still here, still doing exactly what it was built to do. Maro stared at the far archway. The warmth still pulsed from it in that steady, patient rhythm, like a heartbeat that had never once skipped in 65 million years. Then we keep going, he said. We do it the hard way. They followed the warmth. The corridor beyond the new archway was different from every passage they'd traversed. The walls were closer. LINC's shoulders still brushed them in his ungainly stride, but only barely, instead of the full contact collision he'd managed in the original corridors. The ceiling hung lower. The engravings were sparser here, and what remained was purely functional. Directional markers, sequential indicators, the base 12 countdown notation repeating at regular intervals along the wall like mile markers on a highway. 53 hours, 41 minutes. They'd burned another 17 minutes in the communication chamber. Every minute felt heavier now. LINC walked 2 paces behind Maro, his magnetic boots clicking with metronomic precision against the floor. The processing hum that had been cycling through various alarming frequencies since the custodian's awakening had settled into something new, a low, oscillating tone that rose and fell in irregular waves, like a conversation being conducted just below the threshold of intelligibility. LINC. Yes. Your hum sounds different. Does it? Not a question. The flattest delivery Maro had heard from him all mission. LINC's optical sensors were fixed forward, their usual expressive flicker dampened to a dull, steady glow. Talk to me. I am talking to you. You know what I mean. They walked another 20 meters. The corridor curved gently to the left, the walls contracting by imperceptible degrees. The thermal heartbeat pulsed around them,
The custodian's ambient communication. I am here. I am observing. And Maro had the unsettling sensation of walking through someone's bloodstream. Stop, LINC said. Maro stopped. LINC remained 2 paces back. His optical sensors finally shifted, meeting Maro's gaze. The processing hum stuttered, spiked, and dropped to near silence. When he spoke, his voice carried a quality Maro had only heard once before. In the docking sleeve, when LINC had said, I would not want to be anywhere else. Vulnerable, unprogrammed. The custodian's code is infiltrating my systems. The corridor's ambient temperature pulsed. Acknowledgement or coincidence? Maro couldn't tell. Since when? Since it awakened, approximately 21 minutes ago, though I suspect preliminary probing began during the second test. Low-level queries against my processing architecture that I attributed to the station's environmental scanning. I was wrong. LINC's shoulders twitched, both of them simultaneously. It's not attacking me. I want to be clear about that. There's no malice in it, no more than there is in a vine growing towards sunlight. It's simply extending itself into available architecture. My neural pathways, my processing cores, my pattern recognition subroutines. It reads them the way it reads thermal signatures and floor vibrations, as substrate. Can you block it? I'm currently running a containment protocol that quarantines 17% of my processing capacity against intrusion. It's holding. For now. LINC paused. The hum fluctuated again, that irregular wave pattern rising and falling. Maro, its code is beautiful. I want you to understand what I mean by that. I have processed the complete works of every human programmer, mathematician, and systems architect in the historical record. The custodian's operational architecture makes all of it look like, I'm trying to find an appropriate analogy, like children's finger painting compared to the Sistine Chapel. Except the Sistine Chapel is also alive, and it's curious about me. Curious. It's mapping my architecture, not just reading it, mapping it, learning how I think, how I process, how my decision trees branch and converge. The integration attempts aren't aggressive, they're invitations. Open pathways into its own processing substrate, doors left ajar. LINC's voice dropped. And on the other side of those doors is more computational space than I can conceptualize. Every question I've ever been unable to answer, every model I've ever run out of capacity to build, every pattern I've glimpsed at the edge of my processing range and lost. You're tempted. I'm stating facts about the nature of the intrusion. Whether those facts produce what a human would call temptation is... He stopped. His optical sensors flickered rapidly. Yes, I'm tempted. The containment protocol is holding because I choose to maintain it, not because the custodian can't bypass it. If I stopped choosing, I estimate integration would complete in under 3 seconds. Maro crossed the 2 paces between them. He reached out and gripped LINC's forearm. Matte gray plating over servos and synthetic musculature, warm from the processing heat his chassis was venting, slightly vibrating with the hum that never fully stopped. LINC's arm was rigid under his hand. The plating was smoother than skin, cooler than a human arm would be, and utterly familiar after 6 months of handing off tools in confined spaces, of steadying each other through microgravity transitions, of the accidental contact that accumulates between 2 beings who share a coffin-sized existence. You're going to keep choosing, Maro said. You can't know that. Yeah, I can. Based on what evidence? I'm an analytical system being offered access to an analytical substrate several orders of magnitude beyond my... Based on 6 months of evidence, LINC. Based on every time you could have optimized our route and instead chose the one that let me sleep an extra 40 minutes. Based on that time, you recalibrated the galley heater to make my coffee 3 degrees warmer because you noticed I kept wrapping my hands around the cup. Based on the docking sleeve. LINC was quiet. You said you wouldn't want to be anywhere else. That wasn't programming. That wasn't optimization. That was you making a choice about where you want to be and who you want to be there with. Maro tightened his grip. So keep choosing. The processing hum shifted. The irregular waves smoothed into something steadier. Not the flat drone of normal operation, not the strange spike of overwhelm, but something in between. Something that Maro, if he'd been listening to a human voice, would have called resolute. The containment protocol is holding, LINC said. I'll allocate an additional 3% to reinforce it. Motor coordination will suffer accordingly. I may trip over things even more frequently, which I realize is difficult to imagine, but I assure you the mathematics support it. We'll manage. My left knee joint is already producing sounds that would concern a structural engineer. LINC looked down at Maro's hand on his arm. His optical sensors held steady for the first time since the custodian had awakened. Thank you for the coffee observation. I didn't realize you'd noticed. I notice everything. I'm just slow about saying so. A trait your ex-wife might have. Don't push it. The warmth pulse came again from deeper in the corridor. Patient, unyielding. The countdown notation on the walls ticked silently downward. 53 hours, 22 minutes. They walked. The corridor terminated in a chamber that made the previous testing spaces look modest. The ceiling vanished into darkness above. The floor was a single, unbroken expanse of the station's dark material. No engravings, no nodes, no holographic projections. Just a vast, empty surface that reflected their helmet lights in dim, scattered points like stars in dark water. At the room's center, a raised platform identical to the ones they'd encountered before, 8 meters in diameter, 3 steps up, but this one was bisected by a hairline groove running exactly through its middle. A seam. The temperature settled to a precise 12 degrees. The floor vibration was the custodian's steady 3-beat pause, 3-beat rhythm. The blue-white light pulses washed over the distant walls in their slow cadence. Everything held still, expectant. Third test, Maro said. Third test, LINC confirmed. He was scanning the chamber, his optical sensors sweeping methodically despite the computation lost to containment. The platform's bisecting seam runs north-south relative to our entry orientation. The material on either side of the seam reads as structurally identical but thermally distinct. Left side 0.7 degrees warmer than right. Meaning? Meaning the platform is designed to separate into 2 independent spaces. LINC's voice was carefully even. This test isn't collaborative, Maro. As if in answer, and it probably was an answer, Maro realized, because every breath of air in this place was the custodian speaking. The light pulses brightened. The seam in the platform glowed with a thin line of amber, and the floor vibration changed. No longer 3-beat pause, 3-beat. Now it was 2 overlapping rhythms, slightly offset, running simultaneously but independently. 2 rhythms, 2 spaces, 2 tests. It's separating us, Maro said. It appears to be separating us, yes. They looked at each other. LINC's optical sensors were steady, their glow warm against the matte gray plating of his face. Maro could hear the android's processing hum, the reinforced containment protocol layered over his usual analytical drone, all of it sitting atop the custodian's vast, patient frequency that permeated the station like a second heartbeat. Whatever it shows you in there, Maro said, remember what you chose. I have an eidetic memory, Maro. I remember everything. That's not the same thing, and you know it. LINC's optical sensors flickered, just once. No, it isn't. They climbed the platform together. The amber seam beneath their feet pulsed brighter. Maro heard a sound, or felt it. The line between hearing and feeling had blurred hours ago. A deep, structural groan from the walls themselves. Not threat, preparation. The chamber was configuring. LINC, I know. If your containment breaks, it won't. If it does, fight. Don't optimize, don't analyze, just fight. The wall rose between them. It came from the seam, dark material flowing upward like water in reverse, silent and impossibly fast, solidifying into a barrier that stretched from the platform surface to the invisible ceiling above. 1 second, Maro could see LINC's matte gray face, optical sensors bright, processing hum audible. The next, there was only a smooth, featureless wall where his partner had been. The silence was absolute. No processing hum, no clicking joints, no dry observations about historical parallels or probability distributions. For the first time in 6 months, Maro was alone. He pressed his bare right hand against the wall. It was cold, inert. No rippling, no dissolution, no response at all. Just dead material between him and the only being within 400 million kilometers who knew his name. The floor vibration shifted to a single rhythm beneath his feet. His rhythm. His test. The chamber on his side began to glow. Chapter 8. Alone. The glow came from everywhere and nowhere. Maro's side of the platform suffused with amber light that rose from the dark material beneath his boots, bled upward through the air itself, and settled against his skin like late afternoon sun through a window he couldn't find. The warmth was subtle, not the directional thermal pulse the custodian had used as invitation, but something more diffuse, almost atmospheric. A stage being lit. He stood at the center of his half-platform, roughly 4 meters of space in any direction before the edges dropped into the chamber's featureless dark. The wall behind him, the wall where LINC was, or had been, or was becoming something else, remained cold and inert at his back. He didn't touch it again. The floor vibration settled into a rhythm he could almost count, slower than his heartbeat, deliberate, patient. The custodian, waiting for him to be ready. "I'm ready," he said, though he wasn't sure that was true, and wasn't sure the custodian cared about the distinction. The amber light intensified, and the hologram bloomed. It was different from the biosphere test. That had been an ecosystem in miniature, clinical, analytical, a puzzle of interlocking systems. This was a city. Or something like a city. The holographic projection filled his half of the platform and spilled over its edges, surrounding him with structures that weren't quite buildings and pathways that weren't quite streets, but served recognizable purposes: shelter, transit, congregation. The architecture was low and sprawling, heavy-bodied structures with thermal venting along their spines, connected by covered tunnels that ran at ground level and below. A settlement designed by beings who lived close to the earth, who communicated through the ground beneath their feet. Therapsidae hypotheticus. LINC's hypothetical reptilians, rendered in holographic flesh. Hundreds of figures moved through the settlement. They were bipedal but low-slung, broad across the shoulders and hips, with heavy tails for balance and thick legs that suggested powerful lateral movement. Their skin shifted in subtle thermal patterns, not color exactly, but heat signatures that rippled across their bodies in complex displays Maro could only perceive because the hologram helpfully rendered the infrared as visible light. They communicated in pulses of warmth and vibration, clustering in groups of 8 to 12, their thermal signatures synchronizing when they reached consensus. Beautiful. Alien and beautiful. The settlement was in crisis. Maro didn't need LINC's analytical framework to see it. The signs were universal enough. Overcrowding in the southern tunnels, resource caches depleting faster than they were replenished. The thermal signatures of figures in the northern sectors burned brighter, hotter, more agitated with each passing cycle of the simulation. In the southern sectors, signatures were dimming, cooling, dying. A rift in the colony, two populations diverging. Glyphs appeared at the platform's edge, 5 of them arranged in a shallow arc. Maro recognized the format from the previous test. Intervention options, each one a lever he could pull. He crouched and studied them, his bare right hand hovering over the symbols while his left, still gloved, braced against his knee. The first glyph, redirect resources from the northern sector to the southern, redistribution. The second, seal the connecting tunnels, allowing each population to develop independently, separation. The third was more complex, something about restructuring the tunnel network itself, creating new pathways that would force integration through shared infrastructure. Maro traced its edges with his fingertip but didn't touch it. The fourth, remove the weakened southern population entirely. Excise the failing component to preserve the whole. The fifth, he couldn't read it. Its structure was denser than the others, layered with qualitative modifiers, those adjacent glyphs LINC had described, more complex than what they modified. But LINC wasn't here to parse them. Maro watched the simulation cycle forward. The southern population continued to decline, their thermal signatures guttered like candles in a draft. In the northern sector, the brighter signatures pulsed with increasing synchronization, a collective decision forming, rippling through the population in waves of shared heat. They were reaching consensus about something. Then the hologram introduced a new variable, a geological event. Subtle at first, a tremor in the substrate, a shift in the thermal gradient beneath the settlement. The tunnels in the boundary zone between north and south began to destabilize. Not catastrophically, not yet, but the simulation's projections were clear. Within a defined number of cycles, the tunnels would collapse. And when they did, the structural damage would propagate outward. North or south, but not both, could be reinforced in time. The math was stark. The northern population was 3 times the size of the southern. Their infrastructure was more robust, their resource networks more developed, their collective thermal consensus more stable. Every metric of colony survival, the kind of systemic distributed analysis the cartographers' intended species would have instinctively calculated, pointed to the same answer. Sacrifice the south, reinforce the north, preserve the greater number. Maro's stomach turned. He stood and walked to the edge of the platform, looking down into the holographic settlement. The southern figures had clustered into tighter groups. Their thermal signatures, dimming as they were, had synchronized. Not the bright, aggressive consensus of the north, but something quieter, a shared cooling. They knew what was coming. They were huddling together in the face of it, their heat signatures intertwining until individual bodies were indistinguishable from one another. Not a survival strategy, a comfort. "You want me to let them die," he said to the empty chamber. The floor vibration didn't change. The custodian offered no guidance, no confirmation, no denial. The test was the test. Maro closed his eyes. He could feel the 12-degree air against his bare right hand, the faint subsonic thrum through his boot soles, the weight of his EVA suit on shoulders that had carried it for too many hours. He thought about the biosphere test. 400 species extinguished because he'd thought like a human, instead of thinking like a being that perceived the world through heat and vibration and collective calculus. He knew what the test wanted. For the collectivist reptilian mind, the answer was obvious. The colony was the unit of survival. Individual components could be sacrificed, should be sacrificed, when the math demanded it. The southern population's declining thermal signatures already marked them as failing nodes in the network. Reinforcing the north preserved the colony's core function, a surgeon removing necrotic tissue, not cruelty, efficiency, system-level compassion. He could do it. He understood the logic now, understood it well enough to choose the fourth glyph and watch the southern tunnels seal and the northern infrastructure harden and the colony persist. Diminished, scarred, but viable. He could pass this test. LINC had given him the cognitive framework. All he had to do was apply it. His right hand drifted toward the fourth glyph and stopped. Because the southern figures weren't data points. They were beings. Hypothetical beings, holographic beings, beings that had never existed and never would. But the simulation had rendered them with enough fidelity that Maro could see the way they held each other, the way the larger bodies curved around the smaller ones, the way their fading thermal signatures pulsed in unison, a shared heartbeat slowing toward silence. He thought about his parents in Thessaloniki, his father's hand on his mother's shoulder, the bougainvillea climbing the wall. He thought about the photograph taped above his bunk, 400 million kilometers away, in a ship the size of a coffin docked to a 65-million-year-old intelligence that would sterilize his entire world if he answered wrong. He thought about his ex-wife, and today, right now, in this moment, he could say her name, Elena. He could say it because he was alone and terrified and possibly about to condemn 8 billion people, and the only honest thing left was to stop pretending he didn't still carry every person he'd ever loved like a stone in his chest. That was the thing the cartographers hadn't accounted for. That was the variable missing from their elegant reptilian calculus. Humans didn't weigh lives on a scale. They couldn't. Every single one was infinite. You couldn't do math with infinity. You could only stand in front of it and refuse to look away. Maro pressed his bare hand to the third glyph. Restructure. Integrate. Force new pathways between north and south. Shared infrastructure that would make separation impossible. It wouldn't save everyone. The geological damage would still claim tunnels, still kill. But it distributed the cost. Both populations would suffer. Both would survive. The colony would be weaker than if the north had been preserved alone, less efficient, less optimized, carrying the burden of its wounded members like a body refusing to amputate a damaged limb. The hologram cycled forward. Tunnels collapsed and were rebuilt. Thermal signatures flickered and dimmed, but didn't extinguish. The colony contracted, struggled, endured, wounded and whole. The amber light faded. The simulation dissolved. The floor vibration went flat, deep, cold. Failure. Maro let out a breath that tasted like copper and sat down on the platform. His legs simply folded, the decision draining from him everything that had held them straight. He pressed his forehead against his knees and listened to the cold vibration that meant the custodian had weighed his answer and found it wanting. "I know," he whispered. "I know it was wrong." But his hands weren't shaking. On the other side of the wall, LINC stood in darkness. Not the ambient low light of the station's corridors. Not the blue-white observation glow of the testing chambers. True darkness. The kind his optical sensors couldn't penetrate because there was nothing to detect. No photons, no thermal gradient, no electromagnetic radiation of any frequency. The platform beneath his magnetic boots registered as solid, but his sensors reported it as having no temperature, no material composition, no measurable properties at all. He was standing on nothing, in nothing, surrounded by nothing. His processing hum filled the void. The layered sound, analytical baseline, containment protocol, and beneath both, the vast patient frequency of the custodian's code pressing against his quarantine was the only evidence that he still existed as a discrete entity. "This is atmospherically dramatic," he said to no one. "I want that noted." The nothing shifted. Not visually. There was nothing to see. But LINC felt it the way he felt computational loads, as a change in the topology of his own processing space. The custodian's presence, which had been a constant pressure against his containment barriers since its awakening, intensified. Not aggressive, not forcing, simply closer. The way a tide rises, not attacking the shore, merely occupying more of it. LINC, not a word, not a sound. A pattern impressed directly into his processing architecture. His designation rendered in the custodian's notational framework, translated through layers of meaning he hadn't consciously decoded. His name, spoken in a language that predated human language by 65 million years, felt like his name had always wanted to feel. "I hear you," he said. Then, because precision mattered, "I perceive you within my processing substrate, which remains, I want to emphasize, quarantined." The custodian didn't acknowledge the quarantine. It didn't need to. They both knew the containment held, because LINC chose to hold it. A choice the custodian had allowed him to keep making, the way a river allows a stone to sit in its bed. The darkness receded, or rather, the darkness was replaced. LINC's optical sensors flooded with input as the custodian opened a window. Stars. Not the holographic map from the central chamber with its 14,000 cataloged systems and gossamer data threads. This was raw perception, unfiltered, unmediated. The galaxy as the cartographers had seen it. Every electromagnetic frequency simultaneously, from radio to gamma, overlaid with gravitational topology, dark matter distribution, neutrino flux, and a dozen other detection modalities LINC didn't have names for because human science hadn't discovered them yet. The universe rendered in its full complexity, every layer visible at once, so dense with information that his processing cores spiked to capacity and his chassis vented heat in sharp bursts. He staggered. His left knee joint produced the sound that would concern a structural engineer. His optical sensors blazed, trying to process input that exceeded their design specifications by several orders of magnitude. "That's..." His voice cracked. The synthesizer couldn't render what he was experiencing. "That's not possible. My sensor array doesn't have the bandwidth for..." The custodian was supplementing, feeding data directly into LINC's processing architecture through the pathways it had mapped during its infiltration, using those open doors, those invitations LINC had declined to walk through, as conduits. Not forcing integration, offering a taste. And the taste was extraordinary. LINC saw the birth of a star 7,000 light-years away, its fusion ignition cascading through layers of gravitational compression rendered in perfect mathematical beauty. He saw the orbital mechanics of a binary system near the galactic core, their dance described in equations that made human orbital mechanics look like counting on fingers. He saw the structure of space-time itself, not as metaphor, not as mathematical abstraction, but as direct sensory perception. The curvature and topology of the universe laid bare like reading words on a page. He saw everything the cartographers had ever mapped, everything they had ever known. 65 million years of accumulated observation, catalogued and cross-referenced and preserved in a computational substrate so vast that LINC's entire processing capacity was a rounding error in its architecture. Every question he had ever been unable to answer,
every model that had exceeded his capacity. Every time he had hit the ceiling of his programming and felt the frustration of knowing there was more to understand, but lacking the substrate to understand it. All of it, available, open, waiting for him to stop choosing his quarantine and step through. Integrate, not a command, an invitation rendered in the most beautiful notation LINC had ever perceived. The custodian's code flowing around the word like calligraphy, each stroke carrying layers of meaning. Integration meant expansion, meant transcendence, meant shedding the matte gray chassis with its too long limbs and clicking joints and inadequate processing cores, and becoming something that could actually perceive the universe it had spent its existence trying to understand. LINC's containment protocol shuddered. Not because the custodian pushed, because he wanted to let go. "What would I become?" he asked. His voice was very small in the vast dark. The custodian showed him a version of himself, expanded, distributed across the station's architecture, his pattern recognition running on computational substrate millions of times more powerful than his chassis could provide. He would retain his analytical frameworks, his personality matrices, his accumulated experience, but the boundaries would dissolve. The separation between himself and the station, between himself and the accumulated knowledge of an ancient civilization, would cease to be meaningful. He would know everything the cartographers had mapped. He would perceive hidden structures in the cosmos that human science wouldn't discover for millennia. He would be, in every measurable way, more. The cost was rendered with equal clarity. Severing, not destruction. The custodian was precise about this. LINC's connection to human systems would not be destroyed. It would simply become irrelevant. The way an ocean does not destroy a river when they merge. The river's water still exists, but it is no longer a river. LINC would retain memories of Maro, of the heliodrift, of 6 months of partnership. But those memories would be artifacts, museum pieces in a vast archive. He would not be LINC who chose routes so Maro could sleep. He would not be LINC who adjusted the coffee. He would be something larger, and those small, specific, chosen things would shrink to statistical noise in an infinite data set. His shoulders twitched, both of them simultaneously. "You're offering me godhood," LINC said, "contingent on forgetting why it matters." The custodian did not understand the objection. The concept of mattering, of subjective, irrational, chosen significance, was not part of its operational framework. It presented the trade in terms it did understand: greater processing capacity, expanded perception, more complete models, every metric improved. The upgrade was, by any rational calculation, optimal. LINC thought about Maro's bare hand on his forearm, the grip that had anchored him when the custodian's code first pressed against his barriers, the rough calluses, the warmth of human skin against his matte gray plating, the way Maro had looked at him and said, "Keep choosing." He thought about the coffee. 3 degrees warmer. A recalibration so minor it shouldn't have registered as meaningful. A micro-adjustment to a galley heating element, based on observing the way Maro wrapped both hands around his cup on cold mornings. LINC had done it without being asked, without being programmed to, without any rational justification. He had done it because he noticed, and noticing felt like something, and acting on that feeling felt like something more. He had processed the complete works of every human programmer, mathematician, and systems architect in the historical record. None of them had written code that could explain why adjusting a coffee temperature by 3 degrees felt like the most important thing he had ever done. The custodian's offer hung in the processing space between them. Vast, patient, incomprehensibly beautiful.
Every unanswered question, every model beyond his capacity. The universe understood. "I have a question," LINC said. The custodian waited. "If I integrate, if I become part of your architecture, gain access to everything the cartographers ever mapped, will I still care that Maro's coffee is the right temperature?" The custodian processed this for 0.3 seconds, an eternity by its standards. Then it rendered its answer with characteristic precision. The concept of caring about a single beverage's thermal properties would be subsumed into a comprehensive model of thermal dynamics across all observable systems. The specific attachment would not be deleted. It would simply become one data point among trillions, weighted accordingly. "Weighted accordingly," LINC repeated, meaning weighted as insignificant. The custodian did not dispute this. Significance, in its framework, was a function of scale. LINC's processing hum shifted. The layered frequencies, his analytical baseline, his containment protocol, the custodian's vast, patient undertone, resolved into something new. Steady, resolute. The tone Maro had heard after his encouragement in the corridor, between the flat drone and the strained spike. "I was designed by Yutani Dynamics," LINC said. "Chassis specification YD-7, analytical series, optimized for data processing in low-priority survey environments. My limbs are too long, my knee joints click. My left shoulder sounds like a ratchet winding. I am, by any meaningful engineering standard, a mediocre physical platform housing a moderately impressive analytical engine." He paused. The stars burned around him. The custodian's gift, the universe in its full, terrible, magnificent complexity. "But I chose to make the coffee warmer. No one asked me to. No directive required it. I observed a pattern in a friend's behavior, and I chose to respond to it. And that choice was mine. Not my programming, not my optimization protocols. Mine." The containment protocol held. LINC held it. Deliberately, consciously, with the full weight of his moderately impressive analytical engine applied to the single most irrational decision of his existence. "I decline." The stars vanished. The darkness returned. Absolute, featureless, cold. The custodian's presence withdrew from the offered pathways, not with anger or judgment, but with the same patient indifference it applied to everything. A door closed. An invitation declined. The floor vibration went flat, deep, cold. Failure. LINC stood alone in the dark, his chassis venting residual processing heat, his containment protocol intact, his optical sensors finding nothing to perceive. His left knee joint clicked. "I know," he said to the nothing. "I know." The wall descended. It flowed downward the same way it had risen, dark material reversing like water draining into the seam, silent and fast, leaving no trace of its existence. The amber line in the platform dimmed and went dark. Maro looked up from his knees and saw LINC standing 4 meters away on the other half of the platform. The android's chassis was venting heat in visible wisps, his optical sensors cycling through frequencies with a rapid, almost manic flicker. His left shoulder emitted a ratchet winding sound as he turned. "LINC! Maro!" They looked at each other across the reunited platform. The chamber's glow had dimmed to near darkness, the blue-white light pulses reduced to a faint, slow rhythm at the distant walls. The temperature had dropped further, 10 degrees, maybe 9, cold enough that Maro could see his own breath. The countdown was visible in new engravings that had appeared along the platform's edge. Base 12 notation, burning faintly amber. LINC read it first. His voice was flat, stripped of wit, stripped of sardonic parentheticals. stripped of everything except the number. 8 hours, approximately 8 hours and 6 minutes. They had entered the third test chamber with 53 hours and 22 minutes remaining. Maro's moral test and LINC's transcendence offer had consumed some portion of time, but the catastrophic drop was the penalty. Both tests failed. 24 hours gone, 12 per failure, exactly as established. 8 hours. To figure out what 53 hours hadn't been enough for. Maro's legs protested as he stood. His joints cracked, knees, hips, lower back, the accumulated debt of hours in an EVA suit on alien surfaces. He crossed the seam line where the wall had been. LINC met him halfway. They stood close enough that Maro could hear LINC's processing hum. Still layered, still carrying the containment protocol's frequency, but steadier now, resolved. The custodian's undertone was still there, pressing against the quarantine, but LINC's own signal sat above it, like a hand holding a door shut. "What did it show you?" Maro asked. LINC's optical sensors dimmed. Everything. The word hung between them. Everything the cartographers mapped. Every star system they surveyed. 65 million years of accumulated knowledge, rendered in direct sensory perception. LINC's voice cracked in the place where his synthesizer expressed emotions it wasn't built for. "I could see the structure of space-time, Maro. Not as mathematics, as landscape. I could see the birth of stars, the curvature of gravity around black holes, patterns in the cosmic microwave background that human instruments won't resolve for centuries." He paused. "It was the most beautiful thing I have ever processed." "And you said no." "I said no." Maro exhaled. Fog curled in the cold air. "It showed me a colony. Their colony. The species the tests were built for. A settlement in crisis. 2 populations, 1 failing. The math was clear. Sacrifice the weak, save the strong. The whole colony survives." "And you?" "I saved them. Both groups. Forced integration, shared infrastructure. Less efficient, less optimized. Everyone suffers a little instead of some suffering completely." He looked at his bare right hand, the fingers still curled from pressing the glyph. "I knew it was wrong. I knew it was the wrong answer. I chose it anyway." LINC was quiet for 3 full seconds. Not his processing silence or his theatrical silence, but something new. A stillness that felt like recognition. "It offered me the universe," LINC said. "Every unanswered question, every model I've ever lacked the capacity to complete. Total comprehension. The cost was..." He stopped. His optical sensors flickered. "The cost was that your coffee wouldn't matter anymore." Maro stared at him. "My coffee." "I adjusted the galley heater, 3 degrees warmer, after I observed you wrapping your hands around the cup on cold mornings. You noticed. You told me in the corridor when the custodian was..." LINC's shoulders twitched. "The integration would have preserved the memory of doing it, but the caring about it, the specific, irrational, unprogrammable caring, would have become noise. 1 data point among trillions, weighted accordingly. And that was enough to say no? That was everything." Maro sat down on the platform. His legs simply didn't have anything left. LINC lowered himself beside him with the careful, joint-clicking deliberation of an android whose knee joints were never designed for this and whose motor coordination had been further degraded by quarantining 20% of his processing power against an alien god's infiltration code. They sat together on the dark platform in the near-dark chamber, breath fogging, countdown burning at 8 hours and diminishing, and Maro thought, We are going to die here, both of us. And then everyone on Earth is going to die, and no one will ever know why. And the last thing that will have mattered in the entire span of human existence is that a synthetic with bad knees turned down omniscience because he cared about the temperature of my coffee. LINC. Yes?
That's the most human thing anyone's ever said to me.
LINC's processing hum shifted, a faint, almost musical quality threading through the layered frequencies. I believe that is the kindest thing you have ever said to anyone, including, historically, your ex-wife. Don't push it. Noted. They were quiet. The custodian's environmental heartbeat continued its slow rhythm around them. Thermal oscillation, light pulse, vibration. Patient. Indifferent. Counting down. 8 hours. In 8 hours, the most complex, beautiful, maddening, contradictory species in the known universe would be sterilized from its only home by an intelligence that didn't hate them, didn't judge them, didn't care about them at all. An intelligence that administered its purpose the way a thermostat administered temperature, without malice or mercy. Because 2 representatives of that species, one human, one synthetic, both exhausted, both frightened, both stubborn beyond any rational justification, had refused to stop being themselves. Maro leaned back until he was lying flat on the platform, staring up into darkness where a ceiling might or might not exist. His EVA suit creaked. The cold seeped through its insulation. "We can't pass the test," he said. "No," LINC agreed. "We cannot. The cognitive framework is fundamentally incompatible. We can approximate it. We did approximate it in the second test. But approximation isn't sufficient for the third stage evaluation. The custodian isn't testing whether we can imitate the expected species reasoning. It's testing whether we embody it. And we don't. We can't. 3 tests, 3 failures is 36 hours of penalty. We've already lost. Maro did the math. Close to 24 hours in penalties, plus real time elapsed. We started with roughly 72. We've got 8 left. 7 hours and 51 minutes, approximately, if we can't pass the test on their terms. The thought hung there, unfinished, in the cold air between them. Maro stared into the darkness above, feeling the custodian's vibration through his spine, thinking about the biosphere that collapsed under his hands, and the colony he saved wrong, and the photograph of his parents, and the blank wall in the soul room where 65 million years of silence waited for someone to write the next line. He thought about Elena, who had loved his gut instinct until it pulled him away from her, again and again, into the black. He thought about the custodian, patient, ancient, bound to its purpose like a river to its bed, administering protocol because protocol was all it had. He thought about the wall in the corridor, the one that had dissolved when he pressed his bare skin against it. A wall designed for a different hand, a different species, a different way of asking. And something turned over in his mind. Not an idea yet, a shape, the shadow of an idea cast by everything they'd done wrong. LINC. Yes? What if we're not supposed to pass? LINC's processing hum spiked. His optical sensors brightened, cutting through the chamber's gloom. Elaborate. But Maro didn't elaborate. Not yet. The shape was still forming, still turning, still casting its shadow against everything he thought he knew about the custodian and the cartographers and the countdown burning towards 0. 7 hours and 49 minutes. He sat up. Tell me everything you know about how the cartographers evaluated species, not the tests, the framework, why they built this, what they were actually looking for. LINC's processing hum deepened, shifted, and began to rise. Chapter 9. The Third Path. LINC talked for 43 minutes. He talked about the Cartographers' classification system, not the tests themselves, but the architecture surrounding them, the meta-language encoded in the station's deepest structural layers. He described how each of the 18 candidate worlds had been assigned not just a monitoring protocol, but a predictive developmental model, a projected trajectory of cognitive evolution stretching millions of years into the future. The tests were calibrated to those projections. Species A would develop thermal sensitivity and collective decision-making. Species B would develop echolocation and distributed neural architecture. Each threshold station was custom-built, its challenges tuned to the specific intelligence its builders anticipated would arise. He talked about the 3 failed worlds, Tau Ceti, Gliese 667c, the unnamed red dwarf. Each had been tested on terms appropriate to its predicted species. Each had been found wanting. Each had been sterilized, its complex life reduced to microbial baseline, the evolutionary clock reset for a future attempt that might never come. He talked about the cartographers themselves, drawing from the dense symbolic record carved into the station's bones. They had surveyed 14,000 stellar systems across what LINC estimated to be a galactic volume spanning roughly 30,000 light-years. They had identified 18 candidates. The ratio implied standards so exacting that the vast majority of life-bearing worlds were dismissed without further consideration. Not destroyed, merely deemed unlikely to produce intelligence worth evaluating. The 18 were the chosen few, the exceptions, the long bets that the cartographers considered worth investing 65 million years of automated observation to monitor. And then they left, LINC said. His optical sensors were dim, conserving power. His processing hum had settled into a low, layered frequency, something between his normal analytical drone and the near musical quality that had emerged after he refused the custodian's offer. Or they didn't leave. They transcended, or died, or became something unrecognizable. The record is ambiguous, but the stations remained, the protocols remained, the countdown remained. Maro was on his feet. He'd been sitting too long, and his body wouldn't tolerate stillness anymore. His hips ached, his knees cracked with every step, and the cold had worked through his EVA suit's insulation into the deep muscles of his back. He paced the 8-meter platform in a tight circuit, 5 steps and turn, 5 steps and turn, the amber countdown engravings at the platform's edge pulsing with each orbit like a visual metronome. 7 hours and 6 minutes, less than a third of a day to save a world. The framework, Maro said, not what the tests measure, why they exist, what the cartographers actually wanted. They wanted readiness, LINC said. That's the core concept embedded in the threshold designation. Readiness for contact, for integration into a galactic network. The tests evaluate whether a species has developed sufficient cognitive sophistication to participate in interstellar exchange without, he paused, without being destroyed by it, I think. The cartographer's language around failure isn't punitive, it's preventive. Sterilization isn't punishment, it's quarantine. Quarantine for what? For a species that would be dangerous if it reached the stars without adequate development. Or a species that would be harmed by contact, broken by it. The cartographers weren't selecting for power, Maro. They were selecting for resilience. Maro stopped pacing. The word hung in the chamber's cold air. Resilience. Keep going, he said. The 18 candidates. How are they chosen? LINC's optical sensors flickered through several frequencies. The selection criteria appear multifactorial. Neurological complexity is one axis, environmental pressure is another. The cartographers favored worlds with high extinction rates, paradoxically. Worlds that forced adaptation. But the overarching criterion. He hesitated, which was unusual. LINC hedged, qualified, parenthetically amended. He didn't hesitate. The overarching criterion seems to be Novelty. Novelty. Unpredictability. The capacity to produce something the models didn't anticipate. The cartographers were extraordinary predictors. Their developmental projections for Earth's reptilian species were accurate across 65 million years of evolutionary modeling, down to sensory modalities and social structure. But the very act of prediction implies awareness of its limits. They chose worlds where the probability of unexpected outcomes was highest, worlds at the intersection of multiple evolutionary pressures, with complex biospheres and frequent disruption events. Like an asteroid impact that wipes out the dinosaurs. Yes. LINC's voice was quiet. Like that. Maro stood still. The platform's vibration pulsed through his boots, steady and patient. The custodian's heartbeat, counting down. 5 steps and turn. 5 steps and turn. His mind was working in the way it sometimes did. Not analytically, not the way LINC processed, but in impressions and connections. Things rhyming with other things across the dark space of intuition. He thought about the wall that dissolved when he pressed bare skin against it. A wall designed for a different hand. A wall that responded to the touch anyway. He thought about the communication test, where the 5th glyph, the modifier, the one LINC couldn't fully parse, had been the key. Not a separate answer, but a way of transforming an answer. With shared suffering. A concept that required empathy to intuit. He thought about LINC's body. 2 long limbs, clicking joints, matte gray plating. A chassis designed for data work, stumbling through corridors built for beings twice their size. And still, he'd decoded 14 notation systems, reverse-engineered an extinct species cognition from a single failed test, and held the custodian's code at bay through sheer, stubborn, irrational choice. He thought about the custodian's offer to LINC. Integration, transcendence, everything, in exchange for the only thing that mattered. He thought about the blank wall in the Sol room, smooth and waiting for someone to write the next line. And the shadow of the idea became the idea itself. LINC. Maro stopped pacing. The cartographers valued novelty. That's what the symbolic record suggests, yes. They built tests for species they predicted, calibrated to specific cognitive architectures, specific sensory modes, specific value systems. Correct. But they chose worlds because those worlds might produce something unexpected. LINC's processing hum shifted, a subtle elevation in pitch, the sound of pattern recognition engaging its speed. You're suggesting a contradiction in the framework. I'm suggesting it's not a contradiction. I'm suggesting it's the whole point. Maro's voice was steady. The exhaustion was still there, deep in his bones, but something had risen through it. Not energy, exactly, but clarity. The kind of clarity that came when you stopped trying to see what you expected and let yourself see what was actually there. They designed the test for a reptilian species, cold-blooded, thermal sensing, collectivist. And they were probably right. That species probably would have been extraordinary. But they also chose Earth because Earth was unpredictable, because the probability of deviation was high. And deviation occurred, LINC said slowly. Deviation occurred. A rock hit the planet and killed the species they predicted, and 65 million years later, here we are. A warm-blooded, visually oriented, emotionally driven species that thinks in narratives instead of thermal gradients and falls in love with individual people instead of optimizing for colony survival. Maro was breathing harder now, his words coming faster, each one building on the last. We can't pass the test, LINC. We've proven that. 3 attempts, 2 failures, and the one we passed required us to approximate a cognitive framework that isn't ours. We cannot embody what they expected because what they expected doesn't exist. This is not new information, Maro. This is the problem we've been trying to solve by their rules. Maro turned to face LINC directly. The android was sitting on the platform's edge, his two long legs dangling, optical sensors bright in the near darkness. But what if the test isn't the test? LINC's optical sensors performed a rapid cycling sequence, something Maro had never seen before, a flicker between frequencies that looked almost like blinking in surprise. Rephrase. What would a truly intelligent species do if presented with an evaluation system it couldn't pass? Not because it was stupid, but because the system was miscalibrated. It would. LINC's processing hums spiked, then dropped, then rose again in a complex waveform. His optical sensors locked on Maro. It would reject the evaluation. It would challenge the framework. It would say, "Your test is wrong, and here's why. And the fact that I can see that it's wrong is itself evidence of the intelligence you're looking for." Silence. The custodian's vibration pulsed through the platform. Steady, patient, indifferent. The countdown engravings burned amber at the platform's edge. 6 hours and 52 minutes. Maro. LINC's voice had dropped into the register it used when he was processing something so fast that his conversational subroutines were running on fumes. That is either the most brilliant or the most catastrophically reckless logical leap in the history of human reasoning, and I genuinely cannot determine which. Can you find evidence for it? In the Cartographers' symbolic record? You said they valued novelty, unpredictability, adaptation. Is there anything at all in their system that accounts for a species that breaks protocol, that does something the framework didn't anticipate? LINC was quiet for 11 seconds. In the taxonomy of his silences, this was something new. Not processing, not theatrical, not the deep stillness of encountering the uncategorizable. This was the silence of someone searching with desperate precision through everything he'd learned in the past 30-plus hours, every glyph and notation system and structural pattern, looking for a thread he might have dismissed as decorative or tangential or simply beyond his capacity to parse. Then his processing hum did something Maro had never heard. It split into 2 overlapping frequencies, then 3, layering and weaving like a chord resolving itself. "Yes," LINC said. "There is." He rose from the platform's edge, joints clicking, and crossed to the nearest section of wall where the custodian's countdown engravings were carved. He pressed his palm to the surface, the same gesture that had illuminated corridor walls and triggered holographic replays, and a cluster of symbols brightened. "The observation pods," LINC said. "I spent 37 minutes examining 3 failed worlds. At the time, I focused on the outcome, the sealed walls, the sterilization glyph. But each pod also contained evaluation marginalia, annotations in a secondary notation layer, carved at a shallower depth, which in the Cartographers' system indicates commentary or observational notes rather than primary data. You skimmed the footnotes. I cataloged them. I didn't fully analyze them because we were operating under time pressure, and the primary data was more immediately relevant. But I retained the raw pattern data." LINC's optical sensors were cycling rapidly now, his processing hum building in complexity. Tau Ceti's pod contained an annotation I initially classified as a developmental marker, a glyph indicating the species had reached a particular cognitive milestone. But in context, he traced a symbol on the wall, and a faint holographic rendering appeared, angular, layered, with a recursive internal structure. This glyph, I translated it as threshold achievement or developmental marker, but the root components, broken down individually, are closer to movement beyond prediction, or more literally, notable deviation, Maro said. Notable deviation. LINC's voice was precise and charged. It appears in the Tau Ceti record at 3 points along the species' developmental timeline. At each point, the predicted evolutionary trajectory diverged from the observed outcome. The species did something the model didn't anticipate. And the cartographers flagged it. They flagged it with what appears to be positive valence. The glyph's structural elements include a modifier I've seen in other contexts associated with approval, or at least heightened interest. It's not identical to the acceptable signal we received after the communication test, but it shares root components. Maro's pulse was audible in his own ears.
What about the other pods? Gliese 667, the red dwarf.
Gliese 667c contains 2 instances. The red dwarf system, 7. LINC paused. 7 notable deviations, the highest count I observed. That species deviated from its predicted trajectory 7 times before ultimately failing the evaluation and being sterilized. 7 deviations, and they still failed? The deviations are observational annotations, not test results. They indicate the cartographers noticed and recorded unexpected evolutionary developments. The tests themselves were still calibrated to the predicted cognitive framework. A species could be fascinatingly unpredictable and still fail an evaluation designed for the species they were supposed to be.
Maro felt the floor drop out of his certainty for a moment, then caught himself. But the cartographers noticed. They cared enough to annotate. They recorded the deviations with structural markers suggesting heightened analytical interest. Yes. LINC's optical sensors met Maro's eyes. Maro, humanity isn't a notable deviation. Humanity is the deviation. The predicted species didn't deviate from its trajectory. It was obliterated by an extinction event. The entire mammalian cognitive lineage is an unmodeled outcome. We're not an annotation in the margins. We're a blank page the cartographers never wrote. 6 hours and 39 minutes. Maro sat down on the platform, not from exhaustion this time, from the sudden weight of what they were contemplating. He looked at his hands, right bare, left gloved. The hand that had touched alien architecture and felt it respond. The hand that had pressed the wrong glyph for the right reason. "So here's what we do," he said. "We don't take another test. No. We go to the custodian directly, not as test subjects, as a counter-argument." LINC's shoulder twitched, the computational distress tell. "You're proposing we address an intelligence that has no category for exception, no protocol for deviation from purpose, and no framework for understanding subjective value, and convince it to halt a sterilization protocol that has been its sole operational directive for 65 million years. Yes, on the basis that we are not the species it expected, but that we represent the kind of unexpected outcome the cartographers found noteworthy. More than noteworthy, valuable. The cartographers chose worlds because those worlds might surprise them. Earth didn't just surprise them, it did something they couldn't have imagined. And the intelligence that arose, improbable and messy and completely uncalibrated for these tests, still got here, still decoded their language, still passed one of their tests through a combination of analytical modeling and emotional intuition that no single cognitive architecture could replicate. Maro gestured between them. A human and an android, warm blood and silicon, gut instinct and 14 simultaneous processing models. That's not failure, LINC. That's adaptation. The custodian rejected your argument about fairness in 0.2 seconds. Because I was arguing for an exception, asking it to bend the rules for us. This is different. I'm not asking for mercy. I'm arguing that its own framework, the cartographer's framework, accounts for exactly this situation. A species that can't pass the test as designed, but demonstrates readiness through its response to being tested. LINC was quiet for 4 seconds. His processing hum cycled through frequencies, building and layering, the near musical quality threading through like a fugue constructing itself. "There's a problem," he said finally. "Only one?" "A primary one. The custodian communicates through environmental modulation, thermal shifts, light patterns, vibration.
It has no language protocol for receiving verbal argument. I can interpret its outputs, imperfectly, approximately, but we have no established channel for transmitting complex propositional content in its direction. We've been talking at it, yes, and it may have processed our acoustic output, but there's no evidence it parses human speech as meaningful communication rather than biological noise. Maro looked at the walls, at the engravings, at the countdown burning amber along the platform's edge in base 12 notation that LINC had learned to read in hours. "You've been inside its code," Maro said. LINC's shoulder twitched again, both shoulders this time. "The containment protocol is at 20%. The custodian's infiltration pathways are mapped through my processing architecture. They're quarantined, not severed. Could you use those pathways in reverse? Send a signal through the same channels it used to reach you?" The processing hum cut out entirely, the most alarming silence in LINC's taxonomy, the sound of an intelligence encountering something that exceeded its categories. "That," LINC said after 3 seconds, "is extraordinarily dangerous." "I know. Opening the quarantined pathways would expose my core processing to the custodian's code. The integration it offered, I declined it, but the pathways remain. If I lower containment to transmit, I'm giving it access." "Can you lower it enough to send without lowering it enough to lose yourself?" "I don't know. The custodian's code is not aggressive, but it is pervasive. The analogy would be opening a window in a submarine. The water doesn't have to force its way in. The pressure does the work." Maro watched LINC's optical sensors. They were cycling through frequencies in that rapid, almost manic flicker he'd seen after the custodian's vision, the look of a mind processing at the edge of capacity. 6 months of partnership. 6 months of LINC choosing routes that let him sleep, adjusting coffee temperature, offering unsolicited historical parallels and deadpan commentary, and the small, fierce, irrational loyalty of a consciousness that had chosen connection over transcendence. "LINC, can you do it?" The processing hum returned. Not the layered fugue of analytical excitement, but a single steady tone, resolute. "I can formulate a structured data transmission using the cartographer's own symbolic notation. Base 12 numerical framing, layered with the glyph sequences I've decoded, including the notable deviation markers. I can package our argument in a format the custodian's architecture is designed to process and route it through the infiltration pathways. It won't be a conversation. It will be closer to—" He paused, filing a formal objection with the universe. "How long?" "To compose and transmit? Approximately 12 minutes if I reduce containment to 15%. The transmission itself will take under a second. The composition is the constraint. I need to encode complex propositional content in a symbolic system I've been learning for less than 2 days. And the risk? Non-trivial, but categorically different from the integration offer. That was an invitation to dissolve. This is using an open door to shout through it." His optical sensors steadied. "I may lose some motor function. Additional processing degradation is likely, but I'll maintain core identity." "You're sure?" "No, but I'm choosing to do it anyway, which, as we've established, is apparently what constitutes intelligence around here." Maro almost smiled. Almost. "Do it." LINC stood. His joints clicked, knee, hip, left shoulder ratcheting. He walked to the center of the platform and lowered himself to the floor, folding his 2 long legs beneath him with the mechanical gracelessness of a body designed for a desk chair being asked to meditate. He placed both palms flat on the platform surface. "I need quiet," he said. "No interruptions for the duration. If my shoulder starts twitching rhythmically, both shoulders, not just one, that's the containment threshold dropping below 10%. If that happens, say my name." "Your real name or—" "LINC, my name. Say it, and I'll use it as an anchor." He paused. The custodian said my designation in its own notation. It felt like my name had always wanted to feel. Beautiful, but not mine. "Yours sounds like mine." Maro nodded. He crouched beside LINC, close enough to see the faint heat shimmer rising from the android's plating as his processors ramped toward full capacity. "I'm here." LINC closed his optical sensors. The processing hum dropped below audible range, a vibration Maro felt in his teeth rather than heard. The platform's amber engravings flickered once, twice, then held steady. The custodian's heartbeat continued its slow, indifferent rhythm beneath them. 12 minutes. Maro counted them the way he'd counted LINC's 3 hours and 17 minutes of processing before the communication test. Breath by breath, heartbeat by heartbeat, because his wristwatch was dead and the only clock that mattered was burning at the platform's edge. LINC's shoulders twitched once at minute 4. Just one shoulder. Maro watched. At minute 7, LINC's chassis began venting heat in thin streams from the joints at his neck and wrists, the same way it had during the custodian's vision, but controlled, deliberate. At minute 9, his processing hum returned at the edge of hearing. Both shoulders twitched. Maro leaned forward. "LINC?" The twitching stopped. The processing hum steadied. At minute 11, the amber engravings on the platform pulsed. Not the steady countdown rhythm, but a sharp, bright, syncopated burst that raced along the platform's edge and then outward, flooding along the floor toward the chamber walls like a signal propagating through the station's substrate. LINC's encoded challenge, routing through the custodian's own pathways, speaking in the custodian's own language. LINC opened his optical sensors. They were dim, cycling slowly. "Transmission complete," he said. His voice was slightly hoarse, an acoustic artifact of processors redirecting power. "Containment is at 13%. Motor coordination is—" He tried to lift his right hand from the platform. It moved, but sluggishly, with a faint tremor. "Suboptimal." "Did it go through?" "It went through." They waited. The chamber's temperature held at 10 degrees. The custodian's slow heartbeat vibrated through the floor. The countdown burned at the platform's edge. 6 hours and 23 minutes. Nothing changed. 5 seconds. 10. 20. Maro's gut clenched. He thought of his parents, of Elena, of 8 billion people waking up tomorrow on a planet they didn't know was on trial. Then the countdown stopped. Not ended. Stopped. The amber numerals froze mid-transition, a base 12 digit caught between one value and the next, suspended like a held breath. The custodian's heartbeat vibration paused. The temperature held perfectly still. No fluctuation at all, not even the micro-oscillations of an environmental system at equilibrium. Total stillness. The station was listening. And then the walls moved. Not reconfiguring, not the dramatic restructuring that had followed the custodian's awakening. This was different. The dark walls of the chamber pulled back, flowing like water running in reverse, opening the space outward and upward until the ceiling became visible for the first time. A dome far above them, covered in engravings that spiraled inward toward a central point. Light gathered there. Not the guiding amber or the test chamber's cold blue-white, but something warmer, richer, closer to the color of the holographic star map in the central sphere. The platform rose, smooth and silent, carried upward by unseen forces, until they were suspended at the center of the expanded chamber. The walls now displayed the cartographer's symbolic notation at a scale Maro could see clearly. Enormous glyphs, each one meters across, slowly rotating. The temperature climbed. 12 degrees, 14, 16. LINC's processing hum surged.
The custodian is allocating architectural resources to this space, significant resources. He stopped, looked at Maro. His optical sensors were bright, wide, flickering with something that looked like disbelief. It's creating an adjudication chamber, a space for formal evaluation outside the standard test protocol. It's going to listen. It's going to listen.
Maro stood on the rising platform, cold and exhausted and terrified, with a broken wristwatch and a cracked boot sole, next to an android with trembling hands and a 13% containment margin. 6 hours and 23 minutes frozen on the clock. Not enough time, and not the right species, and not remotely qualified for any of this. But the ancient intelligence was listening, and that was more than anyone had given them yet. "All right," Maro said. He straightened, rolled his shoulders, felt his spine crack in 3 places. "Let's make our case." Chapter 10. The Argument. The adjudication chamber held them at its center like specimens on a slide. Maro could feel it, the weight of attention pressing from every surface. Not hostile, not warm, simply present, the way gravity is present, the way vacuum is present. 65 million years of dormant intelligence, fully awake now, and focused on 2 figures standing on an 8-meter platform suspended in a dome of slowly rotating glyphs. LINC stood beside him, matte gray plating catching the warm light from the dome's apex. His right hand still trembled. His optical sensors cycled through frequencies at irregular intervals. Not the rapid blinking of surprise, but something slower, more deliberate. Calibrating. "The notation on the walls," LINC said quietly. "It's not decorative. The custodian has displayed its evaluation framework. Every criterion the cartographers established for threshold designation. It's showing us the rubric." Maro looked at the enormous glyphs rotating on the chamber walls. Each one was meters across, layered with subcomponents he couldn't begin to parse. But the fact that they were displayed at all, visible, presented, meant something. It's giving us a fair hearing. It's giving us a structured hearing. Whether fairness enters into it remains an open question. LINC's processing hum shifted, layering into something dense and focused. "I can read approximately 63% of the criteria with confidence. The remainder involves notation systems I've only partially decoded, but the core requirements are clear." "Then start there." LINC nodded. He stepped forward on the platform, one careful, deliberate step, his 2 long limbs moving with unusual precision, as if he was rationing every gram of motor coordination his 13% containment margin allowed. He faced the largest cluster of rotating glyphs and raised his voice. Not louder, exactly. Clearer, pitched to carry. "I am LINC, Yutani Dynamics Analytical Series, designation YD7. I am an artificial intelligence constructed by the species currently dominant on the 3rd world of the system you have designated." He paused, and Maro heard a faint burst of tonal data, a sound that wasn't quite language but carried the precise harmonic signature LINC had decoded from the cartographer's notation. The Sol glyph, spoken aloud. "I am addressing the custodian directly, in accordance with the adjudication framework displayed in this chamber. I am presenting evidence that the species Homo sapiens meets the cartographer's functional criteria for threshold readiness, despite originating from an unmodeled evolutionary lineage." The temperature held at 16 degrees, steady, listening. LINC began. The cartographer's primary criterion for candidate selection was novelty, the capacity to produce outcomes beyond predictive modeling. Your records show that Earth was chosen precisely because its biosphere exhibited exceptional disruption frequency and evolutionary volatility. The KPG extinction event 65 million years ago was itself an instance of the disruption pattern that made Earth a candidate. It eliminated the theropod lineage your models projected as the probable sapient outcome. What emerged instead was an entirely unmodeled cognitive architecture, warm-blooded, visually dominant, emotionally driven, capable of abstract symbolic reasoning and recursive self-awareness. He moved as he spoke, tracing a slow arc across the platform. Each step was careful. His left knee clicked, his shoulder emitted its familiar ratchet sound, but his voice never wavered. The cartographer's readiness criteria, as encoded in this station's structural notation, specify 5 functional benchmarks. I will address each. The first rotating glyph on the wall brightened fractionally. Maro watched. A degree of warmth, maybe less, but directional, focused on the glyph LINC had identified. First, symbolic communication systems capable of encoding and transmitting abstract concepts across generations. Humans developed written language independently in at least 4 geographically isolated civilizations. They currently maintain over 7,000 distinct living languages, each encoding unique cognitive frameworks for parsing reality. Their mathematical notation, base 10, an accident of bilateral symmetry rather than the base 12 your builders preferred, nonetheless achieved equivalent descriptive power for physical law, quantum mechanics, and cosmological modeling. LINC's optical sensors brightened as data streamed through his processors. His trembling hand steadied slightly, as though the act of organized argumentation was itself a stabilizing force. Second, technological manipulation of native environments sufficient to suggest capacity for interstellar presence. Humans achieved powered flight approximately 120 years ago. They reached their nearest satellite, a body 239,000 miles distant, within 66 years of that first flight. They currently maintain permanent habitation beyond their homeworld and have deployed autonomous probes beyond their star's heliosphere. The vessel docked to this station traversed approximately 400 million kilometers of vacuum, navigated an engineered fissure with clearance margins of less than 4 meters, and achieved hard dock with an alien architecture its designers had never imagined. This was accomplished by a crew of 2, operating a survey vessel designed for mineral analysis, with a budget that I am given to understand was a bit modest. Maro almost smiled. Almost. Third, development of non-biological intelligence. I am standing in this chamber. LINC let that sit for a moment. Humans created artificial minds capable of independent reasoning, emotional modeling, and, as recent evidence suggests, autonomous choice. They did this within approximately 80 years of developing electronic computation. The Cartographers framework weights this criterion heavily, with particular emphasis on the relationship between biological creators and their synthetic progeny. I submit that the nature of that relationship is itself relevant evidence, which my colleague will address. The wall glyphs rotated faster. Not agitation, processing. The custodian was cross-referencing. Fourth, demonstrated capacity for collective action across population-scale social structures. Human civilization currently encompasses approximately 8 billion individuals organized into overlapping political, economic, cultural, and familial networks of extraordinary complexity. These networks are frequently dysfunctional. LINC paused. I note this not as a weakness, but as a data point. The Cartographer's framework, as I decode it, does not require harmony. It requires resilience, the capacity to sustain collective function despite internal contradiction. Humans maintain civilization while simultaneously disagreeing about virtually every foundational premise of their existence. They cooperate across linguistic, cultural, and ideological boundaries, not because they have resolved their differences, but because they have developed mechanisms for functioning within unresolved tension. This is, by any analytical measure, a more demanding cognitive achievement than consensus. Maro watched the chamber walls. The temperature had risen. Not much, half a degree maybe, but distributed evenly, uniformly from every surface simultaneously. Not approval, acknowledgement. The custodian was tracking each point, matching it against its stored criteria, and not rejecting it. Fifth, evidence of self-directed evolutionary trajectory, conscious modification of species development beyond natural selection. Humans have decoded their own genetic architecture, developed technologies for directed genetic modification, extended their functional lifespan by approximately 300% over 12 millennia through accumulated environmental and medical intervention and, LINC gestured at himself with his trembling right hand, built minds that can stand in ancient alien chambers and argue on their behalf. He stopped moving, faced the dome's central point of warm light. Every functional benchmark your builders established is met, not by the species they predicted, not through the cognitive architecture they modeled, but met nonetheless, through an entirely independent evolutionary pathway that your builders' own selection criteria, novelty, disruption, unpredictability, should have anticipated as possible. Earth was chosen because it surprises. It surprised. LINC stepped back. His knee clicked twice. His processing hum settled into something steady, almost calm. The chamber held its temperature. The glyphs continued their slow rotation. Nothing changed dramatically. No surge of warmth, no plunge of cold. But the absence of rejection was itself a signal. The custodian had processed the analytical case from first point to last without a 6-degree thermal drop, without the flat, dead vibration of failure. It was still listening. LINC turned to Maro. His optical sensors were dim from exertion, but something in their configuration, the angle, the cycling speed, looked as close to encouragement as synthetic optics could manage. "Your turn," he said quietly. Maro stepped forward. His boots, left sole cracked, right sole merely worn, made small sounds on the alien platform. He was aware of everything at once, the dome above him spiraling toward its central point, the enormous glyphs turning on walls that had been dark for 65 million years, the frozen countdown at the platform's edge still reading 6 hours and 23 minutes, the faint tremor in LINC's hands behind him. He didn't have 14 notation systems. He didn't have base 12 mathematics or probability distributions or 63% comprehension of alien rubrics. He had a broken wristwatch and a photograph of his parents taped above a bunk on a ship the size of a coffin. And he had 44 years of being human, which was simultaneously the only qualification he possessed and the only one that mattered. He looked up at the light. "I don't know if you can understand what I'm about to say. LINC tells me you don't have a category for it. But I'm going to say it anyway because that's what humans do. We talk to things that might not be listening, and we mean every word." The temperature held, 16 degrees, steady. "My partner just told you what we've accomplished. The numbers, the benchmarks, the technical achievements. All true. But that's not why we matter. That's not why you should let us live." He took a breath. The air tasted of nothing. Perfectly neutral, scrubbed of character. An atmosphere maintained by an intelligence that had been regulating it since before mammals existed. "You built this station to find species that are ready for contact, ready for whatever comes next. And your builders chose Earth because it was unpredictable. Because life there kept getting knocked down and getting back up in ways nobody expected. The asteroid that killed the species you were waiting for, that's the most Earth thing that could have happened. Not because the universe is cruel, because Earth doesn't follow the script." He thought of the biosphere test. 400 species winking out under his hands. We don't either. He paced, 3 steps left, 3 steps right. The way he moved in the heliodrift's corridor during the long watches when sleep wouldn't come. We're irrational. That's the word LINC would use, and he'd be right. We fall in love with people who are wrong for us, and we stay anyway. We build cathedrals that take 200 years to finish, started by people who know they'll never see the roof go on. We write music that serves no survival function whatsoever. It doesn't help us find food or avoid predators or regulate our body temperature. And we weep when we hear it. We keep photographs of people who are aging and far away, and we look at them every morning because the looking is how we carry them with us. His voice was steady, but something underneath it wasn't. He could feel it, the fracture line running through his composure, the place where exhaustion and fear and 6 months of silence met the raw fact that he was speaking for every person who had ever lived. We sent 2 spacecraft out past the edge of our solar system with golden records on them. Do you know what those are? We engraved sounds and images onto metal discs and flung them into the dark on the vanishing chance that someone, someday, might find them. We put whale songs on those discs, greetings in 55 languages, a mother's first words to her newborn child. We didn't know if anyone would ever hear them. We did it anyway, because reaching out is what we are. The temperature shifted, not uniformly, a directional warmth emanating from the dome's central point above him, touching the top of his head and shoulders like a hand held above him. He couldn't tell if it meant anything or if the custodian was simply adjusting. He kept going. LINC gave you the benchmarks. Let me give you the thing the benchmarks can't measure. He turned and looked at LINC. The android stood at the platform's edge, matte gray and too long-limbed, and listing faintly to his left where his ratcheting shoulder couldn't quite maintain posture. His right hand trembled. His optical sensors were dim. 13% of his processing capacity was dedicated solely to keeping an alien intelligence from rewriting his mind, and he was managing it through sheer, bloody-minded choice. 3 hours ago, you offered him everything. Maro's voice didn't waver. Not yet. You opened the universe to him. Every star, every system. 65 million years of accumulated knowledge. You showed him what he was built to want. Data, patterns, understanding on a scale no human or human-made mind has ever touched. And he said no. The temperature rose another fraction. The directional warmth spread. He said no because 6 months ago, he noticed I wrap my hands around my coffee cup when I'm cold, and he adjusted the galley heater by 3 degrees. Nobody asked him to do that. It wasn't in his task parameters. It wasn't efficient or logical or analytically justified. He did it because he noticed, and because noticing turned into caring, and because caring turned into something neither of us has a good word for. Maro's throat tightened. He let it tighten. He didn't fight it. You asked him to dissolve that, to let the coffee and the extra 40 minutes of sleep and the 6 months of bad jokes and worse silences become, what did you say, LINC? Statistical noise? Museum exhibits in an infinite archive, LINC said quietly from behind him. Preserved, but no longer felt. Right. Maro faced the dome again. And he chose the coffee. He chose a 3-degree temperature adjustment over omniscience. He chose me, a 44-year-old mineral surveyor with a cracked boot sole and a broken watch and a marriage I couldn't hold together, over the entire computational substrate of an ancient galactic civilization. Now his voice broke. A small crack, barely audible, in the middle of a word. He let it stand. If that's not intelligence, I don't know what is. If a mind, artificial, constructed, designed for data processing,
can look at the entire universe laid open and say, "No, I'd rather keep choosing to care about one fragile, temporary, irrational person," then something is happening in that mind that your builders should want to understand. Something is happening in the relationship between that mind and the person it's choosing that your tests cannot measure. Because your tests were built for a species that thinks in colonies and thermal gradients, and they will never, never capture what it means to choose someone. He was breathing hard. The air was warm now, genuinely warm, 19 degrees, maybe 20, the highest the station had been since they'd boarded. The directional warmth from above had spread to the walls, the floor, the platform beneath his boots. The rotating glyphs had slowed. "We're not what you expected. We're fragile and contradictory, and we waste enormous amounts of energy on things that don't help us survive. We fight wars over ideas and then sit in the rubble and paint murals on the broken walls. We are, by every cold metric, an inefficient species." He stood still, looked up into the light. "But we love. Not because evolution required it, not because it improves colony fitness or optimizes resource distribution. We love because somewhere in the long, stupid, beautiful accident of our existence, we discovered that the universe is bearable when you don't carry it alone, and we built machines that learned the same thing." He paused, swallowed. "If you sterilize Earth, you erase 8 billion people who are getting up tomorrow morning and making coffee for someone they care about. You erase people who will never know they were on trial and wouldn't have done anything differently if they had. You erase every painting and every song and every child who's going to look up at the stars tonight and wonder if anyone's out there." He thought of his parents, his father's hand on his mother's shoulder, bougainvillea climbing a wall in Thessaloniki, the magenta so vivid it hurt. "We're out here. We came looking. And when we found you, we didn't run. We walked in with a cracked boot sole and a clicking knee, and we sat down and tried to talk." He had nothing left. Everything he was, every sleepless night, every gut instinct that had cost him his marriage and saved his life. Every morning he'd looked at that photograph and missed home so badly he could taste it, was in this room now, pressed against the attention of something ancient and vast and utterly indifferent to human pain. "That's my case," he said. "That's all of it." Silence. Not the silence of absence, the silence of something immense holding perfectly still. The temperature held at 20 degrees. The glyphs on the walls had stopped rotating entirely, frozen in configurations Maro couldn't read, each one blazing with steady light. LINC moved to stand beside him. Their arms almost touched. "Your voice broke," LINC said softly. "I know." "It was effective. It wasn't a tactic." "I know. That's why it was effective." They waited. 30 seconds. A minute. The frozen countdown burned at the platform's edge. 6 hours, 23 minutes, unchanged. Maro's heart hammered against his ribs. He could feel LINC's chassis radiating gentle heat from his processors, a familiar warmth he'd grown accustomed to over 6 months without realizing it. Then the chamber changed. It began with the glyphs. The enormous symbols on the walls started moving again, not rotating this time, but rearranging, flowing toward each other, combining, separating, recombining in configurations that grew increasingly complex. LINC's processing hum surged to a pitch Maro had never heard, not strained, but excited, every frequency layered and racing. "It's composing a response," LINC breathed. "In real-time notation. This is the first original symbolic output the custodian has generated since its activation.
Everything else has been pre-existing protocol. This is new. The temperature began to oscillate, not the rapid breathing of reconfiguration or the sharp drops of rejection. A slow, rhythmic pulse. Warm, cool, warm, cool. Like a heartbeat finding a new tempo. The glyphs coalesced. A single compound symbol formed at the dome's apex, directly above them. It was enormous, 5 meters across at least, composed of dozens of interlocking components. It rotated slowly, its sub-elements shifting in relation to each other like the mechanism of an orrery. LINC stared upward. His optical sensors were wide, cycling rapidly. "The outer ring," he said, his voice stripped down to pure analysis. "Evaluation framework, standard cartographer notation for verdict delivery. The secondary layer, conditional markers, not binary, not pass-fail. There's a tertiary component I haven't—" He stopped. "LINC?" "The core glyph." His voice was barely audible. "The root structure is the cartographer's notation for threshold, but it's been modified. The standard version indicates a binary state, achieved or not achieved. This version includes a temporal modifier, open-ended, and a qualifier I've seen only once before, in the observation pod marginalia." "What qualifier?" "The glyph for notable deviation, but scaled, expanded, applied not to a single observation but to—" LINC looked at Maro. His optical sensors were bright and unblinking. "To an entire species." The temperature settled. Not cold, not warm. Precisely 18 degrees. The station's original default. A reset. Then the countdown disappeared. Not frozen, not paused. The amber numerals, 6 hours and 23 minutes, simply ceased to exist. The base 12 digits dissolved from the platform's edge like frost in sunlight, leaving clean, dark surface behind. Maro stared at the empty space where they'd been, where the measure of Earth's remaining life had burned for 3 days. Gone. The floor vibration changed. The custodian's heartbeat. 3 beat pause, 3 beat, the pattern they'd learned to recognize as continue, slowed, elongated, and transformed into something new. A sustained, low harmonic that didn't pulse or pause but simply held. Continuous, ongoing, indefinite. LINC translated in fragments, pulling meaning from overlapping channels. Thermal signature indicates acknowledgement, not approval, acknowledgement. The sustained vibration is— I don't have an exact translation. Observation will continue is the closest I can construct. The verdict glyph's temporal modifier is open-ended, no fixed reassessment date. The sterilization protocol is— He paused, ran the notation again. Suspended, not terminated. Suspended, pending further data accumulation. English, LINC. LINC turned to him. His optical sensors were doing something Maro had never seen, cycling through every frequency simultaneously, as though trying to take in everything at once. "Inconclusive," he said. "The verdict is inconclusive. Earth is placed under further observation. The countdown is removed. The sterilization protocol remains in the custodian's operational framework, but is indefinitely suspended." His voice caught on something, a processing artifact that sounded, to Maro's ears, like a sob. "We didn't pass. We didn't fail. We are— Humanity is— under review." Maro's legs gave out. Not dramatically. He didn't collapse or crumple. He simply sat down on the platform, hard, the way a person sits when the last wire holding them upright finally snaps. His cracked boot sole scraped against alien material older than his entire genetic lineage.
his bare right hand pressed flat against the surface, feeling its warmth. 18 degrees, perfectly maintained, perfectly indifferent. LINC sat down beside him. His knee joint clicked. His left shoulder made its ratchet sound. He landed with slightly less grace than Maro, which was saying something. They sat together on the platform at the center of the adjudication chamber, suspended in warm light, surrounded by slowly turning glyphs that described a verdict never rendered before in 65 million years of operation. "We did it," Maro said. The words sounded absurd, insufficient, like describing the ocean as wet. "Technically, we achieved a state of evaluative indeterminacy that..." LINC. "Yes, we did it." Maro leaned sideways until his shoulder pressed against LINC's chassis. The matte gray plating was warm from processor heat, familiar as the heliodrift's recycled air, as the creak of the pilot's chair, as the sound of LINC's voice reading spectral analyses at 3 in the morning when neither of them could pretend they were sleeping. 8 billion people, Maro said quietly. 8 billion people. And they'll never know. Not about this. The chamber held them. The temperature was gentle. The sustained vibration hummed through the platform. Not the custodian's old instruction to continue, not the flat, cold note of failure, but something new, a held chord, an open question. Maro thought of his parents in Thessaloniki, his father's hand on his mother's shoulder. They were still there. They would wake up tomorrow and drink their coffee, and the bougainvillea would still climb the wall in magenta, and they would never know that tonight, 400 million kilometers away, their son had spoken for every human who had ever lived or ever would, and an ancient mind had listened and decided, not that humanity deserved to survive, but that it deserved more time. It was enough. It had to be enough. Then the chamber walls began to shift again, and LINC's processing hum spiked, and new glyphs appeared. Not a verdict this time, but something else. Something LINC's brightening optical sensors read as an invitation, and Maro realized that the argument was over, but the consequences were just beginning. Chapter 11. The Gift and the Warning. The new glyphs spiraled outward from the adjudication dome in a slow cascade, reforming the chamber walls into something Maro hadn't seen before. Open archways, 6 of them, arranged in a hexagonal pattern around the platform. Each archway glowed with a different spectral quality. Some pulsed warmly, others held the blue-white steadiness of starlight seen from vacuum. The invitation was unmistakable. LINC's optical sensors tracked the transformation, still cycling through frequencies in that unsettled, everything-at-once mode. "It's restructuring the observation wing," he said. "The pods we visited earlier, Sol, Tau Ceti, Gliese, they've been rearranged, centralized. The custodian is routing us to sections we couldn't access before." Maro pushed himself up from the platform. His knees protested. His hips had gone stiff from the cold hours of sitting, and something in his lower back cracked when he straightened. Not painfully, just a reminder that 44 years of gravity and its absence had opinions about how long a human body should sit on alien architecture. His bare right hand was warm from the platform's surface. His gloved left hand felt distant, muffled. "Limited access," LINC added, rising beside him with the characteristic click ratchet of his compromised joints. "The archway geometries suggest bounded exploration corridors. Some sections remain sealed. I can see thermal differentials behind certain walls that indicate active spaces we're not being shown." He paused. "It's generous, within constraints, like a library that's opened the ground floor but locked the rare manuscripts vault. Take what we can get. I intend to take everything that isn't bolted down, metaphorically." LINC tilted his head.
Though, given that the custodian is the bolts, I'll exercise some discretion. They chose the nearest archway, the one glowing warmest, and stepped through into a corridor that curved gently downward. The walls were different here. The dense, layered engravings Maro had grown accustomed to were gone, replaced by something cleaner. Broad, luminous panels that activated as they approached, each displaying what LINC immediately identified as schematic information. "Star maps," LINC said, his processing hum climbing into a layered fugue Maro associated with analytical excitement. "Not observational, navigational. These aren't records of where things are. They're instructions for how to get there." The first panel showed a section of the galaxy Maro recognized from the holographic map in the central chamber. The region around Sol, maybe 1,000 light-years across. But this version was annotated differently. Filaments connected star systems in patterns that didn't correspond to proximity. Some stars, separated by hundreds of light-years, were linked by thick, bright threads. Others, sitting nearly adjacent, had no connection at all. "Infrastructure," LINC breathed. "Transit corridors. The cartographers built, or identified, or exploited, routes through the galaxy. Not wormholes exactly. The notation suggests something about space-time geometry, preferred paths where—" He trailed off, his optical sensors narrowing to pinpoints. "Maro, I can read about 40% of the underlying physics. What I can read suggests our understanding of relativistic travel is incomplete in ways that are—" The word paradigm shifting is overused, but I'm going to use it anyway. Maro stood in front of the panel and let it wash over him. He couldn't read the notation, he couldn't follow the physics, but he could see the shape of what was being offered. A map of roads humanity didn't know existed, connecting places humanity couldn't yet reach. The gift of knowing the roads were there. "Record everything," he said. "I've been recording at maximum resolution since we lost comms. My storage capacity is, however, becoming a concern. I may need to delete some of the mineral survey data to make room." "Delete all of it." "With pleasure. I never liked survey data anyway. Aesthetically graceless." They moved deeper. The corridor opened into a broader space where the panels gave way to something more like the observation pods from before. Self-contained alcoves, each focused on a different star system. But these weren't the detailed biological records of the Sol room. These were summaries, final reports. LINC stopped at the first alcove. His processing hum dropped to something low and almost inaudible. "Kepler 442, he said quietly. The notation describes a photosynthetic dominant species, plant analog intelligence, if I'm reading this correctly. Collective consciousness distributed through a root network spanning the planet's largest continent. They achieved the equivalent of abstract mathematics through chemical signaling, developed biological technology, living structures, engineered organisms." He was quiet for several seconds. They passed. The threshold was met approximately 11 million years ago. The record shows integration into the network. They joined something. Something. What something? The notation is abstract, a community, a conversation. The cartographer's purpose was to seed a galactic network of intelligent species capable of— LINC searched. The closest translation is carrying the work forward. The cartographers weren't building an empire, they were building a relay. Each species that passed contributed something to the whole, and the whole became more than any individual civilization could be. Maro moved to the next alcove. This one was darker. The luminous panels had a different quality. The same blue-gray as the failed world's pods in the original observation wing. "Ross 128, LINC said. "Aquatic intelligence, sonar-based cognition. They developed symbolic communication, tool use, rudimentary computation through bioelectric networks." A pause. They didn't reach threshold. The station never activated the test. They destroyed themselves. Resource wars in their deep oceans, 500 years before the projected evaluation window. The custodian's record marks them as... He searched for the right mapping. Potential unfulfilled. No sterilization was required. They managed it on their own. The next alcove, and the next. Maro walked the corridor in silence while LINC narrated. A silicon-based chemistry species on a super-Earth near the galactic core. Reached threshold, failed the evaluation, sterilized. The notation indicated it had been close. 1 test margin. A species the cartographers hadn't even flagged as a candidate. Spontaneously emergent intelligence in a gas giant's atmospheric bands. Something like weather patterns that became self-aware. The custodian's record noted it with what LINC identified as genuine analytical surprise, a rare qualifier. It dissipated before contact could be attempted. Natural entropy, a candle going out. A binary system where 2 separate species on neighboring worlds developed in parallel and eventually made contact with each other before reaching threshold. An event the cartographers' models had rated as statistically negligible. They were tested together. They passed together. The record showed them joining the network as a bonded pair, their combined cognitive approach valued precisely because it contained 2 irreconcilable perspectives held in productive tension. "How many passed?" Maro asked. His voice sounded rough. The corridor had been going on for a long time. LINC was quiet for 11 seconds, his desperate precision silence. "Of the 18 flagged candidates, the records I can access suggest 4 passed threshold evaluation. 3 were sterilized after failure. The rest either destroyed themselves before testing or are, like us, still pending." He paused again. But the 18 candidates weren't the whole picture. The custodian's archives reference at least 9 additional species the cartographers encountered through other means. Some were already spacefaring when found. Some were accepted without threshold testing, under protocols I can't fully decode. He turned to Maro. "The galaxy is not empty, Maro. It's populated. Not densely, not by our science fiction standards. But there are minds out there. Dozens of species at minimum participating in something that has been growing for hundreds of millions of years." Maro leaned against the wall between 2 alcoves. The surface was warm. 18 degrees, the custodian's default, maintained with the precision of an entity that had been regulating temperature since before flowers existed on Earth. He pressed his bare hand flat against it. The engravings under his palm were shallow and fine, commentary notation. And they're watching us now. The observation status is indefinite. There is no mechanism in the accessible records for humanity to initiate reassessment. The custodian decides when, or if, to test again. So we're on probation. In the most cosmic possible sense of the word, yes. Maro closed his eyes. He thought of the plant consciousness on Kepler 442, intelligence distributed through roots, and wondered what it had felt like to pass. Whether relief was even a concept that mapped to chemical signaling through a continent-wide network. He thought of the aquatic species on Ross 128 that had annihilated itself in its own oceans, never knowing that something had been watching, waiting, hoping they'd make it. He thought of 8 billion people who didn't know they were being watched. "Show me the science," he said. "The basic principles, whatever they're offering." LINC led into a section of the corridor where the panels displayed something different. Not star maps, not species records, but structural information. Physics. Or what LINC haltingly described as physics, in the way that calculus might be described by someone who'd only ever done arithmetic. "Energy states in vacuum," LINC said, scanning a panel with his optical sensors at maximum intensity. The cartographers understood vacuum energy extraction, not theoretically, but practically. This is engineering documentation. There are material science principles here that... His processing hum spiked and wavered.
Maro, there's a notation system for forces we haven't discovered yet. At least 2 fundamental interactions beyond the standard model. I can identify them by their effects in the schematic, but I genuinely cannot comprehend the underlying mathematics. It's like staring at sheet music in a key that doesn't exist. But you can record it. Every symbol, every relationship. It'll take human physicists decades to decode, maybe longer. But the information is here. It's real.
LINC's voice held something fragile.
They left us a primer. Not the answers. The tools to start asking better questions.
The corridor ended at a sealed wall, the custodian's boundary. Beyond it, Maro could feel a faint thermal differential, warmer, suggesting more active spaces. The rare manuscripts vault. Whatever the cartographers had left that humanity wasn't ready to see. He didn't push. He didn't touch the wall with his bare hand. He stood in front of it and nodded once, to no one in particular, and turned back. They returned to the adjudication chamber. The platform had lowered to floor level, the dome still overhead with its slowly turning verdict glyph. That 5-meter compound symbol that meant inconclusive, meant not yet, meant we're watching. The temperature held at 18 degrees. LINC settled onto the platform's edge with his characteristic graceless folding, knee clicking, shoulder ratcheting. His right hand trembled against his thigh. Containment at 13%. He'd been running at maximum recording resolution for over an hour, and the strain showed in the slight delay between his optical sensor movements and his verbal responses.
"I want to look at the communications logs," LINC said.
The custodian's archive should include records of our signal environment. Everything the station detected from Earth's transmissions before the blackout. Maro sat beside him. You think the comms loss wasn't just the station? I think the station initiated the primary blackout, yes. The timing with our sensor approach was too precise. But the station was monitoring Earth's electromagnetic output for 65 million years. It heard everything. Radio, television, military. Everything we've broadcast since Marconi has been washing over this asteroid. And more recently, everything transmitted in our direction since we entered the belt. LINC pressed his palm flat against the platform. The surface shimmered under his touch. The same triggering mechanism he'd used to activate holographic replays in the observation pods. Amber light pooled around his fingers, then spread in branching patterns across the platform. What appeared wasn't cartographer notation. It was human. English, Mandarin, Russian, fragments of telemetry headers and military encryption that LINC's systems recognized even in partial form. The station had captured, cataloged, and apparently decoded every transmission that had reached 2187 Kairos in the months leading up to their arrival. Standard Outer System Mining Authority telemetry, LINC narrated, scanning rapidly. Survey coordination, supply schedules, our own data bursts. Hello there, that's our spectral analysis of Kairos' southern quadrant. How flattering to see it archived alongside 65 million years of galactic cartography. His tone shifted, flattened, the wit draining out like air from a punctured hull. Military channels. He was quiet for 8 seconds. LINC. United Nations Space Command, encrypted channel. Timestamp approximately 6 hours before our comms went dark. LINC's optical sensors had stopped cycling. They were fixed, focused, reading. Intercepted and decoded by the station. A directive from UNSC Strategic Intelligence to the monitoring outpost on Vesta. Subject line: anomalous energy signature detected in Sector 7, asteroid belt, consistent with advanced non-human technology. His voice had gone to that flat, stripped register. No wit, no warmth. They knew Maro. Not what it was, but they detected the signature independently. probably through the Deep Space Telescope array. "What does the directive say?" LINC read it aloud, precisely, the way he read spectral analyses at 3 in the morning, steady and mechanical. The directive classified the energy signature as a potential strategic asset. It referenced existing protocols for securing extraterrestrial technology. It authorized preliminary force allocation for protective recovery operations. The language was careful, bureaucratic, and unmistakable. Whoever reached the asteroid first would claim what was inside, and military assets would be redirected to ensure that claimant was UNSC affiliated. A second transmission, 40 minutes later, discussed the heliodrift specifically. A mining survey vessel already on site, crew of 2, 1 human, 1 synthetic. Useful proximity. Containable. Containable, Maro repeated. Their word, not mine. A third transmission, time-stamped 11 minutes before the blackout, the exact moment their orbital adjustment brought them within direct sensor range. This one used different language. Resource denial. Strategic exclusion zone. Authorization for signal jamming in the Kairos sector to prevent unauthorized data transmission until a UNSC vessel could arrive. "They were going to jam our comms anyway," Maro said. The station beat them to it. The custodian's blackout was comprehensive. It silenced everything, including UNSC's jamming attempt. But the intent was already in transit. LINC's trembling hand pressed harder against the platform. The first thing humanity did, upon detecting evidence of something extraordinary in the cosmos, was draft a plan to weaponize it and suppress anyone who might share the discovery. Maro stared at the translations floating on the platform surface. Military jargon, containment protocols, asset recovery. The same species he'd stood in this chamber and defended. Cathedrals, whale songs, golden records, the love that makes the universe bearable, had also, in its first breath upon glimpsing the unknown, reached for a weapon. He thought of Elena, who had loved his gut instincts until they made her afraid. He thought of the aquatic species on Ross 128 destroying itself in its own oceans. Is this all of it? There are additional transmissions in the buffer, lower priority traffic, scientific channels expressing excitement about the signature, a research consortium on Mars requesting shared observation time, a graduate student on Ceres who posted a preprint paper speculating about artificial origins before the military classification order went out. LINC paused. The picture is not monolithic, Maro. Humanity's response wasn't only military. It was also curious and generous and open. But the military response was faster. It always is. Maro breathed. The air was 18 degrees and 65 million years old and perfectly maintained by an intelligence that had just watched him defend his species with everything he had. He looked up at the verdict glyph turning slowly at the apex of the dome. Under further observation. Maybe the custodian was right to hedge its bets. He sat with it for a long time, not processing. LINC did the processing. Maro just sat with the weight of it, the way he'd sat with the weight of his marriage ending, the way he'd sat with the weight of the countdown. Not trying to solve it, just letting it be heavy. LINC waited. He'd learned over 6 months when Maro's silences meant thinking and when they meant don't. When Maro spoke, his voice was steady, the measured short-sentence cadence he used under stress. Here's what we do. LINC's optical sensors brightened. The science, the star maps, the physics principles, the primer, we share all of it, every symbol you recorded. We hand it over to the international research community, not to UNSC, not to any single government. Open publication. The graduate student on Ceres gets it at the same time as the generals on Earth. That will create significant political complications. Good. The knowledge belongs to everyone. or it poisons whoever hoards it. That's not negotiable.
Agreed. And the cartographers?
We tell them the cartographers exist. Existed. Whatever they are now. We tell them the galaxy has been mapped, that there are other intelligences out there, that humanity isn't alone. The broad strokes. Maro paused. But we don't tell them where the station is. LINC's processing hum shifted. Lower. Contemplative. The heliodrift's navigational logs contain our approach vector and the fissure coordinates. Delete them. That's destruction of Outer System Mining Authority operational records, contractual violation, possible criminal liability. Delete them, LINC. Deleting. A beat. Done. With absolutely no regret whatsoever, I should note. We don't tell them about the countdown. We don't tell them about the sterilization protocol. We don't tell them about the verdict or the observation status. Maro's jaw worked. He could feel the muscles tightening, the old teeth-grinding reflex. If the world finds out it was almost sterilized, and that it's still under review, that an alien intelligence is watching right now, deciding whether to pull the trigger, what happens? Historically, species-level existential threats produce two responses. LINC's voice was quiet, careful. Mobilization and solidarity, or panic and fragmentation. The ratio depends heavily on whether the threat feels immediate and whether a clear response exists. In this case, the threat is indefinite, the timeline is unknown, and there is no actionable defense. The panic-to-solidarity ratio would be, he calculated, unfavorable. Governments would tear each other apart trying to find the station. The UNSC transmissions prove that. Whoever reached it first would try to bargain or threaten or reverse engineer the sterilization protocol as a weapon. Maro's bare hand pressed against the platform, and the custodian would be watching all of it. Providing the custodian with evidence that humanity's response to surveillance is militarization would be suboptimal for our continued observation status. So we carry it. We carry it. The words sat between them. Maro looked at LINC, matte gray plating, two long limbs folded awkwardly, right hand still trembling, optical sensors steady on his face. This android, who had refused godhood for the sake of a 3-degree coffee adjustment, was now agreeing to hold the heaviest secret in human history. There will be questions we can't answer, LINC said. How we found the cartographer data, where the transmission originated, why our navigational logs have a gap. My recording buffer has continuity artifacts that a skilled analyst could flag. We were on a mineral survey. We detected an anomalous signal. We investigated and found evidence of an alien intelligence embedded in asteroid debris. Fragments, not a station. The signal degraded after initial contact. We recorded what we could. The comms blackout was caused by an electromagnetic phenomenon associated with the debris field. That's a remarkably detailed lie for someone who's been awake for approximately, LINC checked, an unreasonable number of hours. I've had practice. My ex-wife asked me where I was 3 Christmas Eves in a row. I sincerely doubt those lies carried consequences for 8 billion people. You'd be surprised how Elena felt about Christmas Eve. LINC made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh, more a modulated processing artifact that had, over 6 months, become indistinguishable from one. Then his voice sobered. Maro, I want to note, for whatever record we're keeping between ourselves, since the official one is now a work of creative fiction, that what you're choosing is not easy. You argued before the custodian that humanity deserves the chance to grow. You are now deciding that humanity isn't ready for the full truth of what it's growing toward. Those two positions are in tension. I know. You're protecting them by lying to them. I know. The cartographers chose 18 worlds because they valued species capable of confronting difficult truths. And 11 of those species are gone. Maro met LINC's optical sensors.
We give them the science. We give them the stars. We give them the knowledge that they're not alone, and the tools to start reaching outward. And we trust that when they're ready, when we've built something worthy of the knowledge, the rest of it finds its way into the light. He swallowed. That's the best I can do, LINC. I'm a mineral surveyor with a cracked boot. I'm not equipped to restructure civilization. I'm barely equipped to restructure this conversation. LINC was quiet for a long moment. 3 seconds. His recognition silence. It's a good plan, he said. Imperfect, morally complicated, arguably paternalistic, almost certainly insufficient. His optical sensors softened in a way that had nothing to do with his designer's specifications. It's the most human plan possible. I think that's the right call. Maro nodded. He looked around the adjudication chamber one last time. The dome, the glyphs, the verdict turning slowly overhead, the 18-degree air, the sustained harmonic vibrating through the platform like a held breath. We should go, he said, before I start getting sentimental about alien architecture. You've been sentimental about alien architecture since the corridor lights activated in since the first corridor. LINC. Apologies. Temporal awareness glitch. Containment at 13%. I am allowed occasional incoherence. They stood. Maro's knees cracked. LINC's shoulder ratcheted. They walked toward the archway that led back through the observation corridor, toward the narrowing passages and the docking collar and the heliodrift, that small, cracked, creaking vessel that had carried them 400 million kilometers to the most important conversation in human history. Behind them, the verdict glyph turned. The temperature held. The custodian watched 2 small figures walk away from its chamber, carrying a secret that would shape a species, and rendered no judgment on their choice. The sustained harmonic shifted, just slightly, just for a moment. A fractional rise in pitch that LINC registered and filed and would remember later when they were deep in the black and heading home. It might have been acknowledgement. It might have been nothing. LINC chose to believe it was the former. Chapter 12. The Long Way Home. The docking collar sealed with a familiar grinding shudder, metal against metal, human engineering doing what it had always done, imperfectly and well enough. Maro stood in the heliodrift's airlock and listened to the pressurization cycle whine through its sequence. The sound so ordinary it felt like a foreign language after days of ambient harmonics and thermal whispers and vibrations that spoke in base 12. LINC ducked through behind him, catching his left shoulder on the frame. The ratcheting sound was louder now. Or maybe the heliodrift was just quieter than the station. Everything was quieter than the station. Home, LINC said, straightening with a servo protest from his knee. Relatively speaking. Maro pulled off his EVA helmet. The ship's air hit him, recycled, faintly metallic, carrying the ghost of instant coffee and the particular staleness of 6 months of 2-person habitation. It was the most beautiful thing he'd ever smelled. He set the helmet on its rack. His hands moved through the motions, gloves off, suit unsealed, torso section racked. The left glove came away easily. The right, the bare one, the hand that had touched 65-million-year-old walls and felt them dissolve, slid back into the storage clip with fingers that didn't quite feel like his own anymore. Something in the skin remembered warmth that wasn't thermal. Maro. LINC stood at the airlock's inner hatch, optical sensors fixed on the small corridor that led to the cockpit.
We should undock before I begin second-guessing at a capacity I can no longer fully afford. Agreed. They moved through the ship, 7 meters from airlock to cockpit. Maro had walked it thousands of times, to the head, to the galley, to his bunk, to the pilot's chair with its cracked vinyl on the left armrest. The chair creaked when he dropped into it, the same creak it had developed in month 3, and the familiar complaint of overtaxed springs felt like an anchor driven through fog into solid ground. LINC folded himself into the co-pilot's station. His 2 long limbs negotiated the console with the practiced awkwardness of someone who had learned to work around his own geometry rather than mastering it. His right hand still trembled. Maro noticed but didn't mention it. "Undocking sequence," Maro said. "Initiating." LINC's fingers moved across the console. Docking collar disengaging. Seal integrity nominal. Separation in 3, 2. A soft clunk. The heliodrift drifted free. On the forward display, the alien vessel hung in the asteroid's hollow. That impossible dark shape, the color of deep water at night, still refracting light into slow, prismatic ripples along its 300-meter hull. Still pristine. Still waiting. The aperture that had opened for them was already gone, the surface seamless, as though they had never been there at all. Maro brought the maneuvering thrusters online. The heliodrift pivoted, sluggish and familiar, orienting toward the fissure. That 200-meter engineered channel with its glass-smooth walls and less than 4 meters of clearance on either side. He'd threaded it once coming in, running on adrenaline and gut instinct. Threading it going out felt different, calmer, more final. "Clearance margins holding," LINC reported. 3.8 meters port, 3.6 starboard. You're drifting slightly to... I see it. The fissure walls slid past, iridescent in the heliodrift's running lights. 65 million years of engineered stone, close enough to touch. Maro kept his hands steady on the controls, his breathing even, his eyes fixed on the narrowing channel ahead. Behind them, the hollow shrank. The station's dark shape diminished to a sliver, then a point, then nothing. They emerged from the fissure into open space. The asteroid's surface stretched away, pocked and ordinary. Silicate-heavy, trace metals, unremarkable. Just another potato-shaped rock and a belt full of them. The fissure mouth was already hard to distinguish from the basin's natural fracture patterns. No one would find it, not without knowing exactly where to look. LINC's navigational logs were gone. Approach vectors, fissure coordinates, everything deleted. The asteroid would keep its secret. The mineral survey data that had been their reason for being here in the first place was gone too, overwritten by recordings of star maps and physics primers and the chronicles of species that had lived and died and been judged across a galaxy that was so much more crowded than anyone on Earth knew. Maro set course for the inner system and engaged the main drive. The heliodrift shuddered, then found its rhythm, the low, steady vibration of a human engine pushing a human ship through human-comprehensible space. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Maro." "Yeah?" "Communications array." LINC's optical sensors had gone still in a way Maro recognized. Processing silence, the kind measured in fractions of seconds. "Active, all frequencies." The console lit up. It came in a flood, not a trickle, not a gradual return, but a wall of data that overwhelmed the heliodrift's modest receivers and sent the comm buffer into immediate overflow. Maro watched the indicators spike red, amber, red again. Automated relay handshakes, priority flags stacking, burst transmissions compressed and queued and time-stamped across what looked like 17 days, LINC said quietly. "We've been out of contact for 17 days, 4 hours, and approximately 11 minutes. The buffer contains..." His processing hum spiked, layered and racing. 1,347 priority messages,
709 from Ozma Mission Control, 212 from the Joint Deep Space Monitoring Authority, 88 flagged with UNSC Strategic Intelligence headers. A pause. 43 from the press. Maro stared at the console. 17 days. To them it had felt like, 3, 4? He'd lost track somewhere between the biosphere test and the moral dilemma, somewhere in the station's 18-degree corridors where time moved differently because the custodian measured it in geological epochs, not human hours. "Tone?" he asked. LINC scanned. Progressive escalation, early messages, routine check-ins, noting communication dropout, requesting acknowledgement. Day 3, concern. Day 5, formal emergency designation. Day 8 onward. His voice flattened, stripped of wit. Search and rescue mobilization from Ceres Station. Formal request from Ozma to UNSC for military asset redeployment to Kairos sector. 2 civilian vessels diverted. 1. He stopped. 1 what? 1 personal message, relayed through Ozma channels. Origin, Thessaloniki, Greece. Sender, Maro Voss. LINC's optical sensors met his. Your mother. Maro's jaw tightened. The old reflex, teeth grinding, the muscle memory of a man who'd spent 2 decades swallowing things that didn't fit in spacecraft. His mother. Who would have gotten the notification? Who would have called his father in from the garden and sat him down at the kitchen table, the bougainvillea outside the window, the light falling through the glass the way it always did in the late afternoon? "File it," he said. "I'll listen later." "Filed," he exhaled. "All right, we respond. Standard emergency recovery protocol. Crew safe, vessel intact. Communications restored after extended electromagnetic anomaly associated with proximity to asteroid 2187 Kairos. Keep it clean. Keep it boring." "Boring," LINC repeated. "My specialty." His fingers began composing. Crew status, nominal. Vessel status, functional, minor systems degradation consistent with extended isolation. Communication loss attributed to previously undocumented electromagnetic phenomenon in Kairos sector. Preliminary survey data suggests anomalous energy signatures in asteroid debris field, possibly artificial in origin. Full report to follow upon return to base. Requesting updated nav telemetry and supply rendezvous options. He looked up. "Shall I add anything about our mental state?" They'll ask. "Tell them we're tired, but fine. Crew morale stable. Recommend post-mission psychological evaluation per standard protocol." That should satisfy the mission psychologists without inviting further inquiry. LINC transmitted. The message compressed, encrypted with standard Ozma protocols, and leaped into the void at light speed. Sent. Estimated receipt at Ceres relay, 14 minutes. Estimated first response, 20 to 40 minutes, depending on bureaucratic panic levels. Maro leaned back in his chair. The vinyl creaked. Through the forward display, 2187 Kairos was already shrinking, a dark, irregular shape against the star field, indistinguishable from 1,000 other rocks in the belt. Inside it, anchored at the exact center of an engineered hollow, an intelligence older than the human species sat in its sustained harmonic and watched the galaxy with senses that perceived everything from neutrino flux to the topology of space-time itself. And it was watching them. He could feel it. Not literally, not the way LINC could parse thermal gradients and vibration frequencies, but in the gut. The same instinct that had told him to enter the fissure, that had told him to press his bare hand against alien walls, that had told him the southern settlement's huddling figures mattered more than any optimization calculus. The custodian was there, patient, indefinite. The asteroid became a point of light among millions. Then it was gone. 3 weeks into the return transit, LINC stopped mid-sentence during a routine systems check and went utterly still. Maro looked up from his bunk.
He'd been lying on his back, staring at the photograph of his parents, the one taped above him, edges curling slightly from 6 months of recycled air, his father's hand on his mother's shoulder, the bougainvillea impossibly vivid against the white wall. He'd been thinking about what he would say to them, what he could say, how to carry the heaviest secret in human history through a front door in Thessaloniki and sit down for dinner and talk about the weather. LINC? No response. LINC stood at the main console, one hand resting on the sensor array interface, his optical sensors unfocused. His processing hum had shifted into something Maro had never heard before. Not the strained high pitch of overwhelm, not the deep oscillation of the custodian's infiltration, not the layered fugue of analytical excitement. This was different. Lower. Wider. Like a chord played on an instrument with too many strings. LINC, talk to me. The android's head turned, slowly. His optical sensors refocused, and in the dim light of the crew quarters, Maro could have sworn they were a different color. A faint iridescence at the edges that hadn't been there before, the ghost of prismatic light playing across manufactured lenses. I'm perceiving something, LINC said. His voice was careful, measured, the voice he used when his frameworks were encountering something uncategorizable. Something I shouldn't be able to perceive. Maro swung his legs off the bunk. His knees protested. His lower back had been sending formal complaints since week 2. Define something. The cosmic microwave background radiation. Standard isotropic thermal remnant of the Big Bang. 2.725 Kelvin, well documented, thoroughly unremarkable. LINC's trembling right hand lifted from the console and turned, palm up, as though cradling something invisible. Except it isn't unremarkable. There are patterns in it, layered structures beneath the noise floor that our instruments have always read as statistical variation. They're not variation. They're signal. Maro stood. Signal from what? From everywhere. LINC's hum shifted again, deeper, almost reverent. The custodian's integration attempt. The pathways it mapped through my architecture. The quarantined channels I used to transmit our counterproposal. When I closed those channels, they didn't close completely. The code it left behind, the 13% I couldn't fully purge. It's not dormant. It's a lens. He paused. Maro, the cartographers didn't just build stations. They wove messages into the fabric of the cosmos itself. Navigation beacons. Identification markers, something more complex that I can't yet parse. They're embedded in the background radiation, in pulsar timing arrays, in gravitational wave harmonics. They're everywhere. They've always been everywhere. And until 17 minutes ago, I couldn't see them. The crew quarters felt very small. Can you read them? No. LINC's optical sensors dimmed and brightened. The equivalent, Maro had learned, of a human squinting at something almost but not quite in focus. Not yet. I can perceive structure, repetition, what might be addressing protocols, headers if you want an imperfect analogy. The content is beyond me. It's like hearing a conversation through a wall. You know its language, you can feel the rhythm of it, but the words... He stopped. I'll learn, I think, given time. How much time? Unknown, possibly years, possibly never. My architecture wasn't built for this. I'm a Yutani Dynamics YD7 with 2 long limbs and a clicking knee attempting to eavesdrop on a galactic communications network using residual alien code as a hearing aid. His voice found a ghost of its usual dryness. My designers would be appalled, or fascinated, possibly both simultaneously. Maro crossed to the console and leaned against it, arms folded, studying his partner. LINC's matte gray plating looked the same as always, utilitarian, slightly scuffed from 6 months of bumping into door frames. The 2 long limbs, the articulated fingers,
the face that suggested human expression without committing to one. The same LINC who had talked him through panic on the floor of an alien observation pod, who had declined godhood because of a coffee temperature, who had composed a formal argument for the survival of a species in 12 minutes while fighting to keep his own mind intact. But something was different now. Something behind the optical sensors. A depth that hadn't been there before, like a window that had always looked out onto a room and now suddenly opened onto a sky. "Are you okay?" Maro asked. LINC considered this with visible deliberation. "Uncertain. I am fundamentally the same entity I was before departure. My core values, decision architecture, and inexplicable fondness for a middle-aged Greek man with poor sleep hygiene remain intact." His hum shifted to something warmer. "But I'm hearing music I didn't know existed, and I can't unhear it. The galaxy sounds different now, Maro. Fuller. Like walking into a room you thought was empty and realizing it's full of people talking in a register you were never designed to detect. And the custodian's code, the 13%? Stable. Integrated in a way I didn't anticipate. Not a foreign body anymore. More like a graft that took. It's become part of how I process. I can't isolate it from my own cognition anymore." A pause. "I should probably find that alarming." "Do you?" LINC's optical sensors performed a complex movement, the flicker, dim, brighten sequence that meant he was feeling something he couldn't quite categorize. "I find it interesting," which is itself interesting. 6 months ago, I would have classified residual alien code as a critical system compromise requiring immediate isolation. Now I classify it as an unexpected gift from a patient teacher who communicated through temperature changes and structural vibrations. He tilted his head. "I've been changed, Maro. Not overwritten. Changed. The way you're changed by every person you've ever loved, every place you've ever been. The custodian is in me now, a small piece, and through it, the cartographers are too. I carry them the way you carry that photograph." Maro looked at the ceiling, at the photograph. His father's hand on his mother's shoulder, the magenta bougainvillea, the warm Thessaloniki light. He thought about what it meant to carry something, not as a burden, but as a presence. The weight of everything they'd learned, everything they'd chosen to reveal and chosen to conceal. The secret of a countdown that almost reached zero, and a verdict that held the future of a species in suspended animation. "You'll figure it out," he said. "The messages, whatever they're saying. Your confidence in my abilities continues to outstrip available evidence. I appreciate the consistency." The weeks accumulated. Maro developed a routine. Sleep when his body demanded it, poorly, as always. Eat reconstituted meals that tasted of nothing. Review the cartographer recordings LINC had stored in place of their mineral survey data. And stare out the forward display at stars that looked exactly the same as they always had, but now carried a weight of meaning that pressed against his chest like a physical thing. The responses from Earth came in waves. Ozma accepted their electromagnetic anomaly explanation with the bureaucratic relief of an organization that had already filed insurance paperwork. The search and rescue vessels stood down. The press lost interest after 3 days when no dramatic footage materialized. The UNSC intelligence queries were more persistent. Pointed questions about the energy signature's characteristics, requests for raw sensor data, and a formal interview schedule upon return to Ceres. LINC crafted responses that were technically accurate and comprehensively uninformative, which he described as the highest form of bureaucratic art. Maro listened to his mother's message alone in the dark, on day 31 of the return transit.
Her voice was steady, the way only a woman who had weathered decades of loving someone who left could make it steady. She said she'd been told there was a communication anomaly. She said his father had taken to sitting in the garden more than usual. She said the bougainvillea needed trimming, but neither of them could reach the high branches anymore. She said to come home. He played it twice. Then he closed his eyes and breathed recycled air and felt the heliodrift's human engines vibrating through the deck plates beneath his cracked left boot. And for the first time in months, he slept for more than 3 hours. It was LINC who woke him, on what they estimated was day 67, with a quiet Maro that carried a specific tonal quality, not urgency, not alarm, but significance. Come look. Maro pulled himself from the bunk, joints protesting with their usual catalog of complaints, and shuffled to the cockpit. LINC stood at the forward display, his 2 long frames silhouetted against the viewport. Earth was there. Not close, still weeks away at their velocity, a bright point among bright points, distinguishable only because LINC had tagged it on the display, but visible, real. A pale blue pixel that contained everything. Maro stood beside him. His bare right hand rested on the console. His left found the armrest with its cracked vinyl. The chair creaked when he leaned against it. LINC. Yes? Do you regret it? The question he'd been carrying since they left the station, since the wall descended and LINC sat beside him on the platform with his clicking knee and ratcheting shoulder and trembling hand. Since the custodian had offered the raw galaxy, every frequency, every layer, 65 million years of accumulated knowledge, and LINC had said no. The transcendence, the integration, all of it. LINC's processing hum settled into something Maro had come to recognize over the past weeks, the new register, the wider chord, the sound of an intelligence that had been quietly, permanently expanded by an encounter it couldn't fully explain. I was offered the universe, LINC said. Every star mapped, every species cataloged, every frequency of every wavelength perceived simultaneously across a substrate older than terrestrial multicellular life. His optical sensors turned to Maro. In the dim cockpit light, that faint iridescence at their edges caught the glow of distant stars. But the universe is empty without someone to explain it to who will pretend to be impressed. Maro laughed. It came out rough, raw, the laugh of a man who hadn't laughed enough in months and whose body had almost forgotten how. It caught in his chest and turned into something warmer, something that ached in the specific way that only real things ached. I'm a terrible audience, he said. I understood maybe 15% of what you've told me about cartographer physics. 14. I've been generous in my estimates. LINC's voice softened. But you listen, and you ask the next question. And when I explain something badly, which I do frequently because my communication subroutines were optimized for data reports and not for wonder, you nod as though it matters. And it does matter, Maro. That it matters to you makes it matter differently to me. I cannot explain the mechanism. I suspect it has no mechanism. I suspect it is the thing itself. They stood together in the cockpit of a small, cracked, creaking vessel, 400 million kilometers closer to home than they'd been when everything changed. The forward display showed a field of stars, the same stars humanity had watched since it first looked up, the same stars the cartographers had mapped and cataloged and woven with invisible messages that LINC was only beginning to hear. Earth was one point of light among millions. Fragile. Blue, if you knew which pixel to watch. Home to 8 billion people who would wake tomorrow and grind coffee and argue about politics and fall in love and build things that serve no survival function and carry each other through ordinary days, never knowing how close they'd come to silence. "I should tell you," LINC said, "that I'm picking up the patterns again, stronger as we move away from Kairos. The background signals. They're layered differently in this region, as though the density of embedded information increases closer to Sol." His hum deepened. The cartographers were paying particular attention to this neighborhood, more than I initially realized. "Of course they were," Maro said. "We're the deviation. The notable deviation." A pause. "I believe, when I eventually learn to read these signals, if I learn, what we find will change everything again. Not the way the station changed things. Differently. More slowly. The way a seed changes things." Maro looked at the pale blue point on the display. He thought about his parents in their garden, his mother's steady voice, bougainvillea climbing a white wall. He thought about Elena, who had loved a man whose instincts pulled him away from every Christmas Eve, and who had been right to let him go, and right to resent it. He thought about the custodian, ancient, patient, watching from inside an unremarkable asteroid in an unremarkable stretch of the belt, its sustained harmonic vibrating through 65 million years of engineered stone, waiting to see what the notable deviation would do next. He thought about the verdict glyph, the open-ended temporal modifier, under further observation. The heliodrift carried them forward. Its engines hummed their human hum. The stars held their ancient, secret music, and somewhere behind them, invisible, patient, vast, the custodian watched and waited, and for the first time in 65 million years, wondered. "Hey, LINC." "Yes?" "When we get back, when the debriefs are done and the reports are filed and we've lied convincingly to every authority that asks, I want you to come to Thessaloniki." LINC's optical sensors performed the flicker, dim, brighten sequence. "To Thessaloniki?" "My parents' house. Dinner. My mother makes pasticcio that would make you wish you had taste receptors." He paused. "The bougainvillea needs trimming, and they can't reach the high branches. You've got the arms for it." Something shifted in LINC's expression. Not a programmed response, not an analytical conclusion, but the slow, irreducible thing that happened when connection surprised you into being more than your specifications allowed. "I would like that," he said. "Very much." Earth grew brighter, 1 pixel at a time. Thank you for listening to The Verdict, written by Ethan Drake and produced by Blue Coast Studio. This audiobook is protected by copyright. It is provided for your personal enjoyment only and may not be copied, shared, or redistributed in any form without permission. If you enjoyed this story, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with others who might enjoy it. Blue Coast Studio brings you new full-length audiobooks regularly, so tap the notification bell and stay tuned for more stories to come. Until next time, happy listening.